to send everyone home. This time, it was Lin Qingyi's turn to stand up excitedly, her face clearly showing surprise, to the point that she slapped her hands on the table and asked, "Little Shizu, is what you're saying true?" Feeling that his plan had taken its first steps to success, Jiangju happily waved his hand, even closing his eyes to appear mysterious. "True or not? What, you just need to relay the message to your father." Overjoyed at finding a solution to the different Immortal Alliance's long-standing problem, Lin Qingyi happily clenched her hands and exclaimed, "Then we won't need to build ships to go around that freezing Arctic North anymore." But Jiangju coldly interrupted, "Don't be happy yet. That path is located to the west of the Heavenly Demon Domain. If you want to go, you have to cross the Heavenly Demon Domain. The Heavenly Demon Domain has countless demon soldiers. How can the 100 million human members of the different Immortal Alliance pass through there?" Then, Jiangju woke up, as if he had found a solution. "The Heavenly Demon Domain is managed by my wife, Tu Shanlan. As long as there are enough benefits, this isn't necessarily difficult." This made Lin Qingyi a little hesitant. "But, little Shishu, you were captured here." Speaking of this, Jiangju's face suddenly became indecent, his eyes twinkling with light. He also placed his hand on Lin Qingyi's shoulder, and mysteriously said, "I know. Just saying it won't be convincing. Tonight at midnight, come to my room." Jiangju's ambiguous suggestion made Lin Qingyi blush and unable to think clearly. Benefits at your room? What does little Shishu want to do at night? At Jiangju's small courtyard, I don't know what matter brought Tu Shanning here. She tried calling out, "Brother-in-law, are you home?" Just after landing on the ground, Tu Shanning looked around but couldn't see Jiangju, making her wonder, where's brother? Seen, law? Not searching outside anymore. Tu Shanning immediately flew into the room to check. In the pitch-black room, sudden noises were emitted, and two female voices rose at the same time. "Little Shishu, why are you so hairy? Brother-in-law, why are your breasts so big?" Then, a candle on the table was lit by someone. When the entire room was lit up, everyone could see each other clearly. Jiangju stood stiffly, looking at Tu Shanning and Lin Qingyi, who were motionless. The two of them were actually groping each other. Tu Shanning and Lin Qingyi were so startled that they jumped up. The two of them screamed in unison in fright. Seeing that, Jiangju didn't mind at all, and calmly asked, "I'm gonna make tea. What are you two doing on my bed?" Then Tu Shanning jumped onto the table and glared at Jiangju threateningly. Well, brother-in-law, you're so dead this time." Daring to hide a busty woman in the room, I'm telling elder sister, Jiangju could only grab Tu Shanning by the scruff of her neck and explain helplessly, "Come back here, your elder sister already knows." Of course, Tu Shanning didn't believe it. She wanted to scratch Jiangju's face with her claws, but he held her back and scolded at the same time, "You little gold digger, not upholding your duties as a husband? How could elder sister not care if she knew? Elder sister is super petty." But Jiangju leaned close to Tu Shanning and threatened in a low voice, Ning, don't forget why I called you here. Don't you want to make money anymore?" Finally, he silenced Tu Shanning. Jiangju turned to introduce to Lin Qingyi, "This is Tu Shanning, Tu Shanlan's little sister. I want to take you to a place tonight, and she's the one who will help us." Under the dim light, Lin Qingyi's face flushed slightly and she asked, "Little martial uncle, where do we need to go? Ride?" Seeing Lin Qingyi's shy, feminine appearance, Tu Shanning couldn't help but say, "Hey busty woman, let me tell you, my brother, Gryan, law is already taken. Don't overstep your boundaries." Offended, Lin Qingyi angrily retorted, "You fox spirit." But Tu Shanning arrogantly replied, Ning is a fox spirit by nature. What's wrong with that?" After a while, when the two sides had finished arguing, Jiangju took them onto the crane, and the group flew under the night sky with the moon and stars, to another place. When they arrived at their destination, Jiangju called out, "We're here." They immediately jumped off the crane. Before they could observe their surroundings, Jiangju walked towards the flowing golden river. Seeing this, Lin Qingyi hurriedly followed and called out, "Little martial uncle." When Jiangju had stepped into the river, the water was up to his knees. He turned around, extended his hand and encouraged, "It's okay, you come too." Thanks to that, Lin Qingyi also regained her confidence, and slowly stepped down. She asked suspiciously, "Little martial uncle, is it really possible to lead someone into the Golden Sand River without any obstruction?" Jiangju replied, "It has nothing to do with me. This place is just like this." When he saw Tu Shanning preparing to enter the water, Jiangju stopped her, Ning, don't come here. Stay on the shore and watch over the crane for me. Otherwise, I won't take you with me next time there's something good." Then Tu Shanning was stunned and asked, "Why can the busty woman go? Why can't I enter?" This time Jiangju spoke to Tu Shanning in a slightly stern tone, "She's human, you're a demon. How can they be the same? If you go in, the thing underground might not let you go." Realizing that Jiangju was really serious now, Tu Shanning could only agree dejectedly, Okay, I get it. Having dealt with one person, Jiangju turned to Lin Qingyi and asked, "Are you ready?" But she could only ask in a daze. "Ready." Before she could finish her sentence, an invisible force from under the river appeared, blowing Lin Qingyi's hair up, which surprised her greatly. Then, both of them disappeared, as if they were teleported to another place by the river, leaving only small ripples behind. In the space-time tunnel, an ironic situation occurred. A manly man like Jiangju, in a panic, hurriedly grabbed onto Lin Qingyi's neck, while she could only carry Jiangju in a princess carry. When Lin Qingyi landed strongly, both of them were embarrassed by the position. Jiangju immediately explained, "Thank you, you can put me down now." This position makes an elder like me feel a bit humiliated. After separating, the two tried to walk around inside the mountain cave and looked around. After observing for a while, Jiangju looked at the spots of light and assessed. Borrowing the feng shui of the yin-yang intersection, no wonder it's maintained its effectiveness for 10,000 years. Suddenly, the scene of the mountain cave disappeared, and instead, it was covered by darkness. A formation appeared under their feet, with 5 stone statues sitting in a circle. On each statue, there was a red line, connecting directly to where they were standing. Lin Qingyi panicked and hid behind him, shouting, "Little martial uncle." Then Lin Qingyi saw something else and pointed in that direction for Jiangju to see. She said, "That statue just opened its eyes." Seeing this, Jiangju gently patted the back of Lin Qingyi's hand, which surprised her a little. He explained, "Don't point at these old seniors. These are meritorious people of the human race, who died for the cause. Moreover, these seniors are still alive, and can see everything." It turned out that the old man's statue with a stern face was looking towards the two of them. "Still alive, huh?" Seeing himself stared at by the stone statue like that, Lin Qingyi kind of freaked out and grabbed Jiangju's arm real tight. It made him a little uncomfortable, so he reassured her. "Don't worry, it's a life-sustaining technique that relies on the power of the earth." Jiangju explained again, "These guys are using the Dapo patterns on the ground to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. But because their flesh couldn't handle it, they merged with nature and became stone statues. Even if their divine sense is still intact, they're pretty much just running on instinct now." Observe the surrounding statues carefully. Jiangju judged, "It's not just these 5. I'm afraid the others won't last much longer either." The two of them walked towards the statue from before. Lin Qingyi looked around and asked, "Why are these senior cultivators here?" Jiangju replied, "Why else? They're here to guard this place and scare the demon race. If the great human-demon calamity happens again, that's when they'll come out." After Jiangju answered Lin Qingyi's question, Jiangju reached out and summoned 3 delicately carved incense sticks. He held the incense, bowed, and expressed his sincerity. "Senior cultivators, you've guarded this path for the sake of the human race. Junior is filled with admiration. I offer these 3 sticks of incense of merit. For your continued maintenance of your divine sense, for another 100 years, I offer incense." Jiangju planted the 3 incense sticks on the ground in front of the statue. The spiritual smoke immediately spread out and was absorbed. Because of that, the statue gave off a faint glow, and the 4 stone statues around closed their eyes, slowly inhaling the primordial energy from the incense. The marks on their foreheads also lit up. With the approval of all 5, the formation below emitted a beam of light to guide them. Jiangju asked, "How's your earth escape technique coming along? How long would it take to cover 10,000 miles? Lin Qingyi replied, "About a day." He responded, "Borrowing 2 more divine Dao talismans should be enough." "All right, I'll take you there." The two of them were ready. But the earlier pose was reenacted. Lin Qingyi picked up Jiangju, which made him surprised. In his heart, he felt embarrassed. This position is so awkward. Whatever. If she doesn't mind, then let her have her way. Jiangju pulled out 2 of his talismans and quickly chanted an incantation. "Respectfully invite Gather Wind, Heavenly Ruler, True Lord. Swift Travel, True Lord." Poof. The two shot forward, so fast that they left a trail of smoke behind and disappeared in the magnificent hall of the Myriad Demon Kingdom. The demon lord Tu Shanlan sat on the dragon throne, holding a piece of paper in her hand. She asked Qi Lei, standing next to her, "What's this paper about?" The more Tu Shanlan read the contents of the paper, the angrier she became, clenching her fist tightly. The master's thoughts were written inside. "Humans and demons in the gold cinnabar river can give it to Lin. Demons, heaven-defying treasures, gushing like water, Tu Shan, crazy woman, can say." Seeing the last line, she couldn't restrain herself any longer. She squeezed the paper into a ball, her arm trembling, her expression darkening, and she gnashed her teeth and said, "Damn it! Dare to call me a crazy woman?" Qi Lei, who was standing beside her, added fuel to the fire. He waved his hand and said, "Teacher, mother? Actually, teacher doesn't always call you that." Tu Shanlan was starting to lose her composure but still held back, turning to ask, Huh? What else is there? Hearing her question, Kelele naively rested his hand on his hand, trying to remember those names. Wife my ass, no bargaining witch. Hearing this, the demon lord's anger had reached its peak, and the surrounding atmosphere was terrifying. Tu Shanlan angrily gnashed each word. Jiangju, you really have some big dog guts. But Karafai was still, clasping his hands together. Amitabha, teacher mother, please be gentle, teacher isn't good at fighting. Then Tu Shanlan ignored him, looking at the blue sky and the floating clouds. She thought, Jiang Jue intends to form an alliance with the alien immortals on his side. Has he figured out a way to deal with that mysterious person? If the alien immortal alliance returns to the human race, what impact will it have on Tu Shan? Most importantly, can I secretly help the alien immortal alliance eliminate those who oppose the major clans? She was still sitting in the hall, placing her finger on her chin, seriously considering in her heart. The two races, humans and demons, are allied. Does Jiangju just want to make money? Is his real goal to help the human slaves in the demon kingdom return to the human race? Or does he want to take this opportunity to help that person in Qing Kingdom? Well done, Jiangju, you're about to become my king husband, but you still can't forget about your human lovers. When she saw the maid leading Jiangju into the hall, Tu Shanlan immediately stopped her train of thought. Then Jiangju stood in the middle of the hall, clasping his hands and seriously reporting, Your Majesty, I plan to let Lin Qingyi leave Tunshan. But in his heart he cursed. This crazy wife is arrogant and narcissistic, and doesn't follow the normal rules at all. Persuading her won't be easy. Suddenly, Tu Shanlan's eyes became sharp, looking towards him. Currently, there were only two people in the hall, making the atmosphere even quieter than ever. Plus, Tu Shanlan's gaze was like a storm coming, surrounding Jiangju. Not sure if it was because he had intentionally cursed Tu Shanlan in his heart, but seeing her so terrifying made Jiangju cold all over. After a terrifying moment like a string about to snap, Tu Shanlan retracted her aura and gently agreed. He'd just been thinking bad things about her, and now Jiangju received such a simple approval from Tu Shanlan, making him a little suspicious, huh? So you agree? Or should I explain the reasons for doing so to your majesty? After everything that had happened just now, Tu Shanlan was no longer calm. She scolded uncomfortably. Shut up, making Jiangju frightened and replied, Okay. Suddenly she left her seat and stood up, then announced, My wedding with you is less than 2 months away. I've thought it through carefully. If you're going to be my husband, your cultivation can't be too low, or it'll become a joke to others. Today I have time, so I'll personally teach you how to cultivate. Hearing this, his face turned purple, and he raised his hands as if to resist. Jiangju knew this was a trap, so he had to quickly make an excuse. How could I trouble my wife to personally teach me? I'll find. Before Jiangju could finish speaking, Tu Shanlan came to his side, decisively swung her hand, and struck his face with a palm. The power sent Jiangju flying more than 10 meters away. The next day, in Jiangju's little courtyard, the cherry blossoms were in full bloom, covering the entire place. Outside the gate, 2 pig demons and a rat demon were carrying Jiangju in a sedan chair. He looked kinda pathetic though, bandaged from head to toe like a mummy. Qingyi stood beside him, worriedly calling out, Little Grandmaster Jiangju, still calm despite being wrapped in bandages with only his eyes showing, reassured her, Don't worry, I've convinced Tu Shanlan. She agreed to let you go back. Seeing Jiangju in such a sorry state because of her, Qingyi teared up and secretly vowed, Little Grandmaster had a huge fight with the Heavenly Devil Lord for my sake and suffered such a painful price. I'll definitely swear to be loyal to Little Grandmaster until I die. Suddenly she shouted, Little Grandmaster, don't worry, I'll definitely convince my father. But Jiangju only thought to himself, not saying it out loud, Don't disappoint me. I've gotten myself into some serious trouble this time too. About a month later, inside the main hall, Tu Shanlan and her subordinate Huan Nu were discussing official business. First, Huan Nu reported, Master, most of the clans have returned the invitation, expressing that they will send envoys to attend the wedding. Only Hai Yuan, Wu Xianjiyu, Qihu Shi, Deng Shaxi, and a few other clans have not responded at all so far. Tu Shanlan just glanced indifferently at the report and issued an order. Send the 4 great demon kings of Cd Yaowang, Chenghengshan, Tao Yuandong, Chen Guangdong, and Qi Shuifeng to those clans under my orders. Then, Huan Nu continued to ask, The envoy to the East Sea Hai Yuan, does Master have a choice already? Without hesitation, she immediately decided, Let Jian Nu go. Let her chop off a horn of the Hai clan's sacred beast, Tianjing, for me to decorate my new room. With one matter resolved, Tu Shanlan suddenly asked, Speaking of which, is Jiangju resting and bathing today? Huan Nu replied, Yes, Mr. Jiang is resting and bathing today. Observing her behavior these past few days, Huanu boldly asked, Master, why have you been mentioning Jiangju so much lately? Tu Shanlan didn't answer directly but excitedly assigned Huanu a task. There's nothing to do today. It's a good time to guide his cultivation. Call him here. As a loyal subordinate, Huanu could only remind her, Master, there's still a lot of work to be done today. But Tu Shanlan gave her a glare, forcing her to agree immediately. Yes, Master. A moment later, when someone was sent to call Jiangju, he was already present. Before anything else, Jiangju stood below the hall complaining, Your Excellency, can you change the excuse next time? But she flatly replied, No. As if used to this coldness, Jiangju cheerfully came up with another excuse. That's good too. I've been looking for a chance to meet Your Excellency these past 2 days. Then he opened his mouth, I think. Before he could finish, Tu Shanlan interrupted him. Her quick reply made Jiangju ask, But I haven't said anything yet, she guessed. Don't tell me you want me to help you change your demon guards into female demons again? Immediately, his face turned wronged, and he protested. Is that the kind of person I am in Your Excellency's eyes? I'm mainly here because I want to go to Sun Moon Lake this time, Tu Shanlan asked further. What are you going there for? Jiangju indignantly said. In the 10,000 demon kingdom, the only one I can be friends with is that old dragon god. I want to go out and see a friend. Your Excellency can let the demon guards follow me too. Contrary to his tense demeanor, Tu Shanlan leisurely walked over and replied, No need for demon guards to follow, making Jiangju confused in his heart. Tu Shanlan has improved so much today. She brushed past him and walked straight out the door, saying, I'll go with you. Hearing this terrible news, Jiangju quickly made an excuse. Your Excellency, Actually, I don't want to go that much. Yes. I suddenly remembered that the study hall will be holding monthly exams this month. But Tu Shanlan only left behind a sentence. It's decided. 3 days later, set off from Sun Moon Lake, Dongyao Mountain. Inside the base of the Alliance of Strange Immortals, this seemingly peaceful village had hidden undercurrents. Among them was a simple wooden house, with 2 people guarding the outside, as if something suspicious was inside. The light from outside shone in, revealing a corner of the room. It was just dim light, but you could tell that someone was hung inside the jail. Looking closer, you could see who was tied up. Lin Qingyi, in a tattered state, covered in injuries large and small, her clothes wrinkled and dusty. There was a black hole in the middle of her forehead. Outside the cage, the figure of someone was approaching. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Lin Qingyi, who was closing her eyes, tried to wake up, sweat dripping from her temples. She struggled even more. Gathering all her remaining strength, she raised her head and asked, Father, what do you want to do in the end? It turned out to be the leader of the Alliance of Strange Immortals, Feng Qingzi, who was also Lin Qingyi's father. He had a similar appearance to her, but now had a cunning look towards his daughter. Lin Qingyi didn't notice the difference. She pleaded again. Father, didn't you often say that your lifelong wish was to bring our compatriots living in the demon race back to their homeland? Why don't we choose to side with little Grandmaster? Speaking to this point, the more she looked at her father, the more she felt that everything was wrong. And her voice gradually decreased. Still that face of Feng Qingzi, but his facial features were gradually distorted, and the demonic energy radiating from his body was so thick that it could be seen with the naked eye. Terrifying laughter also echoed from there. He. Those wisps of demonic energy gradually coalesced into 3 figures. The figure on the right spoke. He. Mother, did she just call you father? This servant doesn't remember having another little sister. The figure on the other side retorted. Oh, third sis, why the rush? We can wait for her divine consciousness to dissipate and then seize her body. Right? Jiangwai, what are you doing? A smaller shadow popped out, hastily adding, Third sis is afraid we'll fight over this skin. The demon called Third sis leaned close to his face and whispered, Mother, her 3 souls are pretty scattered. It's time to make a move. Mother, you got a body already, but your sisters don't. Witnessing their confusing conversation, Lin Qingyi, still bound, asked with a trembling voice, You guys, what exactly are you? Lin Qingzi didn't answer her but scolded the shadows. Shut your traps, we haven't gotten any info on Jiangju yet. Who allowed you to come out? If you delay Master's plans, we're all dead meat, Qingyi shouted again, repeating her question. You. Who exactly are you? What did you do to my father? She gnashed her teeth in anger, tilting her face up as if determined to get an answer, but he only said, Don't be so angry, careful not to damage our body. It's such a waste that I sent you so many supplies. If that old stubborn Feng Tanzi submitted to my master, why would I risk invading the body of an old man? The ghost next to him couldn't help but rush out and say, Mother, she doesn't look like she'll say anything even if we ask. Why don't I just take her body? Another ghost hurried to say, "Mother, how about letting me in? After taking over her body, we can lure Jiangju here." I heard that Jiangju looks quite handsome, maybe. Suddenly he turned around and scolded them. Maybe what? That Jiangju has the fate of an immortal, immune to cause and effect, and impervious to evil. Your bodies don't even have demonic objects, and you want to touch Jiangju? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Not wanting to argue with them anymore, he stepped aside and ordered, "Big girl, come here. This woman's body belongs to you." The silent shadow rushed over. "As you command." It turned into a stream of black gas and slipped into the hole in Lin Qingyi's forehead. Her eyes turned red as the shadow gradually entered her body. Her face became distorted. Veins popped out all over, and she roared. With only a moment of wiggling, Lin Qingyi collapsed. Motionless. Suddenly she raised her head, her red eyes staring straight ahead, as if confirming the completion of the possession. She spoke. "Mother, aren't you going to let me down?" The heavenly demon lord's escort was indeed imposing, with more than a dozen carriages moving with spiritual energy, surrounded by countless guards and servants. Inside one of the carriages, Tu Shanning was excitedly admiring the scenery outside, which annoyed Jiangju a bit. "Sit still for a bit, the swaying is making me dizzy. Isn't it just taking your sister out for a trip?" "Why are you so excited?" she retorted. "This is my first time going out." "Of course I'm excited." Then Sun Ning gave up watching the scenery and went to thank her brother-in-law. "You are so good to me. I didn't expect you to tell my sister to take me out to play too." Jiangju sat there, acting cool, said, "Of course, what good thing would I not think of you?" Suddenly, he picked up Sun Ning, excitedly talked about the goal of this trip. "This time I am not only taking you out to play, but also taking you to make money." Tu Shanning immediately smelled something was wrong. She sharply asked, "Brother, Brian, Law, are you planning to do something behind Big Sister's back again? Then let An Ning take the blame." Jiangju immediately put on a wronged look. Crocodile tears fell while also clutching his chest weakly, pitifully. "This is clearly slander, An Ning. Oh, An Ning, I never thought you would be such a vixen, unable to bear this shoddy acting anymore." Tu Shanning immediately burst into flames, no longer seeing her brother, Hin, school off. "Am I a very easy woman to deceive in your eyes?" Jiangju quickly comforted her by gently picking her up and flicked Tu Shanning's forehead, jokingly. "You can't even transform into a human, so what woman are you? Come here, brother-in-law will tell you a few sincere words." On the other large carriage, Tu Shanlan's voice rang out. "During this time, you have to pay attention to your master. If he has any unusual thoughts, you must report to me immediately." Wei Keilei innocently asked, "Master Mother, what is an unusual thought?" The little monk comfortably sat next to her, gnawing on a chicken drumstick, and opened his mouth to speak. "Master often wants to push people on the bed to beat them. Does that count?" Not expecting that thought of Jiang Jue, Tu Shanlan felt even more annoyed but still answered, "It's those things he doesn't dare to say in front of me but dares to do behind my back." Kelly seemed enlightened and raised his hand to pray. "Amitabha, little monk understands. Just like the last full moon night, Master cut off Master Mother's tail feathers to make a scarf. Learning of another matter." Tu Shanlan's face fell a little, thinking to herself, "No wonder my tail feels a little chilly these days." Their escort began to accelerate. The dust from the ground rose in a dense fog. As soon as the convoy passed this place, they would arrive at Sun Moon Lake. According to plan, a group of people were waiting on the other side of the lake, each with an imposing aura, led by the old dragon Ayo Xuan, with his hands behind his back, and behind him were other demon kings. Tu Shanlan's wooden carriage was in the lead, and it automatically stopped a few meters away from the welcoming crowd after passing halfway across the bridge. Tu Shanlan gracefully lifted the curtain. Stepping out was a breathtaking beauty with an imposing aura, and the white smoke from inside wafted out with her. The welcoming crowd immediately bowed and shouted in unison, "Welcome, Heavenly Demon Lord." There was even a banner that read, "Warmly welcome the Heavenly Demon Lord for guidance." But Tu Shanlan just stood there with a serious face, not saying a word. The carriages behind caught up and were neatly arranged. Tu Shanlan lightly commented, "It's been a while, the Sun Moon Lake is still as lively as ever." Then came the welcoming greetings from the other figures. Jiangju forced a smile and stepped out of the carriage. Those demon soldiers and generals couldn't help but bristle at the sight of him, their eyes blazing red, glaring at him with murderous intent. Seeing their reaction, Tu Shanlan feigned surprise. "I heard from old Shenlong that this husband of mine is an old friend of his. They get along pretty well. By rights, he should be a guest of honor at Sun Moon Lake. Why do these demon kings seem to harbor so much hatred towards my husband, Agio?" Ayo Xuan stood there silently assessing the situation. Her addressing him as husband so naturally meant things were looking up. It wasn't long ago that she was full of murderous intent and wanted to grab the Imperial Amulet Golden Decree from me to deal with Jiangju. It seems like my little brother Jiang has some skills. Old Long carefully explained. "Heavenly Demon Lord, you see, Brother Jiang was extremely enthusiastic here before. giving fortunes to many demons. The demons like knowing things like how tragically they'll die, whether their concubines are being unfaithful, or if their brothers are at odds. Little Jiang has heaven-defying skills, and if he says something will happen, it definitely will. It's also because I wasn't vigilant enough. By the time I found out, the demon kings were already pooling money to hire assassins to kill him. Little Jiang, upon learning this, immediately packed his bags in the middle of the night and left Sun Moon Lake. The heavenly demon lord went ahead with Aoshuan, leaving Jiangju to walk with the other two behind. He immediately protested. "Hey, I heard everything. You don't need to hide it from me when you're talking bad about me now." Inside the grand hall for welcoming guests, Aoshuan sat in the center, flanked by his subordinates and Tu Shanlan. They were enjoying the graceful dancing. Beside Tu Shanlan, Jiangju poured wine while speaking earnestly. "Your Majesty, these things can actually be done by others. Look how bored that flower servant over there is." But the flower servant didn't think so, and secretly cursed in his heart. "You really are nosy." Tu Shanlan maintained her posture, glanced at him, and said coldly, "This time you're going as my husband. If I don't have you do these intimate things, who else will?" Jiajum. Jiangju, still holding the wine pot, rebutted slightly. There should be equality between husband and wife. But she coldly replied, "Wait until the day you can withstand one of my palms without dying before you mention equality." After that, the two stopped arguing. Tu Shanlan pointed to the meat dish on the table. Jiangju also knew what to do, and picked some into her bowl, but his face was engrossed in watching the singing and dancing. The music reached a climax, and the beautiful dancers in revealing costumes were performing flexible movements. Jiangju was so excited and fascinated that his eyes turned into heart shapes. Seeing this, Tu Shanlan felt uncomfortable and pretended to cough. But Jiangju didn't pay attention and continued to watch in a daze. Unable to bear it anymore, Shanlan slammed her hand down, causing the wine in the glass to fly up. The wine shot straight into Jiangju's eyes, causing him to shout uncomfortably, "Spicy, spicy, spicy." Aishuan, sitting above, who had been observing the situation, opened his mouth to tease. The husband and wife relationship of the heavenly demon lord and little brother Jiang is really harmonious, making others envious. Noticing Aoshuan's intention to make fun, Tu Shanlan uncomfortably opened her mouth. If old dragon god's eyes aren't good, then this one can invite a few doctors to Sun Moon Lake. But old Aoshuan still didn't stop there. He tried asking, "I see that little brother Jiang is very satisfied with these dancers. If the heavenly demon lord doesn't mind, then I'll give him a few." Shanlan replied, without any courtesy, "Do you think this one would mind?" The one who benefited the most from this was probably Jiangju. He happily thought to himself, "There's such a good thing." Unable to wait any longer, Jiangju immediately rushed to Aoshuan's side and asked, "Old brother Aozhou, do you have any Miao Ear Nian here?" He asked back. "Miao Ear Nian," he said indecently. "The black-furred cat demon is the best." Seeing the two of them openly exchanging, Tu Shanlan angrily raised her voice, pouring wine. The cups and plates on the table also flew up. Jiangju also knew what to do, and immediately returned to pour wine for her respectfully. After the welcome banquet ended, Shanlan was standing outside the palace waiting when Jiangju quickly stepped out. He walked closer to her and explained softly, "Your Majesty doesn't need to pay attention to me. Old Dragon God is an old friend of mine. We haven't seen each other in a long time, so we wanted to reminisce." Tu Shanlan also understood and left, but she still said, "Sundere, no li." Reminiscing. More like going to curry favor with the dancers. Finally seeing her leave with his own eyes, Jiangju quickly flew into the room, not forgetting to slam the door shut. Jiangju's fingers already had a spell ready. He slowly walked towards old Dragon God, who was sitting there dozing off to calm his mind. Jiangju placed 2 fingers, loaded with charms, right between that guy's eyebrows. Then, he summoned a huge talisman to hover in front of Aoshuan, making him ask, "Little bro Jiang, what's this for?" Jiangju yelled angrily, his hand holding a brush, ready to draw a charm. "You old, ungrateful bastard, selling out your friend. I set up the Churong Feng Shui formation here for you, and today I'm gonna destroy it." Hearing this, made Aoshuan's eyes widen. He quickly grabbed a cup of water from the table and swiftly flicked it towards him. The stream of water, controlled by spiritual power, hit Jiangju's brush, holding hand, with just the right force to stop him from using the brush. He rushed over to Jiangju and pleaded, No, old bro Jiang, let's talk this over. I had to trade a lot of talismans with you for this Feng Shui formation. How can you just destroy it like that?" Jiangju angrily scolded. "You old fart, you still have the nerve to talk? Then why did you hand over the Imperial Talisman Gold Command to Tu Shanlan? Why would I be in this predicament otherwise? Here." He softened his tone and coaxed, "What predicament? Aren't you doing pretty well right now? Husband of the heavenly demon lord, this is something countless people dream of and can't get. You're not just marrying a wife, you're finding a huge mountain to lean on." This made Jiangju even angrier. He yelled straight into Aoshuan's face, "But I almost lost my damn life." Then, Jiangju calmed down a bit and asked, Whatever, I can't really explain it to you. Anyway, you've screwed me over big time this time, but, chant time, have you reached the transcendence realm? Achui Shuan replied, the 9 realms of sainthood. I am decoration for the crazy room. I only a step left. Hearing that, Jiangju tentatively asked, are you stronger than Tu Shan Lan? Xuan explained a bit sadly, don't even think about it. This old dragon has lived for too long, all relying on my cultivation to maintain my lifespan. But your wife reached the 7th realm of sainthood at a young age. If we were to have a real fight, at most your wife would only get injured. After recovering, she could come after me. But if I lose, I'm definitely dead. Jiangju leaned in and asked another question. Why does your Sun Moon Lake want to harbor dissident immortals, not hiding anything from him? Oh, Xuan waved his hand, and a scroll appeared, emitting a faint golden glow. He didn't answer the previous question. Because of this object, Jiangju examined it for a while and recognized it. The beast-skin scroll of Shenxiao Palace. You want to go to Shenxiao Palace? Feng Qingzi gave this to you? He's not afraid of being punished by his sect? Akuo Xuan replied, that's my intention as well. From the moment this old dragon gained sentience, I've lived through countless years, met countless extraordinary talents, be they demons or humans. Countless have been able to surpass the first-rank realm, possessing the ability to shatter the heavenly gate and shed their mortal coil to become immortals. But these people, even though they stepped onto the immortal bridge, eventually returned to the mortal realm, and most of them died very soon after. In the world today, the only person who has reached the heavenly gate, stepped onto the immortal bridge, and didn't die, is the palace master of Shenxiao Palace, he added. This old dragon wants to ask. Back then, when he transcended the first-rank realm and received the guidance of the heavenly gate and the immortal bridge, why did he step onto the immortal bridge and then return? Having reached the heavenly gate, why not enter? What lies at the end of the immortal bridge? What's beyond the heavenly gate? Why did those who saw it say nothing to posterity? And after returning, they all died one after another. Jiangju felt a slight tremor in his heart. Fighting each other, suspecting each other, all because of greed. Someone with the power and background of the old dragon god still couldn't escape death, and had to find another way to survive. That person knows that fighting means living, and not fighting means certain death. After a long chat inside the resting room, Aoshuan and Jiangju went out to the main hall to meet an acquaintance. That person just arrived and immediately bowed down. Greetings, benefactor! The person kneeling there was the crafting master, Great Elephant God. Jiangju politely went over. Please, have him stand up. Great Elephant God, it's been a long time. And he happily said, benefactor. Aoshuan, standing nearby, quickly interjected, last time, in little friend Jiang's letter, he mentioned Great Elephant God. This old dragon originally wanted to bring little friend along on his wedding day. Now that you're here, let him meet you. A person with such a tall and terrifying appearance like Great Elephant God, surprisingly, comfortably, and happily took off the cloth bag from his shoulder and said, these past years, I've crafted for a few great demons, and received quite a few treasures of heaven and earth. I specially crafted 3 dakwokis and 15 top-grade magical weapons. The large cloth bag was placed on the ground by Great Elephant God, and slowly unwrapped. The treasures of heaven and earth were revealed one by one. There were countless interesting things, all shimmering with light. Old dragon Aoshuan looked at the pile of items and even said a little enviously, usually, those great demons come to you and ask you to craft, and you just refuse. Even when I want you to craft a top-grade magical weapon, you haggle with me, needing so many materials. Turns out, they're all here. He bent down, picked up a few treasures, looked at them, and judged. Giving these to him like this is a waste of heaven's gifts. Great Elephant God just stood there, pretending to whistle. Jiangju, however, didn't care about those things but wanted to ask for his help. Those things could be discussed later. I came this time because there's an important matter I need your help with. Great Elephant God bowed again and solemnly replied, benefactor saved my life. I would go through fire and water and never refuse. Jiangju took out a piece of jade from his pocket and carefully placed it in Great Elephant God's hand, making Aoshuan beside him curious as well. Then he gently said, it's not that dangerous. Take a look at this. Great Elephant God picked up the jade piece, examined it, and curiously asked, where did benefactor get this? Aoshuan saw it and immediately recognized it. He quickly shouted, a treasure of fate. Jiangju, seeing their surprised expressions, put on a show of storytelling. This object was originally a gift from the Qin Kingdom's national fate, the Red Dragon. It was originally a sacrificial knife, but unfortunately it was more than half destroyed. Only the tip of the blade remains. Old Aoshuan stroked his beard, glanced at Jiangju, and said casually, So this object was condensed from the power of belief of 10,000 people, similar to a divine item. Only someone with great merit can use it. What exactly did little friend Jiang do in the Qin kingdom to obtain such a creation? He simply replied, "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." Then, Jiangju turned and tentatively asked, "You think you can reforge this thing into a divine weapon?" Da Jiangshen could only helplessly reply, "My benefactor, your humble servant fears he can't help bearing that." Jiangju's face immediately darkened, and he sighed with melancholy. "You mean even you can't do anything?" But old Long Aoshuan, being super knowledgeable, chimed in with a way to fix this luck-boosting treasure. Link it to the fortune of a nation. To repair it, you need the incense offerings of 10,000 people, the worship of 1,000,000 citizens, to restore its former power. Something in that statement caught Jiangju's attention. Incense offerings, 10,000 people, which gave him the idea of building a statue of himself for the masses to worship. Seeming to have found a path forward, Jiangju steeled his resolve. "I humbly ask, and hope Ayao Xiang will teach me." Meanwhile, at the allied camp of the heterodox immortals, in the Alliance Young Master's room, Lin Qingyi was gazing at herself in the mirror. The mirror reflected a distorted face, like two souls were duking it out. The ghost moaned, "Damn it, even with the soul-devouring nail pinning down her 3 souls, this wench's spirit is still so resilient." The ghost pulled a nail from her pocket, her face twisted in pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She raised the nail in her hand, a look of determination in her eyes, and prepared to stab down. The ghost personally stabbed the left side of her shoulder, gritting her teeth to keep from screaming. Her face contorted in agony, her hand clamped down on her shoulder until the long nail disappeared completely. After a while she finally lifted her head. Sweat still trickled down, but a triumphant smile bloomed on her lips. "Little bitch, you think you can compete with this old lady?" Lin Qingyi's soul was still struggling inside, while the ghost controlled her body. Admiring herself in the mirror and sneering, "Jiangju, you really think he can save you? You're not even worthy to carry his shoes." Both sides began to battle back and forth. Whatever Lin Qingyi said, the ghost would provoke her. "Why are you getting so worked up when I talk about Jiangju? Don't tell me he's also one of your lovers. You like him, but he might not even give you a second glance. Relax, relax. If he really comes, I'll use your body to slowly savor every inch of him." Suddenly, the guard's voice interrupted their conversation. "Young master, news from Sun Moon Lake," she answered. "Bring it in." That evening, a cold wind rustled the trees. The mother and daughter demon duo were in a room, plotting their next move. Feng Qingzi picked up the letter and pondered it over. "Jiangju wants to personally come to the heterodox immortal alliance," Lin Qingyi suggested with a sinister smile. "Mother, this is a God-given opportunity. Jiangju is leaving Tushanlan's protection. He's just a mere Zhuji Stage 8 cultivator. We could blow him away with a single breath." But Feng Qingzi seemed unconvinced. "How can we measure the strength of a left-path powerhouse like Jiangju? By cultivation level alone. Besides, the master isn't here. This is definitely not a good opportunity to deal with Jiangju." The other ghosts chimed in with their opinions. "Mother, Daji is right. Jiangju is just a small fry cultivator. Don't even need mother to act. Daji alone could capture him with ease." Another added, "Mother, this is free merit delivered right to our door. Don't let it go to waste." Yet another said, "Mother, are you scared? Scared that the master will be pleased and grant our sisters' bodies? Then you won't be able to control us." The demon mother couldn't take it anymore and flew into a rage, grabbing one of them and yelling, "Shut your mouths, you brainless bitches." She slapped them some more, continuing her tirade. "That Jiangju is a figure even the master is wary of. You heretic-worshipping ghosts aren't afraid of his spirit-summoning techniques or his golden light of merit?" Finally, the ghosts became frightened. They cried and begged for mercy one after another. "Mother, spare us. We know we were wrong. Please show mercy. Da Ji, save us." Lin Qingyi still didn't give up on trying to convince her mother. "Mother, I know Jiangju is strong. He can summon the 9 heavens supreme god. But summoning gods requires picking an auspicious day, bathing and changing clothes, burning incense for 3 days, and preparing a lot of stuff. It's basically impossible to do it in 10 days to half a month. You and I both have bodies now. We don't necessarily have to be afraid of his golden light of merit. Besides, we control the entire heterodox immortal alliance now. We can crush him to death when the time comes." But Feng Qingzi still hesitated. Today's messenger was an envoy from the old dragon god. It seems his relationship with Jiangju isn't ordinary. That old dragon god from Sun Moon Lake, even the master doesn't dare mess with him. Lin Qingyi leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Mother, how about this?" Finally, she concluded with a single sentence. "Mother, if we can kill Jiangju, that will be a monumental achievement. The master will definitely reward our 9 sons Ghost Mother clan then." Feng Qingzi couldn't resist the temptation of such great benefits. She said, "All right, we'll do as you say," Lin Qingyi replied respectfully. "As you command." Meanwhile, inside the mountain cave, water and fire elements gathered. Jiangzhi was meditating in front of a golden alchemical furnace, supported by Aoshuan and Da Xiangshen behind him. The jade piece from earlier was resisting the purifying fire. Inside the azure flame, Jiangzhi sat there, concentrating and chanting. He formed a triangle with his hands to activate his spiritual power. Streams of fire and water energy had gathered behind him. The chanting grew louder, and Jiangzhi changed his hand seals, causing talismans filled with patterns to fly up. He recited each sentence clearly. Zi Xiao Dao, Tiankai Yao Yu Bai Wan Shen, Zhen Jun Xian Shen Tong, Shen Keng Gao Shen Wei. The talismans immediately spun into a circle above his head before stopping to burst into flames, gradually releasing concentrated spiritual energy that focused on one point. Jiangzhi continued to chant. Respectfully invite, Long Bian Tian Da Zhao Zhen Jun. A celestial general appeared behind him, his posture mirroring Jiangzhi's. The smoke gradually solidified, and the deity, like a puppet, opened his eyes, holding a red flame and a blue flame in his hands. Having just summoned one true form, Jiangzhi chanted another spell. Zi Xiao Tian Tai Shu Zhen Ren. A Buddha and a Kasaya, chanting Buddhist scriptures with prayer beads, appeared before him. Tian Yu Da Qian, Tian Yu Zi Xiao Tai Shu Zhen Jun, the true Lord who saves from suffering and disaster, the Xuan Dao ancestor. Bless and protect the people of Daqian with fortune, peace, and prosperity. Then, all three simultaneously released their pure true energy into the alchemical furnace. The three red and gold spiritual energies combined, causing the flames to burn even more intensely. The green jade piece gradually melted into liquid under the intense heat. Jiangzhi touched his forehead with 2 fingers and chanted. A fragment of his soul emerged under Jiangzhi's control as he waved his arm forward. The power of his spiritual mind also flew with it, passing through the flames to purify the jade that had turned into liquid. Under the high degree of control of his soul and the intensity of the flames, the jade gradually transformed into the shape of a sword. As the sword was about to take shape, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky. The light pierced through the cave and shot towards the moon, creating a bridge, accompanied by a voice proclaiming, Tian Yu Da Qian, the unsurpassed Zi Zhao Zhen Jun, saving and protecting the people. Anzhou Xuan, who had been observing from beginning to end, exclaimed in shock. So this is how you summon gods? This isn't inviting a god at all. How can you summon like this? Where's the altar? Where are the offerings? This is clearly a public announcement. The pillar of light gradually shrank, revealing the treasure sword. Da Xiangshen shouted excitedly. It's done! It's done! Jiangzhi waved his hand without any politeness to summon it, looking unusually handsome at this moment. The newly formed treasure sword obeyed its master's command and flew towards Jiangzhi on its own. Jiangzhi accurately caught the lightning fast sword. Seeing the surging sword energy, Da Xiangshen ran over to ask, Benefactor, is it completed? Old Long Aoshuan looked at the scene and guessed the result, enthusiastically congratulating him with clasped hands. Congratulations, little friend, on obtaining a supreme treasure. Jiangzhi raised his hand and chanted, preparing to engrave a name on the hilt of the sword. This broken dagger should also be renamed. He looked at it again and confidently said, from now on, you shall be called Daqian Dao. The pillar of light caused by forging the divine weapon shone a path to the moon, making it impossible for others not to notice, including the demon lord Tu Shanlan of the demon race. Her sensitive fox ears twitched slightly, but Tu Shanlan remained sitting with her eyes closed, meditating to calm her mind. She wasn't interested in gossiping about the surrounding events and just sat there calmly. While Hua Nu stood beside her, restless, she excitedly said, a divine weapon has appeared. It seems that old Long Shen's strength has increased again by another level. At this moment, Shanlan couldn't remain calm any longer. She opened her eyes and seriously predicted, this divine weapon isn't necessarily Lao Long Shen's. Hearing her master say that made Hua Nu a bit curious. She leaned in and asked, why do you say that, master? Tu Shanlan didn't answer, but asked instead, didn't you hear the prayers of the Dao Lingshan people? Seeming to vaguely guess something, Tu Shanlan asked further. Jiangzhi's head, Hua Nu, immediately knew what she was getting at and replied, he's over at the Yin-Yang cave. I heard he just got there. Connecting that with all the evidence, Hua Nu suddenly realized and guessed. So, the Xiaotian Zhenjun, the Qin emperor, Daqian, or is it that Jiangzhi and the human empress have some unclear relationship? Maybe Tu Shanlan had considered that possibility. Her 9 tails twitched slightly with her annoyance. Shanlan then gave Hua Nu another task. Send someone to deliver a wedding invitation to the Qin emperor of Daqian. Hearing the order, Hua Nu immediately bowed respectfully and agreed, yes. But in her heart, she was stirring with doubt. Delivering a wedding invitation? Is Master jealous? Nah. Master probably just wants to take advantage of the internal strife within the human race and meddle in their affairs. This is a huge scheme. Contrary to Huan Nu's thoughts about her scheming demon lord, Tu Shanlan was simply sulking. Jiangjie, why aren't you at the different immortal alliance yet? You're such an idiot. You couldn't even come up with a good excuse to get away from me, huh? Meanwhile, inside the yin-yang cave, the two of them had walked over to the waterfall to look at the letter from the different immortal alliance. Seeing Jiangju deep in thought, Aoshuan asked with concern, "Is something wrong with the letter?" Jiangju replied, "Nothing's wrong. I'm just afraid Aoshuan wouldn't understand." He added, "I didn't expect that some people can be so proper in person, but when they write letters, they become like a different person. And such a flirt. I find something interesting inside the letter." Aoshuan leaned closer, as if wanting to peek. "What do you mean by flirt?" But Jiangju quickly hid it and changed the subject. "Forget it, never mind." But in his heart, Jiangju got goosebumps. Suppressing the love is hard, unable to sleep well at night, tidying the bed to look forward to what the hell is that? He almost clearly wrote, "Let's date." Could it be this little grandson likes me? Ignoring the letter's content, Jiangjue seriously discussed with Aoshuan, "I plan to take a trip to Dongyai Mountain in the next couple of days." Then, he asked, "The demon lord is still here. Does Zhao Yu have any way to prevent her from knowing?" Before he could think of a countermeasure, the great elephant god frantically rushed over to stop him. "It's dangerous to go! Why does Benefactor have to go in person? Let your subordinates go." But Jiangju's mind was made up and couldn't be changed. "This isn't a small matter. I should still go in person." The great elephant god could only bow his head in salute. "If that's the case, I still hope Benefactor." Wait, the three of them walked together in front of a stone wall that looked very ordinary. The great elephant god stood in front of it and chanted a spell. Streams of wind passed through every crevice. The great elephant god's spell started to take effect. Flames appeared on his hands, and the wind pouring out from inside became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the top of the stone wall rose up into a table. On the newly revealed stone table, a series of high-grade magical artifacts were revealed. It was a complete set, from armor to weapons to elixirs. The great elephant god requested, "I hope Benefactor will take these with you." Jiangju blankly went over to take a look. He examined them for a while, then asked with some hesitation, "Isn't this a bit of an exaggeration?" But the great elephant god shouted seriously, making Jiangju a little embarrassed. "It's not an exaggeration. Benefactor is going deep into the dragon's pool and tiger's den. You must pay attention to your safety." But Jiangju was really a little embarrassed to receive so many things. He tried to persuade him. "This time, I have my own ways of dealing with things at the different immortal alliance. Besides, in the territory of Sun Moon Lake, I can always ask Aoshuan for help." Jiangjie said this with great momentum. The great elephant god reminded him implicitly, "I hope Benefactor understands." And in his heart he sighed silently. "Benefactor, don't you know how much trouble you cause? No matter how safe a place is, disaster will happen if you go there." Seeing that Jiangju didn't say anything more, the great elephant god respectfully saluted again and suggested, "Let your subordinates put them on for you, Benefactor." This time, he only sighed and didn't say anything more. One fine morning, the scene of the training ground appeared, surrounded by towering pagodas. On the field stood Tu Shanlan with her arms crossed. Today, she was wearing a simple, tight-fitting outfit suitable for exercise. On her face, there was a hint of joy, mixed with a bit of pride. Standing opposite Shanlan was Jiangju. In contrast to her simple clothes, he was wearing the armor he had taken from the great elephant god. Jiangju was stiff and awkward, which was quite amusing. The two stood staring at each other. One side looked very relaxed, with her hands on her hips, while the other looked as serious as if going into battle. Coincidentally, a gust of wind blew, causing fine dust to fly up, adding to the drama. In the stands above, Tu Suning said to Keilei with some worry, "It's over, it's over. Brother-in-law is about to be beaten to a pulp by older sister again. Brother-in-law's fate is truly bitter. It's even more miserable than An Ning's." But Keilei, sitting next to her, wasn't worried at all. He picked up a candy and chewed it, comforting An Ning. "Sister, this time, Master probably won't be crippled." Tu Shanning didn't agree with that. She turned to explain. "You're still young. You don't understand. Apart from me, my brother-in-law is the only person who has been beaten by my older sister and is still alive. Which means, she is hitting him lightly, but many times." Suddenly the commotion below made Shan Ning stop arguing. She looked down with interest. "Oh, it's starting, it's starting!" Before even getting to the battle that Jiangju had hastily bragged about earlier. "My dear, take my advice. This time she needs to be more careful." But the great demon lord didn't take that advice seriously at all and just scoffed. Yeah. In this match, Tu Shanlan attacked first. She charged towards Jiangju like a whirlwind. Seeing Shanlan about to get close, Jiangju immediately pulled out a fan made from demon beast bones. Jiangju held it, assuming a stance. He fanned it horizontally, and immediately two sharp streaks of spiritual energy overlapped, forming two streams of spiritual energy that shot out at the same time as Tu Shanlan was also flying towards him. When the two sides were about to collide, Shanlan jumped up, doing a mid-air spin and quickly dodging Jiangju's move. Based on the momentum, Tu Shanlan, who was flying in the air, immediately and powerfully descended on Jiangju, catching him a little off guard. Shan Ning raised her fist, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Just as she landed, Tu Shanlan gave Jiangju a slap that sent him flying dozens of meters. Wherever Jiangju flew, the screams followed, his whole body grinding against the ground, sending dust and rocks flying everywhere. When he finally came to a stop, Jiangju groaned in pain. Ouch. But Jiangju still refused to give in to his wife. He pulled out a medicinal pill prepared by the great elephant god and put it in his mouth. But before Jiangju could swallow it, Tu Shanlan squeezed his mouth, causing him to spit the pill out. Shanlan grabbed Jiangju's cheeks so he could look into her eyes. Her eyes were a little tsundere, making him say vaguely, "My dear, so rough, though." No sooner had those golden words left his mouth than Jiangju was beaten to a pulp by Tu Shanlan. She swung her hand, slapping him straight in the face, causing the magical artifacts hidden on his person to fly out. Not stopping there, Shanlan gave Jiangju an uppercut, sending pills and weapons flying. Finally, she followed up with a flying knee to Jiangju's stomach, causing him to painfully spit out red liquid. Jiangju was sent flying far away, covered in wounds, and had to raise a white flag, waving it. "No more fighting, no more fighting, I surrender, I surrender." Shanlan looked at the pile of rare and exotic treasures scattered on the ground around him, and asked unhappily, "Did you come to Sunmoon Lake to extort money?" Tu Shanlan then lectured, "Ultimately, the path of cultivation must rely on oneself. Relying only on external objects will become a burden." Jiangju also nodded in agreement. Yes, my dear's teachings are correct." After that, the two of them said nothing more. Shanlan stood where the light shone, looking towards him. Coincidentally, a gentle breeze brought peach blossoms, adding to her beauty. Jiangju, who was looking at Shanlan, was also a little moved and blushed, silently enjoying the beauty. Suddenly, Tu Shanlan asked suggestively, "Compared to that new emperor of Daqian, how is this demon lord of the myriad demon kingdom?" Jiangju keenly recognized a deadly question. Not daring to answer directly, Jiangju quickly moved closer and asked back, "Does your majesty really want to know?" Tu Shanlan was a little coquettish and sulky, but the super dense Jiangju thought to himself in confusion, "HMPH, what does that mean? Want to or not want to? Women are so troublesome." Then Shanlan changed the subject. "The Su clan is making some moves. Tomorrow I need to take a trip over there," Jiangju asked with concern. "How many days will your majesty be gone?" Shanlan turned her back to him and replied, 2 days should be enough." Hearing this, he pretended to be sad and said, "Your majesty's departure this time makes me reluctant." Shanlan then said, "Reluctant like this? Do you want to come along?" But Jiangju immediately changed his tune, cheerfully calling out, "Come back early. Have a safe trip," making Shanlan almost die of anger on the stage. Tu Shanning asked in surprise, "Xiao Ke Lei, how did you know? Are you like my brother, Kila? Can you tell fortunes?" He replied proudly, "I just know it." But in his heart, he happily thought, "Master wants to pin down mistress every day. Mistress also inquires about master's affairs from me every day. Between you two is the love that people often talk about." It was early in the morning, and the foot of Yunya Mountain was already noisy. Here, Jiangju stood below and greeted the gate guard standing in formation there in a loud voice. "Wandering cultivator Jiangju has arrived, requesting a meeting." 7 guards in fur coats, hands already gripping their swords, were ready for a fight. But upon hearing the name, Jiangju, they lowered their weapons. Instantly, their attitudes flipped. They parted ways, respectfully clearing the path and becoming polite tour guides. "Jiang Xiansheng, please follow us. Our young master has been expecting you for quite some time." Jiangju clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "My thanks." After being led by one of the guards into a waiting room, which was a chamber inside the cave lit by 2 massive jade stones, Jiangju sat on a chair, looking thoughtful. Jiangju pretended to lift the teacup, sniffing it as if to taste it, about to drink as usual, but when the cup was just enough to cover his mouth, he quietly called out, "An Ning." As if afraid of being overheard and giving himself away, Tu Shanning quickly slapped the back of Jiangju's hand that was holding the lid of the teacup. Having confirmed that Tu Shanning had managed to follow him here, Jiangju felt a wave of relief and sighed. Afterwards, Jiangju glanced around, testing the waters. He speculated, "For them to let me waltz in here like this, could it be that the mysterious figure hiding in the shadows helping the alien alliance isn't in the alliance? Or..." Meanwhile, footsteps were approaching the waiting room. Jiangju heard the sound and stopped his speculation. Turning around, Lin Qingyi saw him and couldn't contain her excitement, rushing over, shouting, "Xixiang, Guzu." Sensing that Lin Qingyi was a bit different today, Jiangju narrowed his eyes, staring at her. Seeing that Jiangju wasn't saying anything, coupled with his cold gaze, Lin Qingyi hesitated and didn't dare rush forward anymore. But Jiangju suddenly changed, showing a beaming smile, running over and calling out warmly, "Good apprentice, granddaughter." As if the cold person from before wasn't him at all, Jiangju had just rushed over and hugged both of her arms, wrapping them around Lin Qingyi, when she yelped as if electrocuted. Just that one hug seemed to have cost Lin Qingyi half her life. She was so tired she couldn't even stand, and there was even a bit of smoke rising from her body. Seeing this, Jiangju stopped greeting her and shook her, asking, "What's wrong?" Lin Qingyi vowed to never touch Jiangju again. She backed away several meters and raised her hand to stop him. "It's nothing. It's just that it's been too long since I've seen Shixiangzu, so I'm a little excited." But in her heart she thought, what is this guy? A reincarnated benevolent person is one thing, but to have such powerful golden light of merit. But how could Jiangju stop there? With the face of a senior doting on a junior, he opened his arms, saying lovingly, "Shixiong, Xiaozu misses you too. Come here and let me give you a hug." Lin Qingyi was shocked at the thought of Jiangju approaching her again. The pain from just now reminded Lin Qingyi how terrified she was, retreating further back to avoid Jiangju touching her. She quickly made an excuse. "Wait a minute, Shixiangzu, I have something important to report to you." Jiangju stopped in place, innocently asking, "What is it?" Lin Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he wasn't coming any closer. But unexpectedly, Jiangju suddenly lunged forward and hugged her tightly, this time even tighter than before, causing Lin Qingyi to be jolted even more intensely. And at the same time he said, never mind, whatever it is can wait. "Come on, my good apprentice granddaughter, I miss you so much." Lin Qingyi was being held in Jiangju's arms but felt no happiness at all. Her whole body was smoking again, and she muttered under her breath, "This Jiangju is actually an even bigger lecher than I am. How can someone like this cultivate such abundant golden light of merit?" Having been burned by the golden light of merit again, Lin Qingyi was so tired that she couldn't even stand and had to sit down, her face pale and covered in sweat. Seeing her struggling like that, Jiangju still acted like he didn't know anything, asking in surprise, "What's wrong?" Jiangju hurriedly walked over as if to help. "Let Shixiangzu help you up." But Lin Qingyi was as scared as if she were avoiding an evil spirit. Trying her best to back away to avoid him, "I can do it myself, let me do it." After a round of hugs and greetings, the two of them became serious again. This time, Lin Qingyi had learned from her experience and stood a good distance away from Jiangju. She respectfully invited Jiangju. "Shixiangzu has traveled a long way to get here. Please have some tea." But her head was already full of evil thoughts. "Jiangju, no matter how great your abilities are, your cultivation is only low level. As long as you drink this soul-severing tea." And then, Jiangju calmly opened the lid of the teacup, watching the white smoke rise, making him a little suspicious. Jiangju raised the cup full of tea to his mouth, about to take a sip. Seeing that Jiangju was about to fall into the trap made Lin Qingyi excitedly stare at him. But things didn't go as Lin Qingyi wished. Jiangju handed her the tea and asked, "Tu Shanlan is staring so intently. If you're thirsty, drink first." Lin Qingyi immediately felt guilty. She waved her hand repeatedly, explaining, "Not thirsty, not thirsty, not thirsty. Little Grandmaster, please drink first." Seeing Lin Qingyi like this, Jiangju didn't offer again. He withdrew his hand, intending to drink. Lin Qingyi was looking forward to this moment more than anything, leaning forward as if wanting to see him drink the entire cup. But Jiangju gently placed the cup down on the table and said calmly, "Well, it's cold." This made Lin Qingyi want to curse inwardly. "You little brat better have something going on," she suggested, refusing to give up. "Then I'll get you another cup of tea." Jiangju just raised his hand to stop her and made another excuse. "Forget it, I don't want to drink anymore. Let's talk business. It's a waste of time and nothing gets done." Lin Qingyi cursed Jiangju like crazy in her head. Then Jiangju asked, "Little grand disciple, how far along is the matter I assigned you last time?" Lin Qingyi replied, "Well, I came because of this. My father has agreed to meet you." Jiangju immediately stood up and suggested, "All right then, let's go meet him." Lin Qingyi went ahead to lead the way. "Follow me." After a while, they were about to leave the cave. Just as they reached the entrance, they saw two more guards standing watch. They respectfully bowed. "Young master," Lin Qingyi said calmly. Her eyes suddenly turned red and she glanced at the guard on the left, looking possessed. Veins popped out on his neck, and his eyes were as bloodshot as hers. Then, Lin Qingyi glanced to the right, and that guard was quickly brought under her control. As Jiangju and Lin Qingyi exited the cave, the two guards pulled out soul-devouring nails, preparing to ambush. Taking advantage of Jiangju's back being turned, they spun around and raised the nails to stab. Lin Qingyi, walking ahead, also smiled sinisterly, pulling out another nail. What will happen to Jiangju? Remembering the last time Lin Qingyi plotted to lure Jiangju into the trap she set, with a tiger behind and a wolf in front. Jiangju's current situation is 1 against 3. The 2 guards and Lin Qingyi simultaneously attacked Jiangju. Just as the nail tip grazed him, coincidentally he was bending down to pick something up. Jiangju activated his protective zhenki just in time, but he still couldn't completely avoid it, and his robe tore 2 lines across his shoulders, revealing a layer of azure-scale armor. Seeing the armor on his body, Lin Qingyi immediately changed her plan. She stopped moving, but the 2 controlled subordinates didn't pay attention. They rushed forward madly to attack Jiangju again. But how could Jiangju, being so skilled, not have been prepared? He immediately unleashed the fire escape technique, blasting fire from his mouth that quickly engulfed them. Miserable screams rang out. The flames burned fiercely, but they had no wounds, and black smoke rose from them. After the fire weakened, they passed out. At this moment, Lin Qingyi jumped in to help, yelling, "Little Grandmaster, be careful," and quickly unleashed her spiritual power to tie up the 2 unconscious figures. Who knows what spell she used, but she made the spiritual energy pierce into their heads, causing them to scream in agony. Finally, she destroyed the living evidence. When the 2 fell, Lin Qingyi stopped. The blood from their bodies dripped from her hands onto the ground. Lin Qingyi hurriedly ran over to ask, "Little Grandmaster, are you all right?" Jiangju feigned fear. "Oh my, you scared me to death. Luckily, I was wearing this protective armor, otherwise I would have been in danger." Looking at Jiangju's expression of relief at having just escaped death, Lin Qingyi secretly judged, "My mother, my daughter, and I have cultivated for over 100 years, and even a low-grade Dao artifact is hard to get. This Jiangju is only at the 7th or 8th rank of cultivation, yet he has a high-grade Dao artifact like this to wear. The more I look, the more I crave the treasure." Lin Qingyi secretly plotted a way to snatch the item. What a waste of resources. If Jiangju gave this to my mother, this treasure, I fear. Then Jiangju tentatively asked, "Little Grand Disciple, what was that all about?" Lin Qingyi's expression became serious. "Little Grandmaster, things have changed a bit. I'm afraid that mysterious person wants to kill you. Now there's no time to think carefully. I'll protect you and get you out of here first." Hearing this, Jiangju also agreed. Okay, let's go quickly." But after taking only a few steps, Jiangju collapsed, startling Lin Qingyi. He complained, No, my legs are all wobbly." "Little Grand Disciple, carry me on your back." Seeing Jiangju's weak and frail appearance, Lin Qingyi was a little annoyed and cursed inwardly. This useless, effeminate deadbeat. Her face darkened, but she had to endure it. Lin Qingyi bit down hard on her hand, causing herself to bleed, then raised her hand, preparing to cast a spell. A blob of blood floated in the air, swirling. Lin Qingyi concentrated on chanting, and the red light around her gradually brightened. From that boiling pile of blood, a hand grew out, followed by a leg taking shape. Then a fully grown human body made of fresh blood appeared, catching Jiangju a bit off guard. Jiangju pointed at the blood dude and asked, "Where did you learn this blood puppet art?" But Lin Qingyi snapped back. "Forget about Little Grandmaster's thing, now's not the time to pry into that." Afraid Jiangju would ask more and discover something, Lin Qingyi made the blood dude hoist Jiangju onto his shoulder and haul ass out Jeddah there. Over at the Foreign Immortal Alliance's front hall, the zombie kids started their usual racket. "Mommy, is Big Sis doing okay over there? Mommy, let's go too. If we don't, she'll hog all the good stuff." "Yeah, Mommy, Big Sis is the best at sucking yang essence. That Jiangju's marrow will be gone in no time." After being nagged to death, Feng Qingzi angrily grabbed one of them, making the others scatter in fear, letting out pitiful wails. "Mommy?" His face was radiating murderous intent, but deep down he was a little worried. Is Jiangju really that easy to deal with? Even the master with his boundless power hesitated to make a move. He could only hope his daughter would be careful. Suddenly, a soul tried to escape from Feng Qingzi's chest, shocking him. Lin Qingyi's real soul was still alive, and she was breaking free from the demoness imprisoning her, to fly off and seek Jiangju's help. Feng Qingzi could only watch as she escaped her confinement, cursing, "You bitch, how dare you!" Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Jiangju calmly closed his eyes to rest, riding piggyback on the blood dude who was moving like a monkey, while Lin Qingyi went full free-on parkour with her super speed. Getting bored of the scenery, Jiangju tried to make conversation. "Little Grand Disciple, you're coming back so late, do you know the name of that Shenjiao Palace Taoist?" Which Yishin sect disciple? How would the soul inside Lin Qingyi know? She got a little annoyed, trying to avoid her little grandmaster. Now's not the time for chatting. Suddenly, the Alliance base and the surrounding forest were blaring alarm sirens. Jiangju was a bit dazed. "What's that sound?" Lin Qingyi stopped dead in her tracks, replying, Crap! Mommy and Daddy know I'm trying to help you escape. The others are probably on their way to catch us. This time, Lin Qingyi bit her finger hard to draw blood again. She took the blood and drew on her palm, chanting at the same time, "Divine power of amnesty. 5 gods line up as immortals," Lin Qingyi continued. 1. I invite the Gering metal god of the 4 directions. 2. I invite the Eastern Yi wood god. Her 5 fingers immediately separated, but she didn't seem to be in any pain. Lin Qingyi swung her arm and shouted, "5-finger divine power." The 5 fingertips, enveloped in flames, shot off in all directions. Jiangju was curious, coming closer to ask, "Aren't you good with swords? How do you know the 5-finger divine powers?" Lin Qingyi had to patiently explain, "My dad's a Shenxiao Palace disciple. Of course I know some Shenxiao Palace techniques. Little Grandmaster, don't interrupt my spellcasting. Let me focus on controlling the 5-finger divine power so I can find a way out." She said that much. But Jiangju still wondered. But the master of Qiang Heaven hates using flesh and blood to nurture yang devils and gods the most. Feng Qingzi is a Qiang Heaven disciple. Where did he learn the 5-finger divine power? Making Lin Qingyi freeze up. Up high, the wind rustled, causing the trees to sway, and a figure of a 9-tailed fox was observing from the mountaintop. It was Tu Shanlan, who had seen everything from the beginning. She felt a little annoyed. Doesn't he know to bring some helpers? Should I make a move? Tu Shanlan mumbled, "Jiangju's usually pretty smart. How did he become so careless this time? Could it be that being around me for too long has made him lose his sense of danger? But if I make a move now, he'll immediately know I'm following him, and the little spy will be exposed instantly. Maybe I should wait a little longer." Back to Jiangju's group, Lin Qingyi, after being questioned so many times, looked at him suspiciously. She secretly wondered, has this guy figured something out? Suddenly, Jiangju came to his own rescue. But it's pretty normal. Even though our sect has strong attacks, and can even kill monsters above our level, we have to take too long to build up before casting spells. Devils and gods that use their own flesh and blood to nurture can strike first, and also enjoy the pleasure of raising pets. It's fine if your dad learned a trick or two. Lin Qingyi was overjoyed and echoed, Little Grandmaster is so right. Suddenly, a group of soldiers with weapons searched everywhere nearby, cheering loudly. The leader said, "Capture the enemies, and you'll get 100 high-grade spirit stones, and a mid-grade spiritual tool. Don't let them escape! Kill!" The shouts echoed to their location. Lin Qingyi quickly ordered the blood dude to continue moving. "Little Granduncle, this way!" After a mad dash, they arrived at the main gate of the Foreign Immortal Alliance base. But before they could enter, they were stopped by 2 gatekeepers. Lin Qingyi was furious and shouted, "Are you blind, you dogs? Do you know who I am? Get out of my way!" But their faces looked uncomfortable, pointing at Jiangju and saying, "Young master, you're making things difficult for us. We wouldn't dare stop you, but this person must stay." Unexpectedly, Lin Qingyi arrogantly asked, "What if I don't agree?" The 2 men drew their swords and respectfully said, "Then we'll have to offend you, young master. After all, you're just the young master, not the alliance leader." Suddenly, winds started gathering behind Lin Qingyi. Decisively, she pulled out a long nail. Then, without hesitation, she stabbed it into the hand that had lost a few fingers earlier. Blood gushing out non-stop, Lin Qingyi yelled, "Spell!" And the 5 severed fingers instantly returned. From the edge of the forest, loud crashes echoed, followed by smoke rising from each of Lin Qingyi's 5 fingers. They flew back together, each finger emitting an eerie purple light. The 5 fingers stopped in front of the city gate, making the 2 guards shudder with fear. Even scarier, those fingers started swelling with blood, forming tiny, clustered blood balloons. Suddenly, all 5 things ballooned even bigger, the blood bubbles expanding until no flesh was visible anymore. All 5 fingers completely transformed into blood demons, but they looked even scarier than the centaur Jiangju was riding. The 2 guards, terrified, backed away several steps. One of them asked in disbelief, "Young master, how do you know this evil technique?" Lin Qingyi ignored him and ordered her pets, "Kill them for me." All 5, upon hearing the command, charged forward wildly, making the 2 soldiers tremble and freeze in place. Suddenly, Jiangju shouted, "Scram!" making Lin Qingyi turn his head back in agitation. At this moment, Jiangju had summoned his true fire and his treasure sword. He leisurely lectured, "Little Grand disciple, you dare to learn something as wicked as this? Summoning spells aren't for you to use like this." The 5 wisps of true fire transformed into 5 celestial soldier deities, holding various weapons, standing majestically behind Jiangju. His great sundering blade was also glowing brightly, ready for battle. Lin Qingyi was shocked to see this. He recognized the divine immortals at a glance, and stuttered. Mystical soldiers commanded as generals. The sword, no-wielding deity. Without hesitation he rushed towards the blood demon centaur, shouting heroically, What evil creature dares to act presumptuously before a supreme god? Die! He quickly approached and used his sword, unleashing a wave of golden light that pierced through the demon's back, the sword going straight through its chest, revealing a long segment and causing it to scream in pain. No demon could withstand being stabbed by a deity's sword. The centaur couldn't endure it and exploded. He also retracted the sword from the humanoid form until the red liquid splattered everywhere, and the demon returned to its original form as a finger. As soon as the finger fell to the ground, it automatically flew up and flew back to Lin Qingyi's body. Quickly raised his hand to put the finger back on, his expression pained by the pain of being pierced by that supreme god. The pain was transmitted, causing Lin Qingyi to tremble in pain. He pointed at Jiangju and said, "You," but he calmly advised, "Little grand disciple, bear with it. This monstrosity is something you nurture with your own blood and flesh. Damaging your yin virtue isn't good for you. Let me help you subdue it." Looking at Lin Qingyi's hand with only the middle finger trembling, Jiangju sneered a little. "Don't point your index finger at me, you only have the middle finger left. I feel like you're flipping me off." Meanwhile, the remaining supreme gods rushed forward to eliminate the remaining demons. They waved their weapons and slashed away, looking like they were recreating moves from some martial arts manual. All 4 blood demons were defeated and had to return to Lin Qingyi's body. He had to endure quadruple the usual pain at the same time. Lin Qingyi lost his composure and growled, Jiangju." Then Lin Qingyi shouted again, Jiangju! The remaining demon pounced to attack him. But Jiangju jumped to dodge it, not forgetting to provoke, "Chitsk, chitsk, this is too hot, not suitable to be a mount." Taking advantage of the fact that the blood demon had not turned around, Jiangju jumped down and stabbed it again, ending the evil monster's life, immediately turning into a pool of blood. But that wasn't the end of it. Jiangju continued to charge forward. This time his target was Lin Qingyi. The treasure sword emitted a green light as it charged forward. Jiangju aimed straight at the space between Lin Qingyi's eyebrows and pierced through, as if he were just an illusion. The purple ghost possessing Lin Qingyi's body immediately flew out, a huge crack appearing on its head, cursing, "Jiangju, you saw through it a long time ago. You saw through it a long time ago." But Jiangju didn't back down either and continued to attack, retorting, "Idiot, didn't your master tell you not to play tricks in front of me?" Knowing it couldn't win, the purple ghost could only beg, "You can't kill me. You can't kill me." But his sword was already on its head, forcing it to blurt out, "Lin Qingyi's 3 origins were destroyed because I replaced her 3 origins fire. If you kill me, she'll die instantly." The purple ghost's words sounded somewhat convincing, making Jiangju hesitate and stop his hand. It looked at the sharp blade in front of it, shivering in fear. Knowing Jiangju had spared it this time, it quickly returned to Lin Qingyi's unconscious body on the ground. Seeing the ghost had obediently returned, Jiangju walked over and picked up Lin Qingyi, right in front of the 2 guards. Annoyed by their prying eyes, Jiangju turned his head and glared. Just one look from him made them tremble. Then Jiangju mumbled some kind of incantation, making it hard for anyone to understand. With a thud, both of them disappeared on the spot, leaving only a cloud of white smoke that surprised the guards. Immediately afterward, they quickly returned to the base to report. After hearing the guard's story, Feng Qingzi's roar immediately echoed. "Disappeared? How could people suddenly disappear into thin air?" The guard truthfully recounted, "Madam, it really happened like that. Suddenly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Moreover, they say Jiangju's knife is terrifying. 1 slash, and he chopped Big Sister out of her body." Lin Qingyi mentioning that purple ghost only made Feng Qingzi angrier. "That wench, she deserved it. I told her long ago that Jiangju isn't as easy to deal with as she thinks, but she still dared to have such thoughts." But the guard still optimistically reminded, "Madam, the 9 Sons Ghost Mother hasn't been destroyed. The 9 Sons can't die. As long as you're all right, Big Sister can't die either." The anger in Feng Qingzi reached its peak, and she shouted, "I wish she would just die. Good riddance to that wench." Now she's fallen into Jiangju's hands. She was afraid she had messed with the wrong person. If Jiangju gets away, the mission assigned by the master will be over. At that time, our mother and daughter will be better off dead. She angrily summoned 3 purple ghosts. Every one of them had a scheming look on their faces. Smirking, Feng Qingzi's expression darkened, and she yelled, "You guys find him for me. If Jiangju doesn't show up, I'll lead all the different immortals inside the different immortal alliance base." Soldiers were frantically searching everywhere. They said to each other, "The alliance master has given the order. If we don't find that human cultivator, we'll all lose our heads. Hurry up. Nothing here, let's check over there." Completely unaware that Jiangju was hiding in the corner of a wall. Seeing the soldiers were gone, Jiangju put Lin Qingyi down and sighed. "This won't do. These body refiners have too much density. Carrying her like this won't work." Tu Shanning emerged from some kind of alley, having heard everything, and put on a disdainful face and sneered, "Jiangju brother, Quen, Shiklaw, you're too weak." Her appearance surprised Jiangju. He asked, Ning, what are you doing here? Shan Ning acted dumbfounded and taunted. Brother, Koan, Law, what's wrong with your memory? Have you forgotten? Remembering 2 days ago, on a cool, clear moonlit night with a gentle breeze, Shan Ning was sound asleep on her soft, comfortable bed when someone broke into the room and made Shan Ning run, making her open her eyes with shock, while not understanding what was going on. Seeing the familiar yellow Taoist robe, Shan Ning anxiously asked, B, brother, Gyarian, Law, W, Lao, what do you want to do? Jiang Jie answered while running, Ning, I'm taking you away. Dozens of scenarios flashed through Tu Shan Ning's mind, scaring her so much that she cried out, You want to elope with me, brother-in-law? My sister just left. This isn't good. Jiangju suddenly realized and pretended to smile, saying, So that's what's happening. But Shan Ning resentfully reproached, You already said you'd take me away. Jiangju seriously changed his tune. Don't leave for now. I have a mission for you. Jiangju knelt before Lin Qingyi and pleaded with Ning, Can you turn big like last time? The pride of a fox demon rose, causing Shan Ning to immediately refuse without thinking, No way! I said you could only ride me once. Jiangju had to find some slimy excuses. I'm not asking you to let me ride you. I just need you to help me carry her this time. Tu Shan Ning immediately shook her head and coldly replied, Even less so. I am the esteemed young mistress of Tu Shan. How could I let a human slave ride me? Feeling unable to persuade Shan Ning, Jiangju had no choice but to find another way. Forget it. I can only think of waking her up first. Seeing that she wouldn't be bothered anymore, Shan Ning then asked, Brother-in-law, when did you notice she was acting strange? Jiangju replied, From the very beginning. She became more curious. Then why did you just chop her down in the first place? Jiangju, while getting close to observe Lin Qingyi, replied, I didn't want to act at first. I just saw that she wanted to kill the people of the Yi-Xian alliance. This little grandniece of mine is very stubborn, and when she wakes up, she will definitely think that she has killed those people. If she becomes fixated on that, it will be very troublesome. Seeing Jiangju so close to another woman, Shan Ning angrily bit his sleeve, pulled him away, and threatened, Brother, Grun, Frala, are you taking advantage of her misfortune? I'm going to tell big sister. The fear of Tu Shan Lan made Jiangju tch, but he still knowingly tossed 2 starstones to Shan Ning. Seeing the benefits, she immediately forgot about her big sister and generously said, Brother-in-law, continue. I didn't see anything. Having dealt with Tu Shan Ning, Jiangju activated his heavenly eye, observing the 3 weak wisps of soul floating on either side of Lin Qingyi's shoulders and in the middle of her forehead. Jiangju was a little uncomfortable. These wandering ghosts without bodies are actually using the method of seizing bodies, damaging their yin virtue like that. After a while of observation, thankfully, Lin Qingyi slowly opened her eyes. As soon as her vision cleared, Lin Qingyi saw Jiangju standing opposite her, staring intently at her, causing her to be a little embarrassed and blush. Lin Qingyi immediately lowered her head, her heart in turmoil. What's going on? Little Ancestral Master, why is he here? Did I get body snatched or something? Little Ancestral Master is so handsome, so close. What does Little Ancestral Master want to do? Is he going to kiss me? Thinking of this, Qingyi was a little shy but also slightly puckered her lips. What should I do? He's so strong I can't resist. Contrary to her fantasies, there was no romantic kiss. Jiangji covered Qingyi's mouth with his hand and calmly said, Little grand, niece, have some self-respect. Qingyi stammered to explain, I thought that, Little Ancestral Master, that. Jiangju had to pave the way for her to save face. I understand. But my little aunt is still here. Shan Ning, having just absorbed the spirit stones, turned back to see that Qingyi had woken up and shouted, Brother, Breen, Law, she's awake. Quickly chop her down. Hearing this, Qingyi couldn't help but shudder, fearfully thinking, Just a kiss, not even kissed yet, and I'm already getting chopped down. Is the family law of Tu Shan so strict? Jiangju flicked Shan Ning's forehead and explained, Chop what chop? This is a real person. When she calmed down and thought about it, unexpectedly, Little Ancestral Master personally came for her, and didn't even mind the hard work to save her in such a dangerous situation. Lin Qingyi sincerely took his hand and advised, Little Ancestral Master, you shouldn't have come. But Jiangju righteously said, Since I'm already here, Qingyi, tell me what happened at the Yi-Xian alliance first. Qingyi obediently recounted everything. After returning to the Yi-Xian alliance, I drank a cup of tea and lost consciousness. Then I was locked in a prison. Then, mentioning this, Qingyi remembered something important. She hastily shouted, Little Ancestral Master, my father has also been bodied, snatched by a heretic. You really shouldn't have come here. The Yi-Xian alliance is currently very dangerous. Jiangju coughed awkwardly. He seriously said, Whether or not this is dangerous should be up to me to say. Seemingly unable to withstand the excitement, Qingyi forgot to control her hand strength. Jiangju yelled, "Let go! Let go! You're using too much force!" Seeing this, she said, "Oh," and released his hand. Jiang Shangju stood up and said, "Little grandniece, I, TCH, am still in your sea of consciousness. Close your eyes and endure it for a while." Looking at the sword in front of her, Qingyi was a little apprehensive, secretly sweating in her hands. Having already held the sword straight at someone's daughter, Jiang Jie still wanted to ask again. "Do you trust me?" Lin Qingyi, still tiredly leaning against the wall, replied decisively, "Yes." Receiving the trust from Qingyi, Jiangju decisively swung his sword to chop down, but Lin Qingyi panicked and squeezed her eyes shut, constantly screaming and begging for mercy. "Immortal, spare me! Immortal, spare me!" That purple ghost panicked and escaped from Qingyi's body. It clasped its hands together, begging for a way out. Begging the immortal to spare this little one's life. This little one will definitely keep everything a secret. Will act like I know nothing. Jiangju didn't care at all, but instead asked it to do something else. "No need for you to answer. I'll ask you. Did you want to find me for a fortune-telling session?" This time the purple ghost was a little stunned. It was totally floored by Jiangju's weird train of thought, like it wanted him to repeat it, so it went, "Huh, what?" Jiangju switched gears again, suddenly pointing his sword right at it and threatening, "You really think that just because the demon mother isn't dead, her 9 kids are immortal?" Seeing the blade so close, the purple demon couldn't help but sweat bullets. Its blue eyes lit up a little. Jiangju kept up the menacing tone. "If I keep your soul here, nurturing my 5 yin gods, how long do you think your demon mother will stick around before ditching you?" Shan Ning just watched from the sidelines, not getting involved, also a bit apprehensive, thinking to herself, "Bro-in-law looks scary right now." Seeing the sword getting closer, the purple demon hurriedly made excuses. "Jiangju, you want to force me to really die? You should know. If I die, your little grand disciple can only be a wandering ghost. Are you that heartless?" Qingyi's real soul woke up and immediately yelled, "Little ancestor, don't hold back on my account. Demon slaying needs to be swift. At worst, I'll give up this body and cultivate the demon path." Jiangju had to calm her down. "With your little ancestor here, you won't die. Don't worry." While those two were talking, the purple demon was scheming. "If I reveal my master's identity, they definitely won't let me live. But if I don't listen, Jiangju will make my life worse than death. Now only a desperate gamble can save me," it yelled out loud. "Mother, your daughter knows she's wrong. Your daughter knows she's wrong." Not letting it keep yelling like that, Jiangju slashed it decisively, making it angrily bear a grudge. "Jiangju, in the next life, I definitely won't forgive you." Seeing the purple demon injured, but getting ready to escape, Jiangju was a little anxious. Thinking this isn't good, Jiangju immediately recited an incantation, summoning true fire and ordering, "5 yin, listen to my command, capture its soul for me." The 5 flames quickly turned into old men, attacking and surrounding the purple demon all at once. Even scarier, after the purple demon's cry for help, another evil force showed up, making the miasma foggy. Jiangju turned his head in surprise and saw devilish energy was leaking through the cracks in the mountain rocks. The streams of devilish energy that just crawled out immediately transformed into purple demons. They crazily howled and flew over, all 8 of them rushing towards them. They didn't forget to mock each other. "Big sis, why are you in such a mess? Mother is really angry this time. Big sis, you're doomed, hee hee. Why call her Big Sis? Once she resurrects, she will be the weakest little sister. The purple demon Big Sis." Before being destroyed by the 5 yin old man's spell, crazily cursed, "Sluts, all of you are sluts. Jiangju, you and I are irreconcilable." Jiangju quickly went to Qingyi, who was unconscious. He raised his sword to defend and called out, "An Ning." Shan Ning understood, bravely flying up, preparing to attack, to show off the strength of the noble Tushan young master. Those purple demons weren't scared at all and rushed crazily. From their mouths appeared black threads. The black threads wrapped tightly around Shan Ning, immobilizing her. Shan Ning suddenly, she'd, looking a little pitiful. Seeing Shan Ning tied up, the 8 purple demons greedily pounced on her. Shan Ning could only lie there and look at them greedily. "So delicious, flesh and blood. This piece of meat is mine. No one can fight me for it." But before they could touch Shan Ning, Jiangju jumped out and slashed at their key points, scaring the purple demons back. Jiangju took a defensive stance and recited an incantation, summoning 5 yin 5 gods, hear my command. Jiangju pointed forward and 5 heavenly soldiers and generals of the court appeared and quickly attacked each demon. One by one they were defeated. Jiangju let the generals attack, while he ran over to see how Shan Ning was, feeling bad for the poor little fox tied up and helplessly calling bro, Ju, law. Jiangju quickly recited a spell to dispel the devilish binding ropes, while comforting her. "It's okay, don't be scared." Jiangju just finished healing Shan Ning and was about to pick up Qingyi and run, when, boom! A cloud of dust rose up behind the wall, rocks and dirt flying everywhere. A huge, slimy monster was clumsily running through the streets, its oversized body smashing the surrounding houses. Jiangju just picked up Shanning and Qingyi when he heard it yell, "Jiangju, you killed my daughter." Feng Qingzi's face emerged from that fat body. He yells, "Jiangju, you killed my daughter." That monster stomped his foot, and the ground trembled, dust flying everywhere. With a wave of his hand, streams of demonic energy flew from behind, forming arms that tried to grab Jiangju and the others. But before they could touch them, Jiangju cast a spell and teleported instantly. Those long arms just swiped through the air, missing completely. Feng Qingzi witnessed it all and was totally stunned. He vanished. Jiangju got away. This sent Feng Qingzi into a rage. He ordered his goons. How could he just disappear? Find him. Find Jiangju now. Inside a cave where Jiangju had teleported, Shanning asked him, "Brother-in-law, why didn't you just wipe out those demons? Use that thing you set up where Aji is in seclusion? That thing is awesome." Jiangju explained, "Setting up a feng shui formation isn't easy. It's a method of borrowing the power of the land." Then he turned to face her and added, "Mount Dongyai's feng shui is just okay. Can't set up a formation like that here." Shanning asked worriedly, "So what do we do? Should we go back and get Ajie to take care of them?" Hearing that, Jiangju carefully reminded her, "We're sneaking around, aren't you afraid Jiangju will lock you up and beat you?" Shanning made a funny face and said, "Not scared." Thinking about Tu Shanlan made Jiangju instantly refuse. "You're not scared, but I am." "Okay, don't even think about it. We have a helper," Shanning urged. "Then what are we waiting for? Call the helper." But he was being cagey. "It's not time yet." They were chatting away, while on the other side, Lin Qingyi was in serious pain. Her face was pale. She was sweating non-slay-stop, and you could faintly hear her groaning in pain. Ugh! Jiangju heard it and rushed over to try and heal her. He raised his hand and chanted silently, then pointed his hand directly at Qingyi, slowly using his spiritual power to pull out the two soul-devouring nails. A moment later, the soul-devouring nails were completely out of her body and fell to the ground, and Lin Qingyi's body reacted immediately. She sat up and coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain. Jiangju quickly grabbed a talisman and stuck it right on Lin Qingyi's forehead, which finally calmed her down. The situation was urgent. Jiangju turned to Shanning and said, "The little girl's 3 essences are destroyed. This mind-stabilizing talisman can only temporarily stabilize her soul. Ning, take her back to Sun Moon Lake first." Shanning worriedly cared for, "What about you, brother-in-law, if I leave?" To make her feel less worried, Jiangju took up his Qing sword and asked, "Oh." He rested the sword on his shoulder and said loudly, full of swagger, "Of course, I'll be totally free to go on a rampage." At this time, at the base of the Alien Immortal Alliance, the squad leader was running around and yelling, move it faster, go check over there." A soldier hurried after him and asked, "Captain, what was that just now?" Here. He replied, "An enemy has infiltrated our Alien Immortal Alliance, someone named Jiangju, who's a master of ghostly arts. What you saw just now must have been a ghost that Jiangju controls." The soldier sighed. "So that's it. The captain really knows his stuff." Then, the squad leader gathered the team and reminded them, "Our urgent mission now is to quickly find Jiangju. If we let him escape and report our garrison's location to the Heavenly Devil Lord, the Alien Immortal Alliance will definitely have a disaster coming." The other subordinates trembled, seemingly seeing something fearful. They pointed with stuttering voices. "Captain?" The squad leader saw this, and also cautiously turned his head to see what kind of demon was scaring his subordinates so much. Jiangju walked over leisurely, holding his sword in his right hand and a fear-nothing gourd in his left, and greeted them. "Are you all looking for me?" The squad leader saw Jiangju like he had just seen a ghost. His face turned a bit pale. He pointed at Jiangju and ordered his subordinates, "Jiangju, what are you standing around for? Capture him!" Watching his subordinates rush forward, while the squad leader cowardly retreated to hide, he thought to himself, "I definitely can't beat Jiangju in a one-on-one fight. Even Big Sis ended up like that. This body was hard to get. I don't want to become a wandering ghost." The squad of soldiers all drew their weapons and charged towards Jiangju, intending to overwhelm him with numbers. The big guy with the saber leading the charge was the first to attack. He jumped up, gaining momentum, intending to chop Jiangju down in one swing. "Damn you, demon spawn. Die!" Suddenly, Jiangju puffed out his cheeks and widened his eyes like he had something in his mouth, then prepared to spit it out. As the big guy got close, Jiangju unleashed a fiery torrent that engulfed him. The sudden attack caught him off guard. He could only cover his eyes. The guy was tortured by Jiangju's fire, dazed and mumbling, "What big breath." After saying that, he passed out and fell to the ground. The remaining martial artists were even more agitated and wanted to draw their bows and swords at him. And another one shouted, He killed Brother Jiang! Avenging Jiang Jiade. Seeing things were getting intense, Jiang Ju seriously started chanting. As soon as he said qi, 2 streams of fire and water true energy surged out of the bottle, engulfing the group, which made the squad leader, possessed by the dead spirit, a little panicky. What's going on? Even though he was standing a ways off, Jiang Ju's 2 sources of true energy were right on his heels, preventing him from escaping. Looking at his feet, grabbed by some kind of demonic thing, he got scared, wondering, what is this? The 2 streams of energy continued to rise like flames about to engulf him. Seeing this, but powerless to do anything, he could only watch blankly, until the squad leader was completely enveloped in a sea of fire. Now was the perfect time for Jiang Ju to counterattack. Using his sword to slash through the flames, Jiang Ju charged straight in, finishing him off with 1 blow, rushing forward, splitting the flames, scattering them as if they couldn't touch him. Second Lieutenant Jiang Ju was very close to him, and he was about to enjoy that terrifying demon-slaying sword. He screamed in horror, "Moth!" Luckily, the soldier didn't finish speaking before a sword whizzed by, alleviating some of the fear. The dead spirit was also knocked out of the body. Knowing he couldn't win, it and Jiang Ju had no choice but to play tag. Jiang Ju was chasing with his sword, making for a very entertaining scene. Not wanting to chase anymore, Jiang Ju used the momentum to jump up, his eyes aimed precisely, and the other hand holding the sword raised. Jiang Ju decisively threw the great Qiandao towards the running dead spirit, seeing no movement behind him. The dead spirit curiously turned around and saw Jiang Ju directly gifting him a demon-slaying sword. Just as he was about to swerve on the road to escape danger, Jiang Ju's precious sword pierced through the dead spirit, painfully pinning it to the ground. Seeing that it couldn't run anymore, Jiang Ju took out a talisman from his clothes and continued to play the same tricks as before. Jiang Ju half sat and half knelt, asking it about fortune-telling, leaving the dead spirit speechless. Seeing that it didn't answer, Jiang Ju wickedly grabbed the hilt of the sword and frantically stabbed the sword back and forth, causing the dead spirit to cry out in pain. "Ouch, ouch, immortal, spare me." Seeing it crying like that, Jiang Ju coldly glared at it and asked again, "Fortune-telling or not?" But the dead spirit didn't answer Jiang Ju. It was being tortured by him and had to strain its neck to cry for help. "Mother, Jiang Ju is here. Save me, save me." Afraid that the demon mother would hear the cry for help again and bring another group, Jiang Ju stood up and shouted, "5 yin, hear my order." They immediately released chains to imprison the dead spirit. Jiang Ju lifted his sword and negotiated with it. "If you obediently listen to me, I have a way to help you escape the control of the demon mother. Time will help you wash away the demonic energy, and it's not impossible to become a yin god." The yin gods also threatened, "If you don't listen, then become food for these 5 yin gods." The scolding voice made the crybaby dead spirit shed 2 lines of tears. It hurriedly begged, "I surrender, I surrender." Afraid it was just saying it, Jiang Ju tossed the talisman up and down and commanded, "If so, then write it down." At this time, the dead spirit hesitated a little. It was afraid of the demon mother, but it was even more afraid of Jiang Ju. After a moment of internal struggle, the dead spirit released a trace of its divine sense to write its name on the talisman. But before it could finish writing, the dead spirit suddenly burst into flames, torn apart by hellfire, causing it to scream and beg, "No, no, mother! Daughter knows she's wrong." Daughter is wrong. Jiang Ju stood there helplessly. He could only watch it slowly burn. The flames also gradually diminished, until the large shadow condensed into a drop of water. When the fire was completely extinguished, a black bead was formed. Jiang Ju walked over and picked it up. He looked at it for a while and then sighed. The demon mother found out. At this moment, inside the Alien Alliance's Grand Hall, Feng Qingzi's insane roar echoed. He clenched his fist, yelling, "Jiang Ju!" A black hole suddenly appeared in the air, and a faceless phantom emerged, cackling. "Looks like I'm not the most miserable one after all. Getting on my nerves even when I am furious, little brat." Feng Qingzi snapped, "Shut your trap." Deep down, he was devastated. To revive my eldest daughter, I already lost a ton of vital energy, and now I had no choice but to kill my second daughter. It's like cutting off a piece of my cultivation with my own hands. And the crazy thing is, I haven't even thrown a real punch at that Jiang Ju. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Feng Qingzi's expression darkened, and he squeezed his fist tighter. He said bitterly, "This is a blood feud." The phantom beside him tried to reason. "Mother, the point of stealing Bai Yi is to summon our remaining sisters back." Jiang Ju knows soul summoning techniques. You don't want him predicting your moves, do you? Realizing her eldest daughter had a point, Feng Qingzi sent a telepathic order for the remaining zombie ghosts to return. The phantom continued, "Mother, now that all the sisters are back, what about that Jiang Ju? If he decides to run, we're pretty much powerless to stop him." Hearing this, Feng Qingzi's face turned grim with a hint of a plan, saying, "He won't get away." Before leaving, the master left the floating island and its treasures behind. Where could he possibly run? Hearing what he said, the phantom exclaimed in shock, Mother, are you crazy? If you mess with a floating island without permission, the master will definitely find out. Do you want to go back to the bone cave or what? His eyes turned bloodshot, and he said darkly, as long as Jiangju dies, all mistakes become merits. Seeing that his daughters had returned, Feng Qingzi ordered, ignore Jiangju for now. Have the Alien Alliance's people keep him busy. You guys will protect me, they replied in unison. Yes. After the ghosts left, Jiangju was once again surrounded by the Alien Alliance's guards. Not wanting to fight anymore, Jiangju said politely, gentlemen, please let me pass. The loyal guards ignored him, and immediately formed ranks, each clasping their hands and chanting incantations. The leader threatened, demonic fiend, prepare to die. 7 impact wave formations appeared, stirring up the wind. A large sword suddenly appeared in the sky, its sharp point aimed at Jiangju. He didn't wait for them to attack and made his move first. Jiangju flicked his wrist, sending dozens of talismans flying from his sleeve. The talismans stuck to the sword in the sky and exploded simultaneously, causing a massive explosion. Smoke, fire, and debris rained down. The people who cast the formation were all struck by the backlash and coughed up blood. With the blood still fresh on their faces, they bravely stood up to continue fighting. One of them shouted to boost the team's morale, kill him! Protect the Alliance Master! Protect the Alien Alliance! Looking at the noisy warriors yelling, Jiangju was a little helpless and couldn't help but be serious. He sighed. This is a headache. Where did these guys come from? Lin Qingyi, carrying Shan Ning, hurriedly rushed over to stop them. Stop! Everyone stop! The soldiers were surprised to see Qingyi appear. Young Master Lin Qingyi stood next to Jiangju and called out. Little Grandmaster Tu Shanning, who was being carried, quickly explained, Brother Dian, Law, she woke up halfway, insisted on coming back, and I couldn't beat her. Seeing Lin Qingyi casually talking to the enemy, one of them stepped forward to warn her. Young Master, this man is a demon. The Alliance Master ordered us to capture him. Jiangju turned his head when he heard the man insulting him, as light and wind shone on his face, leaving a handsome face engraved in the minds of those who looked at him. Unable to bear the sight of her subordinates chasing after Jiangju, Lin Qingyi angrily shouted, Who gave you permission to attack my little Grandmaster? He is our benefactor. One of them asked, Where did you hear that, young master? This successfully angered Qingyi. She said loudly, My body was invaded by an evil pet. If it weren't for little Grandmaster, my soul would have been scattered long ago. And it's not just me. My father and Wu Shidi were all possessed. Little Grandmaster is the father of our sect. How dare you question the cultivation level of such an elder? If you don't consider my and my father's reputation, do you really think you can continue to live? Suddenly, Captain Wu, who had also woken up at this time, another person helped him up, and he explained, Grand Senior's sister didn't lie. I was also taken over by an evil bug. Haven't you guys noticed our personalities changing lately? But those soldiers were totally unconvinced. He pointed up to stop them, saying, There are talismans on the young master and Captain Wu's foreheads. Their souls might be absorbed by a demon. Don't believe them. Qingyi got pissed and pointed at her forehead, trying to clear her name. This is a soul-fixing talisman, you idiot. The evil bug almost took over my body, damaging my 3 vital energies. If it weren't for little Shizu's talisman, my soul would have left my body already. That soldier turned around and yelled at her. Got any proof? Lin Qingyi was a bit awkward and mumbled. Jiangju had to step in and bail Qingyi out. Your leader hasn't shown their face till now. Doesn't that tell you something? Here. If you still don't believe us, then follow me to meet your leader. Finally, they were persuaded and agreed to go check it out. The group started heading back to the different Immortal Alliance's base. While everyone had to climb the steps, Shen Ning got to chill in Jiangju's arms, which was kind of boring. So she tried asking, We're already going, why give it back? Qingyi, standing next to her, also humbly said, It's the different Immortal Alliance's business. I asked little Shizu to help. I'm really embarrassed. It'd be great if I could help little Shizu a little bit too. Jiangju immediately asked with concern, Is your body okay? Qingyi truthfully answered, It's temporarily fine. Little Shizu's talisman works really well. Then, Lin Qingyi's eyes got a little red, and she made a vow to him. Little Shizu, thank you. I'll definitely repay this kindness. On the contrary, Jiangju wasn't polite at all. All right, remember to repay me. Seeing Jiangju answer so bluntly, Qingyi was a bit stunned, and then unconsciously blurted out, When they were about to reach the top, the sky suddenly turned black. Streams of purple energy fell from above, startling the group, who had to cover their faces. Jiangju saw the ominous sign and wanted to take a look. He thought to himself, What's going on? The soldier leading the way earlier got scared by the dense demonic energy and quickly begged, Jiangju, I am immortal, sir. Please go up ahead and see. So Jiangju reluctantly had to lead the way. When they were about to get there, They stopped, shocked by what was on the top. It was so unexpected that Jiangju's eyes widened in disbelief. On the altar at the top of the mountain, heavenly lightning struck continuously, and the terrifying monster that chased him was also standing there. The soldier who doubted them earlier changed his expression. He yelled, "Tai! That's the leader! The leader has really been taken over by an evil bug." Jiangju stared at the monster, then secretly calculated, "What the hell is this? The Nine Suns Mother Demon, daring to show its true form in front of everyone. What's he planning?" Then they saw the upper half of Feng Qingzi emerging from the monster's body. He yelled, "Immeasurable heaven!" A pillar of light from below the altar shot straight into the sky. Feng Qingzi continued chanting the secret incantation, calling upon the eternal heavens, "May all souls return to the immeasurable heavens beyond," seeking longevity. Longevity, how many are granted by the heavens? Heavenly Master, 36 heavens, ruler of the gods. Seeing the danger increasing, Jiangju turned around and stopped the people behind him. "Fall back. Everyone fall back." Feng Qingzi saw that he had arrived and opened his mouth. Jiangju. Hearing his name called, Jiangju stood still, looking at him without saying a word. Suddenly, Feng Qingzi burst out laughing. He asked himself in confusion, "The 36 heavens already have a master. Why is there another Zixiao heaven?" Jiangju suddenly realized the hidden meaning behind the question. He wondered in panic, how does he know about Zixiao heaven? Who exactly is his master? Seeing that he couldn't hesitate any longer, Jiangju pulled out another talisman, quickly chanting an incantation. When it just lit up, Jiangju threw it forcefully into the sky. The brilliant talisman left a trail of light behind it. After flying to the right height, the talisman exploded with a bang in the air. Light shone everywhere like a giant star under everyone's eyes. Feng Qingzi immediately recognized his trick, and he became talkative again. "Jiangju, you're calling for backup, right? You've always had good luck, always having backup no matter where you are. But it doesn't matter. Even if you call it for the Shengxiao treasures, you only know the celestial creation mirror, but there are other treasures. Today let me broaden your horizons." Right after he said he would broaden his horizons, Feng Qingzi made good on it. He used his power to make the altar shine again. The winds blew continuously around the pillar of light. He continued to challenge, "Jiangju, this heavenly island, does it look familiar to you?" Then, the black clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and a rocky mountain gradually appeared, preparing to crash down on the ground. The rocky mountain gradually revealed its full appearance after the black clouds. This strange phenomenon caused countless ripples. The ripples on the water's surface became stronger and stronger, and the wind blew, causing the trees to move constantly. It seemed Jiangju had realized what terrifying thing was in the sky. He felt incredibly uneasy. How is this possible? Seeing Jiangju's complexion worsen, Feng Qingzi was overjoyed. He happily yelled, "Aha, Jiangju, prepare to die." On top of that inverted stone mountain, spiritual power began to gather. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth gradually coalesced into an energy ball, growing larger and larger rapidly. Suddenly, Tu Shanning shouted, breaking the silence. Brother Qian La Lin Qingyi also hurriedly shouted, "Little Master Ancestor." They really couldn't bear to watch Jiangju just walk towards that terrifying monster like that. Jiangju didn't want them to get caught in the blast, so he moved away a bit. Unexpectedly, that mountain moved above his head. It fired an extremely powerful energy beam down at Jiangju. Just when it seemed like Jiangju's story was about to end, while he was about to ascend to heaven, out of nowhere, a red beam of light shot straight at the falling energy ball, shattering it. Thinking he wouldn't survive this, but seeing that he was unharmed, Jiangju was a bit surprised and looked up. The heavenly demon lord, Tu Shanlan, also his future wife, had arrived. She had raised her hand, using her power to block a blow from that inverted mountain. The shattered blue fragments fell, further enhancing her aura. Seeing Shanlan block it with just one move, Shanning happily laughed and said, "Brother-in-law, so you invited Big Sis? Then it's fine. With Big Sis here, there's no need to worry anymore." Contrary to Shanning's joy, Jiangju was a bit bewildered, thinking, "Clearly the person I summoned, no, that's not right. Why does Tu Shanlan know I'm here? Tu Shanlan wouldn't be following me. Right?" Feng Qingzi was surprised by the appearance of another person, and one even more difficult to deal with, Jiangju. He roared again, "How is this possible? How is this possible? They're too terrifying." Feng Qingzi had to use his next move. He began to chant, and below the altar, evil auras surrounded him again. He loudly recited an incantation. Beyond the heavens, there are several Xiaojing. Under the heavens, there are also several Zhongfang. Seeing him start to move, Tu Shanlan turned her head to look at her and immediately jumped into the sky, so fast that she left behind a faint afterimage. It was unknown what secret technique Shanlan used, but she left behind a shockwave in the air that spread across the entire mountain range. In the blink of an eye, Shanlan quickly landed on the ground where Feng Qingzi was standing. I don't know who took my shoes, so now she has to go barefoot. Seeing that the mountain hadn't had time to recharge for a second attack, and the enemy had already reached him, Feng Qingzi was a little frightened and immediately ordered his children, "Capture her! Quickly, capture her for me!" A group of dead ghosts hadn't even touched her before Shanlan simply used a bit of power to freeze them all. She calmly walked forward like that. When she stood face to face with Feng Qingzi's huge body, Shanlan coldly questioned, "You want to kill Jiangzhu?" Behind her were blocks of ice containing the dead ghosts, the insides of which had all shattered. Feng Qingzi witnessed Shanlan's terrifying power and hesitantly asked, "Who are you?" Before Tu Shanlan could answer, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed into a circle, and the whole monster's body shook violently. The muscles on its belly suddenly bulged as if a hole were opening. That hole ripped itself open, and it spewed out a pile of black liquid. But Shanlan still calmly stood there, watching. From the pool of liquid, an army of evil spirits gradually rose, preparing to attack. This time, Feng Qingzi used all the determination in his heart to remove all obstacles. He shouted, "I've been in the Whitebone Cave for 1,000 years, swallowing countless small souls to escape that place. How can I die here? Kill!" The army of ghost souls was formed. They had the appearance of human skeletons, with mud added on, their eyes burning red, crazily craving slaughter. Hearing their master's order to kill made them even more ferocious. Looking at an army with overwhelming killing intent rushing towards her, an ordinary person would struggle to fight, but the demon lord Tu Shanlan complained about them. Annoying, so noisy, Shanlan gently raised her hand, focused her spiritual power, and fired a long beam of light. It collided with the air, causing a shockwave that swept away everything in its path, including the ghost soldiers. Blue fragments also slowly fell. The ghost souls died, and their demonic energy scattered, creating a thick fog that caused Shanlan's white hair to billow in the wind, while she seriously observed them. Suddenly, Shanlan sensed something, her face showing a hint of surprise. Shanlan looked down and saw that the black liquid had spread to where she was standing. A ghost soul emerged from it, and tightly embraced her long, white legs. After distracting Tu Shanning for a while, meanwhile, Feng Qingzi on the other side still hadn't given up. He looked at the stone mountain in the sky and shouted, "This old lady hasn't lost yet. There's still a chance. Just gotta build up the power again." That mountain peak started sucking up all the spiritual energy from the sky, forming a blue energy ball. Seeing it all charged up, Feng Qingzi cackled like a maniac, his laughter echoing everywhere. Ha ha. But before he could even enjoy it, karma came knocking. Feng Qingzi sensed something was off, grunted, and turned his head. The long tear in his belly, where he was spitting out that black goo, was frozen solid by Tu Shanlan, and the ice was spreading all over him, locking his huge body in place. By the time Feng Qingzi realized it, it was too late. The freezing ice had covered him completely, catching him totally off guard. Now that's a Tianma lord, quick and efficient. Right after freezing her target, Tu Shanlan summoned her ice powers, forming a bow and arrow, ready to draw. The arrow's power was so intense that freezing air scattered everywhere. The arrow was locked and loaded, but Jiangzhu's voice shouted from afar, "Send him to the ghost netherworld." Tu Shanlan paused, glancing back, thinking Jiangzhu had something super important to say. But nope, he was just bent over, gasping for air, huffing and puffing, making Tu Shanlan next to him roll her eyes a little. Thinking, finally done, Jiangzhu instantly regained his composure, summoned that old geezer Wu Han, and ordered the 5 sounds to obey their commands from behind or rush forward. The Wu Yin spirits all unleashed their secret technique, firing chains to tightly bind Feng Qingzi's soul, immobilizing him. Feng Qingzi, enraged by being restrained, saw the ones binding his soul were the people he hated most, and he roared in fury. Seeing things getting serious, Jiangzhu quickly explained, "The 9 Sons' ghost mother is tough to deal with. Even if the body is destroyed, she can use another yin core to revive. Only by locking down the soul can we cut off her lifeline." Tu Shanlan asked with a hint of doubt, "You sure you can do this?" Feng Qingzi, unwilling to be restrained, went berserk trying to break free, his resistance causing the surrounding air to vibrate, making the flags flutter wildly. Seeing his power was insane, Jiangzhu shamelessly asked for Tu Shanlan's help. "This 9 Sons' ghost mother is a bit too strong. Please, Your Majesty, lend a hand and kill all the other ghosts inside his body." But before Tu Shanlan could act, the formation flags he was holding were engulfed in blue flames. The blue flames wrapped around Feng Qingzi's monster body and shot up to the sky. Recognizing the familiar aura of the flames, Feng Qingzi excitedly yelled, "It's the master! It's the master!" As he spoke, a man in a long robe, his face obscured, appeared on a lotus platform within the blue flames. Feng Qingzi, thinking he was safe, hurriedly pointed at Jiangzhu and reported, "Master, save me, Jiangju is here, Jiangju is here." The master they spoke of had finally shown up. Jiangju and Tu Shanlan cautiously looked up, observing the enemy, who always seemed to be in their way. Without a word, Jiangju suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy onto Feng Qingzi's head. The fat body of Feng Qingzi was gradually sucked into Jiangju's palm against his will. Sensing that the master was about to punish him, Feng Qingzi begged, "Master." But the man only smirked, conjuring another gigantic hand and crushing Feng Qingzi's entire body. Knowing he was doomed, Feng Qingzi unwillingly screamed and begged, "No, master, no, no, no." But in the end, he was crushed by that hand. After dealing with his subordinate who acted without permission, forcing him to show up, he called out Jiangju's name, Jiangju. He stood high in the sky, looking down and saying, "You're truly a lucky one. No matter where you are, you always get help. In the human race, your senior brother protects you. In the Shan'an frontier, the totem celestial deity protects you. Even in the 10,000 demon kingdom, even the Tianma lords are on your side." Seeing him standing high above, looking down, and talking so much about her husband, Tu Shanlan angrily shot a barrage of ice blocks into the sky, saying, "Quit with the fake god act." The ice shards hit him, but they all passed through him, as if he were just an illusion. Seeing that he knew so much about him, Jiangju seriously said, "Who are you? But whoever you are, you should call me grandmaster or granduncle. You can't be so rude." Instead of directly answering the question, he challenged, "Jiangju, Jiangju, your arrogance won't last long, just you wait. That old geezer can barely protect himself, and when the Shenxiao Palace Lord falls from grace, who will protect you then? Do you know how many immortals are eyeing your life? As for Tu Shanlan, she's not qualified. For her strength to be disregarded by someone this insignificant, Tu Shanlan doubts herself. I can't protect Jiangju?" Afraid that Tu Shanlan would be swayed by his words, Jiangju quickly interjected, "Your Excellency, he wasn't originally here. It'll take time to activate Floating Island." Of course, Tu Shanlan realized that. She glared at Jiangju and continued, "He's deliberately stalling." Tu Shanlan was smart and knew what to do. She summoned a pillar of true Q rising from the ground, hoping to hold him back. This action was too fast, shaking the ground and startling Jiangju as well, but it was too late. His afterimage disappeared into the sky, leaving only a small spark, and he said, "Jiangju, you're still a despicable coward." Seeing Jiangju being humiliated like this, but Tu Shanlan had no intention of comforting him. Her face darkened as she turned to look at him, making him a little scared. Seeing Tu Shanlan about to speak, Jiangju quickly spoke first. "That's right, Your Excellency. Why are you at Dongya Mountain?" she coldly replied. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth," Tu Shanlan asked, without any mercy. "What about you? Why did you appear here and cause such trouble?" Jiangju knew that if he told the truth, his life wouldn't be peaceful, so he had to make up an excuse. "I was just passing by." Ha ha. How could that excuse fool Tu Shanlan? She and Jiangju walked back together and she said, "Explain everything to me clearly when we return." Jiangju obediently agreed, "Yes." After resolving the remaining aftermath of the battle, Feng Qingzi had fully regained his composure and was now bowing to Jiangju in the tea room. Disciple of Qixiao, Tianlin, and Yushan greets martial granduncle. Seeing someone older than him bowing like that made Jiangju feel uneasy, and he quickly rushed over to help him up. "Lord Lin, please rise now. I was expelled from the sect by that old geezer long ago and am no longer a member of Shenxiao Palace. You can just call me Jiangju." Noticing Jiangju's goodwill, Feng Qingzi stood up and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "This disciple dares not." Once they were both seated at the tea table, seriously talking, Jiangju spoke first. "Lord Lin, do you know who is secretly supporting your different immortal alliance?" "Who exactly is it?" Feng Qingzi looked a bit embarrassed and replied, "I wouldn't dare hide anything from Martial Granduncle, but this disciple truly does not know the other party's identity." Jiangju probed further. "Then how does he contact you?" Feng Qingzi recalled the mysterious figure in his dream and replied, "Through dreams. This disciple saw him sitting upright on a cyan jade lotus platform in my dreams. He said that this disciple and he are from the same sect, so he is willing to lend a hand." At this moment, Feng Qingzi's face was tinged with melancholy, as he reminisced. He took this disciple to a floating island. The magical weapons, treasures, and elixirs of the different immortal alliance all came from this floating island. Looking back now, the other party must have wanted to seize my body from the start, to control the entire different immortal alliance. Recalling this matter caused Jiangju to voice his doubts. "You're already at the second-grade divine power realm, yet you could still be seized by the Nine Deaths Ghost Mother." Feng Qingzi was a little embarrassed to say, but still had to explain. This disciple was not careful enough for a moment. But, Martial Granduncle, from the moment this disciple was seized, I vaguely remember that the Nine Deaths Ghost Mother had contacted several great demon clan figures. And those demon clan figures were just like me. They were all seized by ghost entities. Learning another shocking piece of information, Jiang Ju asked in surprise to confirm. Are you sure? Feng Qingzi didn't dare to be completely certain. This disciple's consciousness was hazy. I only vaguely remember it. A tidal wave gradually rose in Jiang Ju's heart, and he worried, thinking, could it be that the demon clans in the 10,000 Demons Kingdom are also secretly controlled by that mysterious person? This person's scheme is not small. While immersed in his own world, when he looked up, Jiang Ju saw Feng Qingzi kneeling before him, causing him to exclaim in shock. What are you doing? Feng Qingzi remained kneeling there, sincerely imploring, Marshal Granduncle. This disciple's lifelong wish is to bring back those compatriots who are wandering in the demon clans to return to their homeland. Now that the great enemy is before us, this disciple fears that I do not have the ability to lead the different immortal alliance. I respectfully beseech Marshal Granduncle to take pity on our brotherhood and assume the position of Alliance Lord of the different immortal alliance. Jiang Ju was a little surprised by this sudden proposal, and he gently replied, I told you to just tell me whatever was on your mind, so you already had this idea, Lord Lin? When we first met, you didn't even understand what kind of person I am. Aren't you afraid that I'll lead the different immortal alliance down the drain? Feng Qingzi looked at the aura surrounding Jiang Jie and confessed. Previously, after hearing Qingyi explain Marshal Grand, Munkle's divine powers, this disciple was still a little apprehensive, but after meeting Marshal Grand, Munkle, this disciple is no longer apprehensive. Seeing that his own reputation was already infamous. To think someone would trust me this much, Jiang Jie was a bit curious. Why? Feng Qingzi didn't hide anything. Spilling the beans, Shishugong can control the Xiantian Zhaohua Jing, so Shishugong must be the new leader of the human race, right? Jiang Jie was a bit confused, wondering to himself, leader? What leader? That old geezer didn't tell me anything. Perhaps Jiang Ju didn't realize how important he was, so Feng Qingzi explained what he knew. The Shenxiao Palace's ancestral teachings state that anyone who can wield the Xiantian Zhaohua Jing is the leader of the human race, with the responsibility to protect the human race and maintain its immortality. Shishugong is the leader of the human race for this term. Ignoring all the high-sounding stuff, Jiang Ju cut to the chase, asking, So, you're saying I'll be the one calling the shots in the Yixian alliance from now on? Seeing that Jiang Ju seemed open to the idea, Feng Qingzi replied heroically, Yes, please, Shishu, Gutsegong, fulfill our wishes and bring our fellow human race compatriots, who are scattered among the demon race, back to their homeland. Such a grand aspiration of so many generations here was brushed off by Jiang Ju as, Is that all? Simple. Even Feng Qingzi was a bit incredulous, repeating, Simple? Seeing that the first step of his plan was complete, Jiang Ju raised his head and shouted loudly for someone to hear, Did you hear that? I'm in charge of the Yixian alliance now. A snow-white tail wagged happily down the road, seeming to hint at who it was. Tu Shanlan emerged from nowhere, leisurely walking towards them. Jiang Ju stood up, pointing at her and saying, Let me introduce you. This is the Tianma Lord of the Wanyao Kingdom, Tu Shanlan. This time, it was Feng Qingzi's turn to freeze. He thought to himself in shock. The Tianma Lord? Could it be? Could it be that Shishugong has defected to the enemy, bringing a Tianma Lord to the Yixian alliance to destroy it? But then, Jiang Ju said to Feng Qingzi with a bit of pride, She's my wife. This shock was too much. He was directly dumbfounded, wondering to himself, What does wife mean? Is it what I think it means? Shanlan leisurely waited for her tea to cool, and even kindly explained, ignoring Jiang Ju, who was still posing. In your human race's terms, you could say he's married in. Tu Shanlan's words carried weight. Feng Qingzi turned to Jiang Ju, hoping to clear up his confusion. Xin Shu, what's the story here? Jiang Ju then stated his plan. Didn't you want all the compatriots scattered among the demon race to return home? I know a secret passage under the Jinsha River, connecting the two races, humans and demons. This passage can bring everyone from the Yixian alliance to the human race's territory. It seemed like a glimmer of hope had shone upon them. Feng Qingzi asked excitedly, Shishu, is that true? Jiang Ju smiled, with a bit of cunning businessman hidden within. But that passage is located in the Tianma Lord's territory. The Tianma Lord is my wife, but even close brothers need to settle accounts clearly. Understanding what Jiang Ju meant, but Feng Qingzi didn't care, and told the current situation of the alliance. But the Yixian alliance is indeed a bit tight on funds right now. It's not just a bit tight, they are even robbed and have to leave something for you before they leave. Shanlan understood the difficult situation of the Yixian alliance, making it a bit difficult to negotiate. She tried to ask what he was planning to do. Jiang Ju quickly replied, Usually the two of them, Tu Shanlan and Feng Qingzi, shouted in unison without making an appointment. Trade! Jiangju excitedly clapped his hands, telling them his plan. That's right. The demon race produces abundant demon essences, materials, demon beasts, and spirit mines, while humans are skilled in creating divine weapons, magical treasures, and cultivating elixirs, things that the demon race lacks. We can easily get the two sides to cooperate and profit together, integrating resources and achieving mutually beneficial cooperation. Seeing Jiangju's long-term vision, Feng Qingzi became even more respectful. Clasping his hands in thanks, Shishu Gong wants to use this opportunity to consolidate the strength of the Yixian alliance, so that we can rescue more oppressed compatriots. The affairs of the Yixian alliance depend entirely on Shishu Gong. Seeing that her work was done, not wanting to disturb their private conversation any longer, Shanlan stood up and walked outside, reminding Jiangju, "Give me 7 parts of the profit. I'll be waiting for you outside Dongyai Mountain." Jiangju walked over and patted Feng Qingzi on the shoulder to comfort him. Cooperating with the demon race. I'm afraid it's not easy for you to accept in your heart, as if mentioning a pain in his heart. Feng Qingzi's expression became sad, and he told the story. Has Shishu Gong ever seen human flesh carefully raised to provide food for the demon race? Has ever seen women who were captured to breed, only to collect 1,000 children to refine a magical artifact? The clansmen living in this demon territory are not even as good as pigs or dogs. In the Yixian alliance, there are more than 100 cultivators at the 4th rank or above. They could have left this demon territory, but they chose to stay. Without exception, all they want is to return home with their compatriots. Finally, there is a door open for them. Feng Qingzi placed his hand on his chest, revealing everything. Now Shishu Gong has sacrificed himself to fight against the demons, so he can give us a glimmer of hope. Don't even mention cooperating with the demon. Even if you want us to work, we are willing. Hearing the terrible crimes of the demon race, Jiangju turned pale and asked with a trembling voice, "Does the Tianma territory also have these things?" Seeing Jiangju was so scared, Feng Qingzi gently defended Shanlan. No, this generation of the Tianma lord seems to hate the human race very much. Most of the human race in the Tianma territory were chased out by her, leaving only a small number of compatriots working in reclamation and cultivation. Compared to other tribes, compatriots in the Tianma territory are considered to have a better life. After that, Feng Qingzi boldly made another request. Since Shishu Gong has grasped the passage between the two places, could you invite Master Ping from our sect to rescue the oppressed compatriots? In Jiangju's heart, a way came to mind. He said mysteriously, "If we make a fuss, Tushanlan won't be as easy to talk to as just now. In fact, the rescue force doesn't necessarily have to come from human territory. Why look so far outside the base of the Yixian alliance?" Shan Ning was happily playing with the flowers and butterflies, while Tushanlan quietly stood there gazing at the tall mountain in the distance. While Tushanlan was still silently admiring the scenery, Jiangju had finished his business and ran out to find them. The usually aloof and untouchable heavenly devil lord Tushanlan, now standing there with a hint of approachability, made Jiangju freeze in a daze, gazing at her with infatuation. As soon as Jiangju arrived, Tushanlan noticed him. She glanced over and saw Jiangju standing there like a statue staring at her. Tushanlan asked, somewhat coldly, "What are you standing there for? Let's go back." Jiangju snapped out of his reverie and ran over to Tushanlan. He nodded and tentatively asked, "Are we still going to Sun Moon Lake?" Tushanlan flicked her finger and decisively replied, "Nope, straight back to Tuishan." Then, a giant falcon swiftly landed near them. From afar, Lin Qingyi, carrying a bag, hurriedly ran over. "Huff huff, little ancestral master, wait for me." Jiangju, seeing her carrying luggage, couldn't help but ask, "What's this?" Qingyi, panting, replied, "Little ancestral master, my father told me to follow you from now on. 1 is so you won't lack family by your side, and 2 is so I can be a messenger for you and the different immortal alliance later." After spending some time in the Myriad Demon Kingdom, with little contact with humans, now someone ran up and said they wanted to go with him. Jiangju was delighted. "That's great!" Suddenly remembering the roof standing next to him, Jiangju nervously glanced over, but Tushanlan spoke first. "Why are you looking at me? They're your people. You decide." Knowing that Tushanlan had implicitly agreed, Jiangju turned to reply to Lin Qingyi. "If that's the case, follow me from now on," Qingyi replied. "Yes." An hour later, the group climbed onto the falcon and set off back to Tushan. The journey at the different immortal alliance thus came to a perfect end. In the bustling capital of the Myriad Demon Kingdom, the Tushanlan sisters had returned to the palace first, while Jiangju had the task of taking Qingyi back to his little courtyard. 2 demon clansmen sitting nearby curiously looked over. "Why are those 2 humans here?" Jiangju didn't pay attention and walked straight into the gate. As soon as he set foot inside, he saw all the servants standing there. Old Dao, standing at the front, respectfully greeted, "Cock, Kudoodle, Kudu." All fellow cultivators heard the order. The rest solemnly bowed their heads and greeted in unison. "Welcome home, Master Jiang." Seeing everyone welcoming him so enthusiastically, Jiangju excitedly clasped his hands in thanks. "You're all too kind." Lin Qingyi stood in a corner, stunned, watching Jiangju comfortably living with the demon clansmen, as if they were very close, which she found a bit unbelievable. After some arranging, tidying up, and cleaning up after the arduous journey, they finally got to rest. Fresh, juicy fruits were prepared on the table, along with an exquisite porcelain teapot. Jiangju plucked a grape from the table, with servants attending to him with massages. Jiangju sprawled on the chair, put a grape in his mouth, and ate it, while Qingyi felt a little strange, sitting upright next to him. Qingyi was a little hesitant, and leaned close to Jiangju to whisper, "Little ancestral master, who are they?" Jiangju put another grape in his mouth and replied, "Oh, they're all Tushan sect guards who follow me, usually responsible for my safety." Qingyi looked at the three guards, namely Hai, Yu, Shu. Each of them looked silly and useless. She suddenly shouted, "Just relying on them." As soon as she finished speaking, Qingyi almost faced retribution. All three guards blushed and stared at her, scaring her into shutting her mouth. Jiangju quickly sat up to mediate. "They just serve tea and water and help with errands anyway. It's more convenient to have them around, though." "All right, cock-a-doodle-doo everyone, step down first." Truly loyal subordinates. They didn't object at all and replied, "Yes, Master Jiang," then turned and left, ignoring their feud with Lin Qingyi until the sound of footsteps faded. The two of them climbed onto the chairs and seriously discussed the matter. Learning from the previous experience, Qingyi lowered her voice to ask, "Little ancestral master, most of them are only at the 6th rank realm, yet they're protecting you? Did the heavenly devil lord discover what you want to do and sent these demon mutts to come? Saying they're protecting you, but they're actually monitoring you?" Hearing her say that, Jiangju was a little startled. He leisurely propped his chin up and inquired, "Little grand disciple, do you know how high my cultivation is?" Of course, Qingji didn't dare to speculate. She lowered her head and respectfully replied, "Little ancestral master presides over the Shao heaven, commanding the upper god of 9 heavens. Even the great elder can't do that. How could a junior like me dare to guess at your cultivation?" Seeing Qingyi constantly praising him like this, Jiangju reached out his hand, and to her utter surprise, Jiangju grabbed another grape and popped it into his mouth, then suggested, "Why don't you try it yourself?" This action made Lin Qingyi's eyes widen. She stammered, wanting to confirm, "Is that all right?" Jiangju simply nodded to show his agreement. Curiosity bubbled up inside Lin Qingyi, urging her to check Jiangju's pulse to find out his true strength. As soon as she touched Jiangju's wrist, Qingyi gently sent a wisp of spiritual energy to probe. Lin Qingyi closed her eyes, slowly sensing the cultivation level of this honored Shinzu Grandmaster ancestor. After a moment, Lin Qingyi opened her eyes and exclaimed in shock, "Kanchili 7th grade, bone age 20. Qingyi looked like she'd just been scammed. She whined, feeling wronged. "No way! Why would Shizu lie to me? You're the grand head teacher's Shidi, junior brother. Your status is way higher than the masters of the 36 heavens. How can you only be 20? Besides, you can command the Shangshen, high god, of Juxiao, 9 heavens, to invite gods and slay Buddhas." But Jiangju said seriously, "What if I told you the truth is exactly that?" Suddenly, Qingyi remembered an old story. She'd heard her father say that the grand head teacher often sealed himself in ice mountains to prolong his life. Could it be that Shitsu also had a secret method to live another life, losing his cultivation and reincarnating to cultivate from scratch? That's gotta be it. No wonder he's only 7th grade, but covered in golden merit light and has sneaky shortcuts. Having convinced herself, Qingyi puffed up her chest and acknowledged, "Shizu is divine. This humble one couldn't possibly fathom your depths." She was saying some pretty confusing stuff, leaving Jiangju with a massive question mark floating over his head. Who knows what she's on about now? Suddenly, Qingyi grabbed Jiangju's hand again and vowed sincerely, "Shizu, I'll protect you from now on. Anyone who tries to hurt Shizu will have to step over my dead body first." Looking at his hand being held by the person in front of him, Jiangju was a bit lost and cried for help. "This little great-granddaughter is making stuff up from morning till night. Someone, save me!" A starry sky appeared, with islands full of ecosystems floating in the air below. But suddenly, it all shattered into rocks falling in front of Jiangju. Behind him, ghosts and deities were roaring "Stop! Jiangju! Jiangju!" Jiangju's expression darkened, and his whole being was dyed in a terrifying, gloomy color. It was the same starry sky as before, but now a gigantic snow mountain appeared, and Jiangju stood on the water, silently gazing at it with his sword. Suddenly, a massive afterimage of the Shenxiao Palace master appeared. The old man with white hair and beard only left one sentence: "My Shidi is about to face his tribulation." Then, The shouts of Shizu, Shizu made those illusions disappear. Jiangju jolted awake. Jiangju sat up in a daze, his face pale and covered in sweat. He didn't say anything, just grunted. Qingyi, sitting beside him with a pink handkerchief, asked, Shizu, you're awake? Qingyi looked at the sweat on Jiangju's face with reddened eyes, and cautiously suggested, I see you're sweating a lot. Just woken up from a dream. Jiangju was a little alarmed, didn't want anyone touching him. He reached out to take the handkerchief and politely declined, I'll do it myself. Jiangju wiped his face with the handkerchief and ordered, Qingyi, bring me a cup of tea. Lin Qingyi agreed, and immediately got up to go, Yes, yes. Lin Qingyi handed Jiangju the tea and asked, Shizu, did you just have a nightmare? Jiangju calmly replied on the outside, maybe. But inside, he was deeply thoughtful. Something big is probably about to happen in the Shenxiao Palace, Beng said. I need to go back quickly. Then, Qingyi announced something else. The Tianma Lord, Demon Lord, has sent someone to invite you to Fox Immortal Palace. Hu Xian Dian. Jiangju reflexively wondered. Tu Shanlan is done? Without hesitation, Jiangju rushed out of the room and instructed, I'll be back soon. Wait for me at home. But Qingyi refused, and chased after him, wanting to go together. I want to go too! Jiangju had no choice but to agree. The two climbed onto a crane and flew to Fox Immortal Palace. In his heart he was a mess of thoughts. The Shenxiao Palace is facing uncertain fortune. What does the Tianma Lord want? Inside the Fox Immortal Palace, civil and military officials, gods, and nobles had gathered in the main hall. Tu Shanlan sat majestically on the throne and announced, Today, I've summoned you all to announce something. She paused for a moment. Then Tu Shanlan firmly announced, I want to cooperate with the different immortal alliance, Yi Xianming. The civil and military officials below erupted upon hearing this decision. Whispers filled the hall. What? The Tianma Lord of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, Wan Yao Guo, is the ruler, the leader of hundreds of thousands of demon clans. What about the different immortal alliance? They're rebels, a violent group of traitors. Cooperating with them is like having a boil in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. No one noticed that Yu Chuangong's, Duke Yu Chuan's, face had darkened. In his heart, he secretly blamed Tu Shanlan. For an emperor to want to cooperate with rebel forces is truly making a laughingstock of the world. After a while, the turbulent court session finally ended. The civil and military officials left one after another, still huddling together to discuss the events of the day on their way out. Two figures in robes of purple and blue walked side by side down the stairs. The Duke of Wuchuan couldn't help but burst out in anger. Shan bro, what kind of mind-altering drug did that Jiangju give His Majesty that made him agree to such an absurd proposal? The Duke of Yinshan beside him remained calm and collected. He chuckled and advised, Wuchuan, my old friend, why speak like that? Cooperating with the human race is led by the royal consort, and it only benefits Tu Shan. But the Duke of Wuchuan disagreed. His contempt for the human race was at its peak, and he dismissed them. What is this different immortal alliance? Just a bunch of humans. What qualifications do they have to cooperate with us? A learned man like the Duke of Yinshan couldn't stand by and watch someone be looked down upon. His tone turned serious as he reminded, Wuchuan, my old friend, watch your words. The passage between the two realms is in the hands of Mr. Jiang. Don't forget, Mr. Jiang is also a human. Mentioning the name of the mastermind behind this, the Duke of Wuchuan stopped in his tracks. He continued to sneer at Jiangju, HMPH. I'm afraid he can't completely shed his human identity. A sinister look appeared on the Duke of Wuchuan's face. His words sounded ambitious, but were filled with greed. If he knows what's good for him, he should hand over the passage between the two realms. We should be in charge of everything. The Duke of Yinshan also stopped and gently advised, Mr. Jiang won't agree. His Majesty definitely has his own plans. Wuchuan, my old friend, better not stir up trouble. Ignoring all the advice, Wuchuan arrogantly continued walking, leaving Yinshan standing there. He then said, Jiangju has no choice. I'll persuade him, Yinshan bro. No need to persuade me anymore. The two of them stopped discussing and went their separate ways. Coincidentally, Jiangju and Lin Qingyi were heading towards the main hall and were walking towards them. Upon meeting, they stopped to greet each other. Jiangju cupped his hands and greeted the old man. Greetings, Duke Yinshan. Is the academy not having classes today? Duke Yinshan had left Lingya Blessed Land, while the Duke of Wuchuan ignored him and turned his head away. The Duke of Yinshan replied with a smile. His Majesty summoned me. This old bone of mine can only move when summoned. Jiangju looked at the old general, who seemed uncomfortable seeing him standing nearby, and tried to inquire, Duke Yinshan, may I ask who this is? The Duke of Wuchuan also followed common etiquette and clasped his hands, but with his eyes closed, not bothering to look at Jiangju as he introduced himself. This old man is the Duke of Wuchuan. Jiang Jue understood and bowed respectfully, clasping his hands together politely. So it's the Duke of Wuchuan. Thump. Suddenly, the Duke of Wuchuan knelt heavily on the ground, clasping his hands as if seeking an audience, startling Jiang Ju and the Duke of Yinshan who were standing next to him. This unexpected action made Jiang Ju a little scared. He quickly helped him up and said in a flustered manner, "No, what are you doing, Duke Wuchuan?" But the Duke of Wuchuan didn't stand up, but remained kneeling there and spoke words of righteousness. But in reality, they were words of moral kidnapping. The royal consort understands the greater good and can accept this courtesy. This old man owes you a favor. In the future, the royal consort only needs to focus on teaching disciples in Tushan and leave everything else to this old man. Yes. If there are any commands, this old man would not dare to disobey. After all, the prosperity of the Tushan clan cannot be without the royal consort's contribution. Jiang Jue was a little confused and forced a smile as he asked, "Contribution? What contribution can I make?" No longer bothering with the act, the Duke of Wuchuan stood up and spoke each word, as if coercing Jiang Ju. "Although the royal consort is a human, you are always thinking of our clan. Now, the royal consort offers a plan, offering the passage between the two realms to our clan." No longer bothering with the act, the Duke of Wuchuan stood arrogantly in front of Jiang Ju. The respectful appearance from before disappeared, replaced by a sinister face, and continued. "Therefore, our clan is the only family in the myriad demon kingdom that can communicate with the human race. Isn't that a great contribution?" Jiang Ju immediately realized the ill intentions of the man before him and thought to himself, "This old guy doesn't seem to have good intentions. Can't afford to cause trouble for now." Jiang Ju's expression softened, and he said with a smile, "What are you saying, Duke Wuchuan? The opening of the passage between the two realms of humans and demons doesn't just benefit one side. Our different immortal alliance also benefits greatly." Seizing the important point in Jiang Ju's words, the Duke of Wuchuan spoke each word with emphasis. "Different immortal alliance? Aren't you afraid of Tushanlan's reputation anymore?" The Duke of Wuchuan was angry, veins popping on his face as he directly questioned Jiang Jue. "What do you mean, royal consort? The different immortal alliance is a traitor to the myriad demon kingdom. How can the royal consort collude with traitors?" The Duke of Wuchuan had successfully provoked Jiang Jue, but he still tried to remain calm and asked sternly, "Is this your intention, or Tushanlan's intention?" The Duke of Wuchuan didn't answer directly, but crossed his arms and turned to leave. He even arrogantly flaunted his power to Jiang Ju. "This is Tushan, the land of the myriad demon pilgrimage. Mr. Jiang needs to know that you are the royal consort of the myriad demon kingdom, and the rules of Tushan must be followed. Many great demons are dissatisfied with your background." Speaking to this point, he shouted directly into Jiang Ju's face, as if wanting to teach him, pouring out words of contempt. What kind of status is that different immortal alliance? Yet the royal consort speaks up for them. They're just a bunch of thieves, servants and underlings like livestock. The Duke of Wuchuan's scolding suddenly stopped, as if something had just flown past. Jiang Ju's voice suddenly came from behind the Duke of Wuchuan. "Livestock, servants and underlings." That icy voice made him tremble and secretly sweat. He was just in front of him, and now Jiang Ju was behind him, placing a sword against his neck. He coldly threatened, "Has the Duke of Wuchuan forgotten that I am also a human?" Lin Qingyi and the Duke of Yinshan stood on the side, observing. They were also surprised by Jiang Ju's actions, but they stood still without interfering. On the contrary, the two Guaren who had just stepped out of the palace gate, upon seeing this, hurriedly turned back, shouting excitedly, "Go inform His Majesty!" Jiang Ju coldly called out, "Little Tu's son?" Qingyi said to them from behind. "Who's in charge of the different immortal alliance now?" Qingyi blankly called out, "Little Grandmaster." But Lin Qingyi honestly replied, "My father has abdicated and yielded his position. Now, all internal and external affairs of the different immortal alliance are solely under the control of Little Grandmaster Jiang Ju." The sword was still held close to Yu Chuanggong's neck, which made him a little anxious. He glanced at Jiang Ju and continued, "Yu Chuanggong said I colluded with the different immortal alliance, which is true, but I'm afraid Yu Chuanggong doesn't know that I now control the different immortal alliance." Finally, Jiang Ju concluded, "Yu Chuanggong wants to interrogate me." But Yu Chuanggong remained stubborn and disdainful. The different immortal alliance, a bunch of servants and slaves like livestock. Jiang Ju didn't give any quarter anymore. He pressed the tip of the sword closer to Yu Chuanggong's neck, then asked, "Then do you dare to test whether the blade of my human race is sharp or not?" Yu Chuanggong looked at the sharp blade that was very close to his neck. The spiritual energy on it was still surging, but the longer Yu Chuanggong stared, the more his vision blurred. A series of afterimages were lining up and praying in front of him, Zi Xiao Heaven, Taishu, Zhenjun, Save Suffering Rescue Calamity Zhenjun, Supreme Zhenjun. Yu Chuangong's face instantly became stunned with horror at the scene before him, even though it was just an illusion inside. Inside a reception room near the Immortal Lake Palace, a dense, demonic aura permeated the sky, surrounding the entire room. Jiannu was sitting inside cultivating, sweat dripping from her face. Her whole body was madly radiating demonic energy, her eyes closed, focusing on resisting the heart demon rampaging inside. Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed in Jiannung's mind. Heaven has flaws, it won't overflow if it's not full. People have flaws, they can't be made up enough later. The Dabio has flaws. Snatch 2 or 3 to make up for 1. Jiannu was still trying to circulate her energy to control herself. Scales gradually showing through her clothes, sweat pouring out more and more. It seemed Jiannu was about to reach her peak. Realizing what the strange voice was referring to, Jiannu woke up, opening her 2 eyes with different colors. It seemed that the chants from before were heavenly demon art. Recognizing the secret of the heavenly demon art, Jiannu was horrified. I've been stuck at the threshold of becoming a saint for over 1,000 years. This great heavenly demon art relies on devouring the dabo of others to increase cultivation. My body carries the karma-severing sword and won't be stained by karmic forces. Perhaps this time, it can really help me become a saint. Closing her eyes to calm down a bit, Jiannu suddenly remembered that Jiangju was a fated immortal. The timing of cause and effect was not within the 3 realms, jumping out of the 5 elements. If I can devour Jiangju's origin, there's hope of becoming an immortal. The greedy heart demon seemed to have taken over Jiannu's body. A long tongue licked her lips, making a smacking sound. Another hoarse voice longingly mentioned, Jiangju, become an immortal. Jiannu was still trying to meditate on the bed, but the demonic energy was still surging uncontrollably. Suddenly, a familiar coldness naturally pushed the door open and rushed straight into the room. Wherever the cold air went, it froze the room. Familiar feet quickly glided to Jiannu. Tu Shanlan's expression was a little serious. Worried about Jiannu, she rushed straight into the room without announcing herself. The thin layer of ice on the floor had spread to the bed where Jiannu was sitting, and Tu Shanlan stood in front of her, silently observing her demonic energy. The ice below gradually spread all over Jiannun's body, causing her amber pupils to open and stare hatefully at Tu Shanlan. It seemed that Jiannu had lost her spirituality and dared to stare at her master like that, causing Tu Shanlan's eyes to look at her with some discomfort. But then, Jiannu's spirituality returned. Seeing Tu Shanlan standing in front of her, Jiannu didn't dare to delay and saluted. Greetings, master. Seeing that Jiannu had regained her senses, Tu Shanlan destroyed the ice, causing blue fragments to fly everywhere. She coldly reprimanded. Holding the sword for thousands of years, and you still can't control your heart demon. Understanding that Tu Shanlan meant well, but still feeling extremely uncomfortable, Jiannu sincerely apologized. It's because your subordinate doesn't have enough focus. Tu Shanlan didn't investigate further, but went to chant the incantation to control the heart demon, used the brown sword, and then bestowed a grace. After my grand wedding, the myriad demon abyss will open. I will give you a quota to help you escape the heart demon. Jiannu looked a little blankly, but then she realized it. She happily said, Many thanks, esteemed lord. Tu Shanlan added a few more words of caution. That Mr. Jing likely comes from the divine firmament palace. Jiangju probably knows his methods well. During this time, you should sit with him more often. Perhaps he has a way. Seeing the demon energy had completely dissipated, Tu Shanlan leisurely turned to leave, adding, It just so happens Jiangju came to see me. You and I will go to the main hall together. But Jiannu hurriedly got out of bed, intending to stop the esteemed lord from leaving. There is something that I must ask esteemed lord to take a look at. Wondering what treasure could make Jiannu so flustered as to stop her, Tu Shanlan turned back curiously. Jiannu summoned a silver mirror with exquisite patterns, but the mirror's surface contained a region of crimson and black sky. This bizarre mirror even emitted terrifying demonic energy. Suddenly, the mirror lit up, and strange characters appeared in the room. Recognizing these words, Tu Shanlan exclaimed in shock. Tu Tian demon art. An extremely loud crashing sound erupted, echoing directly to the main hall where Jiangju and the others were standing. Even the birds on the mountain took flight in panic. Jiangju stopped what he was doing, quickly turning to look at the source of the sound. He thought in fear, Tu Shanlan is angry and in such a rage. Even Yu Chuanggong was worried to the point of sweating. He was terrified. Everything this old man has done is for the Tushan clan, but if the esteemed lord is truly angered by this... Yin Shanggong, seeing the situation was unstable, hurried to prevent the two from escalating. I hope you will temporarily stop and go with this old man to see the esteemed lord before speaking. With a sword already at his throat, Yu Chuanggong still retorted strongly. It seems this old man is willing to temporarily put aside my prejudices, but I fear Mr. Jiang is not so magnanimous, and won't bother with this coward who only dares to talk big. But thinking of Tu Shanlan, Jiangju had to retract his sword and snorted. The four of them quickly tidied themselves up and proceeded to the palace chamber. Upon arriving, the once beautiful palace was frozen solid, and the architecture was also destroyed. Moving too quickly made them pant heavily as they arrived. But the ice made the surrounding temperature colder than normal, causing them to exhale white mist. Yin Shangong was the first to step forward and report, "Esteemed lord, this old man Yin Shan and Yu Chuanggong have come to pay their respects." After waiting for a moment, the ice-covered room remained silent. This made Yin Shangong and Yu Chuanggong feel a little ... They looked at each other, and then Jian Nun's voice rang out, asking, "Where is Jiangju?" Hearing his name called, Jiangju responded. "Here," Jian Nu continued. "Jiangju, come in. The others wait outside." Seeing Jiangju so easily allowed in, Yu Chuanggong was jealous and reported, This old man Yu Chuan has an important matter to request an audience with the esteemed lord." Seeing them so verbose, Jian Nu became a little annoyed and said loudly, "The esteemed lord does not want to see Yu Chuan. Quickly come inside, Jiangju." Seeing the person he hated being rejected so miserably, Jiangju was a little gleeful and mocked, "How about Yu Chuanggong enters the palace with me?" Yu Chuanggong turned away angrily and snorted. Seeing him provoked, Jiangju happily went in, not forgetting to leave a parting shot. "Since that's the case, then I'll go in first. See you later." Jiangju opened the door and went in. As soon as he stepped in, Jiangju was surprised to see that the inside was also frozen, with a thick layer of ice on the floor. Walking in and looking around, Jiangju was a little puzzled. Why does this look like Tu Shanlan's secluded cave? Walking a little further, living long enough truly means you can see anything. Jian Nu was actually lying quietly on Tu Shanlan's body, and she was happily playing with her. Jiangju stood there, and upon seeing this scene, he trembled slightly. As if struck by lightning, Jiangju shuddered all over, thinking to himself, "No way." Tu Shanlan, who was happily playing with Jian Nu, inadvertently looked up, her naive eyes staring directly. Seeing that the newcomer was Jiangju, Tu Shanlan eagerly ran over like a child, raising her hands as if wanting to hug him, only able to adorably say the word, "Hey." Looking at this strange yet familiar expression, Jiangju, though unwilling, had to admit that the secondary soul had returned again. Having only spaced out for a few seconds, Tu Shanlan was about to pounce straight into Jiangju's arms, her mouth constantly saying, "I die." Seeing this, Jiangju trembled slightly, but could not dodge. Shanlan flew over too suddenly, causing the two to lose their balance and fall together. But she still smiled happily, while Jiangju was extremely worried. The more he looked, the more certain he was of his guess. Jiangju wondered confusedly, "What's going on?" The secondary soul has returned again. Tu Shanlan sat up, her 9 tails swished and swayed behind her as she kept repeating, "Ajia, Ajia," even patting her thigh like she wanted Jiangju to come play with her. Seeing that Jian Nu seemed relieved to be out of the woods, Jiangju tentatively asked, "What's going on? Is the secondary soul back?" "It's not even a full moon tonight, so why the sudden change? What happened?" Jian Nu glanced at Tu Shanlan before replying, "I don't know. Ever since Master turned like this, she's been demanding to see you." And then Jian Nu continued to explain, "That venerable mister left a seed recording the Grand Devil art in my body. I was just showing it to Master." Turning around for a quick peek, Jian Nu was stunned silly. The scene before her was way too funny. Jiangju was being dangled in the air, completely wrapped up in Tu Shanlan's tails, and she was giggling happily. Jiangju helplessly suggested, "Show me the seed." Jian Nu summoned that strange mirror, and instantly those weird symbols from before reappeared in the air. Jiangju took a look around at the symbols and commented, "Can't see anything? At least, nothing seems out of the ordinary to me." Hearing this, Jian Nu had no choice but to put the mirror away, saying in a helpless tone, "You can't do anything either? What now?" "The immediate priority is to keep this a secret, can't let it leak out. We can only stall until Master regains her senses. Then everything will be resolved." Seeing Tu Shanlan's tails wrapping around him tighter and tighter, Jiangju protested, "That's not right. The immediate priority is to get her to let me go." This time, Tu Shanlan coiled her tails to directly hug Jiangju tightly, causing him to suffocate a little, pleading for help. "Jian Nu Daren, save me! Save me!" Clearly being force-fed dog food, Jian Nu ignored him and changed the subject. Jiang Shensheng, maybe you should think about how to deal with the two elders outside first." Outside the palace, Lin Qingyi sat on the steps, watching the two elders chatting. Yu Chuanggong still hadn't given up trying to recruit more allies. Yin Shansheng, "If I try to persuade Zun Shang to withdraw the order not to form an alliance with the heterodox Immortal Alliance and let our Tushen clan handle trade, Would Yin Shanxiang be willing to speak up and help? Seeing that this matter seemed troublesome, how could Yin Shangong agree? He politely declined. This old man is already old and doesn't participate in these matters. Yu Chuanxiandi, if you have an idea, please do as you see fit. Seeing that he'd been directly rejected, Yu Chuangong was a little angry, pressing, "What do you mean by this, Yin Shanxiang? This is a major matter for our Tushan clan." Not wanting to let Yu Chuangong continue to be so confused, Yin Shangong said, "This old man will only say one thing. Xiandi, do you think Jiangju can become the king consort, or are we really being ungrateful? Do you think Zunshang and Jiang Fuzi have no feelings for each other?" Yu Chuangong suspiciously questioned. "Isn't that the case?" Yin Shangong burst out laughing, "Ha, then hinted, "I wouldn't be so sure." Just as the two of them finished speaking, the palace doors opened, and footsteps sounded. The next scene was a little embarrassing. Jiangju was actually being carried out by Tu Shanlan. What's more, he was covering his face, and Jian Nu, who was following behind, had a somewhat awkward expression with Jiangju. Lin Qingyi was shocked, and stood up, staring wide-eyed as they left. Even Yu Chuangong was very surprised by this scene. Only Yin Shangong wore a knowing smile. Seeing that they were about to leave, Yu Chuangong finally snapped out of it and called out, "Zunshang, halt!" Just now Jiang Fuzi acted violently in front of the Fox Immortal Palace. "May I ask, Zunshang?" Then, he raised his voice in accusation. "Is the Fox Immortal Palace no longer sacred? Does Tushan no longer have rules?" These criticisms from Yu Chuangong angered Tu Shanlan, and her face darkened, making Jiang Jie, who was being carried, also afraid. But perhaps Yu Chuangong didn't notice these things. He continued to put on a show, bowing and pleading, "Please, Zunshang, for this old man's sake." Before he could finish his sentence, Tu Shanlan directly appeared in front of him, puffing out her cheeks, looking to intimidate him, making Yu Chuangong worry and sweat on both sides of his temples. The anger of a child who hasn't been coaxed erupted. Tu Shanlan's eyes turned red with anger, and her 9 tails danced wildly behind her. Seeing Zunshang show this face for the first time, Yu Chuangong trembled and sweated even more. With a thump, Tu Shanlan used her tail to send Yu Chuangong flying straight into the sky. Yu Chuangong flew straight into a nearby wall, causing an impact that sent rocks and debris flying everywhere. Lin Qingyi, Yin Shangong, and Jian Nu all shared the same wary expression at the sight of Yu Chuangong being sent flying by Tu Shanlan. Then, Tu Shanlan carried Jiang Jie and Jian Nu away again. The servants around immediately shouted to announce, "This is bad, Yu Chuangong has fainted." After struggling to bring Tu Shanlan to Tianhu Peak, Jiangju looked at her happy on the bed and asked Jian Nu worriedly, "She took action against Yu Chuangong. Are you all right?" Jian Nu didn't seem to care about what just happened. She crossed her arms and said nonchalantly, "Tushan is Master's Tushan. Don't even mention just laying a hand on her. Even if you beat her half to death, no one would dare say a word. Compared to that, I'm more worried about Master's body." Jiangju turned curiously to ask, "What is it?" Jian Nu didn't hide anything and answered directly, Before Master's episodes, she would proactively dissipate her cultivation." Saying this, Jian Nu's tone became a bit scary, like a cold wind blowing across the face. Jiangju immediately froze. Deep down, he was panicking like crazy. Before, she had no cultivation. If I wasn't careful, I'd get hurt. This time she hasn't dissipated her cultivation yet? Isn't she gonna crush me to death? Seeing that this was gonna be a tough play, Jiangju immediately pretended to be dumb and made an excuse to run away. That's right. I suddenly remembered that I haven't clocked in at the academy today, kinda like punching the time clock. But before Jiangju could leave, he was entangled by Tu Shanlan's tail. Then, Tu Shanlan pulled Jiangju closer to herself. Looking at Jiangju floating in the air, Tu Shanlan raised her hands, saying in a cute tone, Jia wants a hug." Jian Nu saw Tu Shanlan wrapping herself around him like this, and kindly suggested, "I feel like Master seems to want you to stay with her. I'll tell Yin Shangong about the academy on your behalf." Censure. Jiangju held her hands and said, "Be good, wait a bit." Jiang Jie had some questions he wanted to ask Jian Nu. Now that it's become like this, who's in charge of Tushan's internal affairs? Jian Nu turned to leave while answering, "If it's military matters, I'll take action. But internal affairs need to be handed over to Shihua Nu. I'll personally take a trip to Sun Moon Lake and bring Shihua Nu back here. Take good care of Master. Don't make any decisions on your own. Wait for us to return." Jiang Jie, while resisting Tu Shanlan, replied, "For now, that's the only thing we can do." Finally, Jiangju didn't forget to remind her of the last thing. "Hey, tell my little two-son who's standing outside the door to bring the stuff I left at home here." Meanwhile, outside Tianhu Peak, at the vacation cave of Yu Chuangong, Yin Shangong was applying medicine to Yu Chuan while advising, "His Honor personally made the decision. You took it upon yourself to change the etiquette. That was already overstepping your authority." Consider this a lesson today. Don't hold a grudge against his honor. Yu Chuangong endured the pain and asked further, just now in front of the hall, when his honor took action. Did Brother Yin Shan clearly see his honor's expression at that time? Yin Shanggong replied, his honor's holy face. How could this old man dare to look directly at it? Yu Chuangong seemed to know some secret, so he pressed further. Then does Brother Yin Shan remember a few months ago, when his honor went alone into the great wilderness and cut off a saint's hand? Yu Chuanggong's face showed a hint of fear, recalling that arm was still hanging in front of the mountain gate. It's hard to forget even if you wanted to, right? Yin Shanggong put the medicine bottle aside and said again, do you understand the reason behind it? Our Tuashan clan had the good intention of returning that Quilin holy son to the great wilderness clan. Why did it end up making his honor angry? So much so that he didn't care about anything and rushed into the great wilderness. Yu Chuangong hesitated a bit. Seeing this, Yin Shanggong immediately asked frankly, old brother Yu Chuan, what do you want to say? Yin Shanggong's face had a pensive look as he recounted. Before, every time there was a full moon, his honor would take the two nupu and disappear for a while, saying that he was in closed-door cultivation. Thinking about it carefully, that day was also a full moon night. Then, Yin Shanggong turned to look and sincerely advised, old brother Yu Chuan, you and I are both divine children. It's best not to guess his honor's thoughts. As for Jiang Fuzi, you should know his position in his honor's heart by now. Remember not to act rashly again. Yu Chuanggong clasped his hands and said respectfully, thank you for the reminder, brother Yin Shan, but everything Yu Chuan does is for the sake of our Tushan clan. Yin Shanggong left, not forgetting to leave a word behind. Take care of yourself. Don't make things too difficult to clean up. It's unknown whether Yu Chuanggong understood what Yin Shan said, but he also replied, Yu Chuan understands. The sunlight shone brightly in every corner inside the palace, illuminating the place where the Tushan nobles were taught. While the other Fox clansmen were attentively listening to Fuzi's lecture, Shan Ning lazily lay there sleeping, neglecting her studies. An orange, furred fox sitting next to her was bored listening to Fuzi's teaching, and missed someone in his heart. Jiang Fuzi has been on leave for a few days now. I miss him so much. Looking over at Tushan Ning, who was sleeping so soundly that she was blowing bubbles, the fox complained in his heart. Why is it only An Ning who's sleeping well? Why? Fuzi, who was lecturing fluently, stopped when he saw Yu Chuanggong enter. Fuzi was about to ask, Yu Chuanggong, you. But he strode in aggressively, ignoring everyone around him. Tushan Ning was still sitting comfortably on the chair, immersed in a sweet dream, regardless of the whispers of reminders around her. An Ning, wake up. Seems like she heard a voice in her ear. Thinking it was Jiangju messing with her, Shan Ning just got comfy and mumbled, Bro, Stin, stop it. Seeing Shan Ning acting like that, the fox spirits around burst out laughing, echoing through the room. Woken up by the noise, Shan Ning groggily woke up. Drool still at the corner of her mouth, she quickly tried to defend herself. Teacher, I wasn't sleeping. This time, the class laughed even louder. Knowing she embarrassed herself, Shan Ning shyly lowered her head, ears drooping down too. The teacher also barely held back a laugh, trying to look a bit serious, and said, Ahem, young Master Ning, the clan elder is looking for you. Hearing that an elder was looking for her, Shan Ning peeked her head out of curiosity to see who it was. Seeing the familiar purple-robed elder looking at Shan Ning, she immediately recognized Gong Yu Chuan. After that, the two of them went to another room to talk. After causing trouble so many times, Shan Ning had developed a habit of denying everything. Before Yu Chuanggong could even speak, she blurted out, Yu Chuanggong, what do you want? A Ning hasn't caused any trouble recently. Yu Chuanggong looked sincere and bowed. It's not that young Master Ning has caused trouble, but I have a matter I need young Master Ning's help with. After years of being a busybody, I'm finally needed. But this made Shan Ning a bit suspicious. You need my help. What can I possibly help you with? Afraid Shan Ning would refuse, Yu Chuanggong cunningly exaggerated her importance. Only young Master Ning can help me with this. Finally, the Tushan young master was being valued by someone else. Shan Ning thought to herself smugly. So, An Ning, is this important? As expected, a grown-up fox is reliable. Seemingly agreeing in her heart, Shan Ning cautiously asked, Alright, tell me, what can I help you with? As if he was just waiting for this. Yu Chuanggong waved his hand, and all sorts of talismans and spirit stones flew out. Looking at the pile of incriminating evidence on the table, Shan Ning's heart sank. Wait, aren't these my brother-in-law's things? That night at Tianhu Peak, I even helped him set up some of them. Yu Chuanggong raised his voice, Young master. Hearing herself being called, and fearing that her schemes had been exposed, Shan Ning tried to hide anything she could. She pretended to be clueless and asked, What are these things? Yu Chuanggong angrily replied, Jiangju used secret techniques plotting something unjust. These are ironclad evidence that Jiangju plotted to harm the Lord. Saying that was practically saying Shan Ning was an accomplice, but she was also a bit guilty. She still tried to protect Jiangju. It's not that serious, not that serious. My brother-in-law doesn't have that kind of ability. Yu Chuangong didn't give up and persuaded. Young master Jiangju comes from the Shenxiao Palace, known for playing tricks and bewitching people. A few days ago, I noticed the Lord's personality changed drastically when she was with Jiangju. I secretly investigated and found evidence around Tianhu Peak. Initially, he set up a formation. Do I need to tell young Master Ning who the target was? Jiangju is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Sadly, some Tushan clansmen still see him as a good person, Yu Chuangong said vaguely. But Shan Ning was the one feeling guilty. She muttered, "Just say my name directly already." Then Shan Ning turned around and coldly said, "So, what do you want from me? Take this evidence to my sister. Confront Jiangju." Yu Chuangong continued to persuade. These things alone aren't enough to prove Jiangju's guilt. A few days ago, Jiangju went to Tianhu Peak with the Lord again. I want to ask young Master Ning to scout out the situation. You have a special treasure on you. Only you and Tushan can handle this mission, for the safety of the Tushan clan and the Lord. Please, young Master Ning, lend a hand. In her heart, Shen Ning sneered. Taking the blame for my brother-in-law, I have experience doing that already. Yu Chuanggong's words sounded sweet, but Ning was no longer a little fox. The few sweet words won't fool me anymore. Tushan Ning pretended to turn away and said, "You're just telling me to do something like that?" Then she turned back, a scheming look in her eyes, and said with a crafty voice, "This is a bit difficult to do." How could Yu Chuanggong not understand? His expression changed slightly. In his heart, he lamented. Did this Jiangju completely corrupt young Master Ning? Switching scenes back to inside Tianhu Peak, the scene on the bed was peaceful. Jiangju lay on Tu Shanlan's lap, reading intently while she playfully messed with Jiangju's hair. Suddenly, a message transmission arrived from outside the cave. At this moment, Tu Shanlan was poking Jiangju's cheeks playfully, but he noticed the message. Jiangju sat up and listened. Hearing Jiannu's voice, "Lin Qingyi is waiting outside the cave. I'm going to Riyue Lake myself. You must protect the mistress well." Because he was busy coaxing Tu Shanlan to wait for him, it took a while for Jiangju to come out of the cave. Seeing Jiangju come out, Lin Qingyi asked worriedly, "Little Marshal Granduncles? Is Little Marshal Granduncles all right?" Jiangju patted his chest and assured, "I am the Tushan royal consort. No one dares to do anything to me." "Did you bring what I needed?" Qingyi took off the luggage on his shoulder and replied, "I brought it." "Is there something happening in Tushan? If it's dangerous, I will sacrifice myself to protect Little Marshal Granduncle and leave." Receiving his things, Jiangju replied, "Something happening? Of course there is." Jiangju put it on his shoulder, turned to go back in but still looked back. "Don't worry, if there's danger to my life you don't need to tell me. Little Marshal Granduncle will be the first to run." The Qingyi still asked worriedly, "But do you need these things?" Jiangju walked without looking back, only saying, "Being prepared is better than regretting it later. I still have to stay here for a while. In a few days, the little monk and the great elephant god will be back. Take care of them a bit." Qingyi had to obey obediently. "Yes, Little Marshal Granduncle." Left. After a moment of conversation, Lin Qingyi also left. Jiangju then leisurely walked deeper inside to return to Tushanlan, passing by a rock crevice. A suspicious sniffle was heard. Jiangju looked suspiciously and casually asked, "Who's there?" "Nothing." No one replied. Jiangju walked over to the bed and saw Tushanlan eagerly sitting there, constantly patting the spot next to her, saying, "Ada, Ada." It seemed to have become a habit. Jiangju comfortably leaned against Tushanlan's lap and started reading, but a strange sound came out. "E." The two of them immediately stopped their affectionate actions. Jiangju shot up and suspiciously asked, "Security check?" Then Jiangju tried to provoke her. "It's not here?" Seems like the sign, "No Tushan Ning or dogs allowed" at the cave entrance is still working well. Hearing that Jiangju was putting her on the same level as a dog, Tushan Ning got so angry that she revealed herself and retorted, "No, there isn't that sign." Seeing that Tushan Ning had revealed herself, Jiangju grinned, "He." But Tushan Ning was a little unconvinced and asked, "Even Aji couldn't detect me. How did brother-in-law find me?" Tricking Tushan Ning made Jiangju happy, and he replied, "This is the rapport between brother, coin, koa, and little sister, coin, koa." Meanwhile, Tushan Ning's expression turned gloomy. "I don't need this rapport." Even more unexpectedly, Tushan Lan flew down from the bed, pressed Tushan Ning's head to the ground, making her hurriedly cry for help. "Aji! Aji!" Don't hit me. I know I was wrong. Who knew that Tu Shanlan, after pressing Tu Shanning to the ground, would lift her up and affectionately call her precious. Tu Shanning was instantly stunned, eyes wide, at this new nickname. Then, Tu Shanlan hugged Tu Shanning tightly and rubbed their cheeks together, innocently saying, "Sister, huggy huggy." Hearing this, Tu Shanning couldn't help but shudder and break out in a cold sweat. Tu Shanlan wanted to share the joy, so she took Tu Shanning to Jiangju. Who would have thought Tu Shanning would launch into a tirade the moment she got close to her? I didn't believe it when people said it, but brother-in-law, you really are that kind of person. Wolf in sheep's clothing, worse than a dog or pig, a beast in human skin. Being scolded so unjustly, Jiangju unwillingly shouted, "You ungrateful wretch! I usually treat you pretty well, why are you randomly cursing me?" Tu Shanning wasn't one to back down, and she snapped back. "Treat me well? You always cause trouble and I'm the one who has to take the blame." It seemed like she was having a hard time arguing. Jiangju pretended to cough and guiltily turned his face away, finding an excuse. Ahem, we're all family. Tu Shanning didn't want to argue with Jiangju anymore. She angrily rushed towards Jiangju, baring her pearly white teeth to threaten him. "Say one more word and I'll bite you to death." Tu Shanning's rushing speed was too fast. She climbed straight onto Jiangju and prepared to chomp down, causing him to shout in surprise, "Hey, don't bite." Tu Shanning's eyes turned red with rage. She bit Jiangju's arm hard, but who knew she would bite the super durable armor he always wore. Not only did it not hurt him, but it hurt her teeth so much that they bled. Tu Shanning started crying. "You bad brother-in-law! Why do you want to hurt Aji?" Jiangju then dragged Tu Shanning away to interrogate her. "Your Aji has high martial arts skills. How could I hurt her? Who told you I wanted to hurt her?" Tu Shanning was a little stunned and asked, "Then why did Aji become like this?" There was no hiding it from this noisy little fox. Jiangju honestly replied, "She's sick." How could Tu Shanning possibly believe that her dominant Aji was sick? She angrily said, "How dare you curse Aji?" Seeing that Tu Shanning was about to scratch him a few more times, Jiangju pushed her away and tried to explain. "She's really sick, let me tell you." After explaining it for a long time until Tu Shanning understood, Tu Shanlan had finally gotten tired of playing and dozed off. Jiangju sincerely said to Tu Shanning, "That's what happened. As for that Yu Chuan from the Gong faction, go snoop around and see if he suspects me or your Aji. Remember not to accidentally say anything. Wait until Huanu is back before talking." The situation doesn't look too optimistic. Tu Shanning was sad and gloomy. What should we do? Aji is even more stubborn than me now. If she makes a fuss, the whole Tu Shan will want to overthrow her. It seemed like this thought was a little off. Tu Shanlan was so scary that she could carry the entire Tu Shan mountain and chase after the two of them. Thinking about that scene made the two of them pale and contemplative. "Sai, tell me about it." Then Jiangju smiled and started bragging, hoping to get her help. "Ai Ning, these past few days brother-in-law has been taking care of your IG non-stop. Haven't washed my hair, haven't changed my clothes. How about you watch over her for me for a bit? I'll go clean up for a while and come right back." Tu Shanning looked a bit understanding and sympathetic. "Brother, sane, law. You've really worked hard these past few days." It seemed like Tu Shanning had fallen into the trap. Jiangju humbly replied, "It's what I should do. What I should do. All for your sis, I'm off then." Before he could finish, Shanning had already narrowed her eyes slyly and said, "But does A Ning's brother-in-law really think I look that easy to fool?" Then, Shanning used her treasure to disappear into thin air, not forgetting to leave a goodbye. "Bye-bye, brother," leaving Jiangju stunned. Outside Tianhu Peak, white clouds were still idly playing with the sun and wind on a mountain along the way to Tu Shan's sacred ground. The group was chattering away. "Did you hear? The Honored One couldn't wait for the auspicious day and forced Mr. Jiang into their honeymoon suite." A yellow-gray fox pretended to whisper. The Honored One and Mr. Jiang battled for 2 days and 2 nights. The scene was so intense. The orange-furred fox chimed in. "Yeah, I heard Mr. Jiang was completely drained." Seeing them gossiping so openly, Great Elephant God quickly covered Kengal's ears. Who knew Kelafang would remove the Great Elephant God's hands and say knowingly, "Please don't mind what they're saying. Great Elephant God Shifu." This little monk has read it in Shifu's head many times, it's just that. He forced Shimu, Master's wife. Kele unexpectedly said such ambiguous things, making Great Elephant God blush and cover his mouth, hastily saying, "Do not look at what is improper. Do not listen to what is improper. Do not speak of what is improper," leaving Kele only able to make sounds. The yellow, pine-gray fox happily said, "Look, even the little monk says so. It seems the Honored One and Mr. Jiang have long been." The orange fox beside him eagerly followed. "Mr. Jiang is truly extraordinarily brave. Mr. Jiang is mighty. While the group from Sun Moon Lake was setting off to return, Hua Nu was directly brought back first by Jian Nu, and the ice cave became lively. Tu Shanlan was sleeping peacefully in bed when Hua Nu's scolding of Jiangju rang out. Why did the Honored One's unspeakable illness flare up again? Jiangju was truly wronged and said, "That has nothing to do with me. I don't have that kind of ability." Hua Nu wasn't willing to give in, angrily replying, "It better not." Jian Nu, who hadn't spoken until now, spoke up. "It wasn't him. It was Mr. Jing." Hua Nu immediately asked in surprise, "Mr. Jing?" Feeling the situation was unusual, Hua Nu went to the bedside and politely asked for permission from her mistress. "Forgive my impudence." Hua Nu placed her hand on Shanlan's forehead and began chanting, and a streak of green pattern appeared on her face. Hua Nu revealed a serious expression and began probing Shanlan's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Hua Nu's face wrinkled. Her brow turned purple. Just probing the divine sense caused a backlash, leading to a painful coughing of fresh blood. Jiang Jie had been observing from the beginning and was very surprised to see Hua Nu like this. Even Jian Nu, who was always cold, revealed a worried look on her face. The two gathered around the bed and heard Hua Nu painfully say, "The Honored One's unspeakable illness flared up. The reason is, Hua Nunka told them that someone was fighting a battle of void with her mistress." Recalling just now when extracting a strand of divine soul to probe inside Shanlan, Hua Nu had seen Shanlan fiercely holding a sword facing a person standing on a lotus platform. Tu Shanlan swung the sword twice. Two sword energies appeared, crossing each other into an X shape. The two swords flew whizzing towards that man, but he still calmly watched, regardless of the danger approaching. The two sides collided with each other, creating a large explosion. A cloud of green smoke was created. But not stopping there, Tu Shanlan continued to rush forward. Shanlan passed through the smoke and rushed over, seeing the man summon a jade-green Buddha statue. Tu Shanlan did not hesitate, and slashed straight with her sword. The collision of the sword and the statue created shockwaves that spread out. Seeing that she was still too modest in using strength, causing the statue to not even crack, Shanlan added more strength to the next sword strike. But who would have known that this statue still stood calmly, without a single scratch, and Tu Shanlan, sensing something was wrong, retreated. But how could her pride as the queen of the myriad demon kingdom allow her to give in? Tu Shanlan quickly observed and continued. This time Tu Shanlan was more generous, directly gifting that statue 6 or 7 consecutive slashes at different places, creating another wave of powerful shockwaves. Who knew that the bystander would be the one to suffer? Hua Numot was very far away, but was still hit. How could Hua Nu withstand the battle of powerhouses? Thus, the recollection ended there. Hua Nu returned to the real world, and Jiang Ju, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. Turns out, the Venerable One's main soul is being held by that Mr. Jing, so he's using a split soul to control the body. Even if we know what's causing the Venerable One's, indisposition, what can we even do? Seeing Jiang Ju's "I know everything" face, Hua Nu got pissed and called him out. Enough with the beating around the bush. If you've got a plan, spill it. Jiang Ju wasn't hiding anything anymore. He held up 2 fingers and said confidently, "I have 2 ways that might solve our current pickle." Hua Nu was so anxious she could run 10 laps around Tushan, so no way was she going to let Jiangju grandstand. Just spit it out. Jiangju turned around, striking a wise sage pose, and said, "Mr. Jing and the Shenxiao Palace are definitely connected. If I return to Shenxiao Palace, I can find where his real body is hiding, and then get the Yue Renhu Old Dragon God to help. An attack from the outside will definitely catch him off guard, and his void magic will fail in a second." Hua Nu thought this plan was a bit iffy, and she stood there thinking for a long time, a look of helplessness flashing across her face. But she still wanted to explore more options, so she asked Jiangju, "What about the second way?" Jiangju didn't hold back and said right away, "The second way is for me to take the Venerable One back to Shenxiao Palace. I'm tight with the Glazed Sky Medicine King, True Lord. If he helps, he can cure all ailments, and definitely help the Venerable One merge their 2 souls, ending the body's heavy burden. Then we fight void magic with Mr. Jing." Sensing Jiangju was suggesting these methods for his own gain, Hua Nu angrily cursed. "It all boils down to letting you go back to Shenxiao Palace. If the Venerable One wasn't sick, you'd have left already, wouldn't you?" Jiang Jie didn't take that lying down. "The Venerable One already gave me permission to return to Shenxiao Palace. This just means the time is coming sooner." Hua Nux didn't believe him, and asked, "What proof do you have?" Unexpectedly, Jiangju got crafty, pretending to be upright and righteous. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you have another way, we'll do that." At this point, Hua Nu had no choice but to reluctantly agree. The Venerable One's martial arts are unmatched. Maybe she'll wake up in a day or 2. If she's still out by the wedding, then we'll try your way. In a corner of the nearby forest, Shen Ning looked at the fire jade in her hand, happily sizing it up. Bro-in-law took out such a small piece of fire essence warm jade and convinced Shen Gong that it was worth a fortune. The little fox spirit's greed ignited, and Shan Ning's face instantly revealed a greedy and despicable expression. Isn't there a warm jade bed in the sis's cave abode? But then she remembered how scary Tu Shanlan could be, and Shan Ning suddenly woke up. If I sneak in without sis knowing, she'll definitely skin me alive. But greed overwhelmed reason. Thinking about how Jiangju gave me this stone, Shan Ning secretly resolved, so what if the Tushan king consort stole the Tushan young master? Can't I steal too? Finally deciding to go for it, Shan Ning boldly went back to the cave abode one more time. At this moment, outside the cave entrance, Jiannu was standing guard. Not knowing if she was just closing her eyes to rest, Shan Ning thought Jiannu was asleep, so she tried to fly in as quickly as possible, leaving a pink afterimage in the air. Unexpectedly, the afterimage hit a hidden barrier right at the cave entrance. The strong impact made the barrier shake, causing Jiannu, who was resting, to pay attention. Jiannu held her sword and quickly rushed to eliminate the intruder. As she charged forward, she asked, "Who's there?" Tu Shanning knew she couldn't win, and immediately raised her two hands in surrender. As the tip of the sword was about to stop near Shanning, she hurriedly made an excuse. "Bro, Zinin, Daylaw asked me to come and help." The sword was still emitting faint purple chi. Jiannu kept her pose unchanged, and thought for a moment, thinking that Shan Ning was Shanlan's blood. A related younger sister after all. Jiannu calmly pulled out a sound transmission talisman and silently sent a message into the talisman. Jiannu flew it in strongly, passing through the barrier, causing Shan Ning to be a bit stunned, watching the glowing talisman slowly disappear into the dark cave. Several minutes later, there was the sound of footsteps from inside the mountain cave. Jiangju was a mess, his hair disheveled, dark circles under his eyes like he'd been drained of his yang energy by a demon. But he couldn't hide the smile on his face, happily running out and calling, "Little Missy, you're here!" Shan Ning felt like she had seen a volcano when she saw Jiangji and happily ran over, and even acted affectionately and called, "Bro-in-law, I've come to visit you." What followed was a scene so warm it was fake, each person with their own thoughts, pretending to be affectionate, hugging each other like their feelings were so good. Jiangju picked Shan Ning up to look at her and grinned, which made Shan Ning a little dazed and confused. Unexpectedly, Jiangju then unleashed a sinister move. He threw Shan Ning hard into the cave, as if venting all the hardships Shanlan had caused him over the past few days. Scared that Shan Ning wasn't flying fast enough, Jiangju gave the four-legged fox a free kick to send him on his way. "Finally," he said gleefully, "get lost." Once Shan Ning had completely flown into the cave, the barrier at the cave entrance was reactivated, as if afraid Shan Ning would escape. With everything settled, Jiangju dusted off his hands. His previously tired face now refreshed, he chuckled. "You little rascal, you can't trick me." Then, despite his dark eye circles, Jiangju exuded a carefree vibe as he left. Jiannu, who had been watching this whole charade, was now dumbfounded, staring after Jiangju's retreating figure. After dragging himself back to his resting place, Jiangju wearily walked to the entrance, where he was greeted by everyone rushing out to welcome him, voices ringing out in unison. "Benefactor, little grandmaster, master, Mr. Jiang." Seeing Jiangju's panda eyes, Dai Xiangshen, who had just arrived, asked curiously, "Benefactor, what's wrong?" Dai Xiangshen recalled the recent rumors, and combining it with Jiangju's state, his face flushed with crazy thoughts. "Benefactor, looks like you've had your yang essence sucked dry by a succubus. Could it be?" Jiangju scratched his neck wearily and replied, "I'm fine, I'm great. How is everyone?" He looked up and saw them standing in a distant line. Jiangju asked, puzzled, "What are you all doing?" Da Jiangshen quickly stepped forward. "Save you?" he asked hesitantly. "Benefactor, these past few days? I'm afraid you've been working hard." Jiangju didn't think much, and answered directly, "Indeed, I've been working hard." Da Jiangshen thought his suspicions were confirmed, and comforted him. The mistress is, after all, a celestial demon lord, with sky-piercing cultivation. Though it's embarrassing for a man, it's normal that you can't hold out, don't take it too hard. Jiangju went along with it. The difference is too big indeed. Da Jiangshen's gossiping nature resurfaced, and he leaned in close, audaciously asking quietly, "Benefactor, how long can you last under the celestial demon lord's hands?" Jiangju replied, "Depends on how long she wants to play. Until she falls asleep, then I can rest." Da Xiangshen was shocked, thinking it was true. Oh my god. Suddenly, someone provoked Qing Yi, and she punched the wooden pillar next to her, conveniently creating a hole in it too. Seeming to realize she was a bit embarrassed, Qing Yi's face instantly turned red, and she made an excuse. "Don't do that in front of Vina." Before seeing Kang Li standing there, Qing Yi conveniently pointed at him and said, "Don't talk in front of children." Jiangju froze for a moment, seeming like they weren't talking about the same thing all along. He thought to himself, "What am I saying that can't be said in front of children?" Seeing Qing Yi's mood wasn't great, Jiangju leaned down and asked Lei, "What's wrong with her?" The little monk replied, "Amitabha, Lin Shizu wants to compete with the celestial demon lord. A battle to the death. After the lively greeting, Jiang Zhu and Lin Qingyi went into the room to discuss matters. Qingyi stood up respectfully and reported, "My father sent a message." Jiang Zhu was a bit surprised and mumbled, "A message?" Then Jiang Zhu sat on the chair leisurely and ordered, "Bring him to me." A moment later, Qingyi left, replaced by someone from the Yixian alliance. The person knelt down before Jiang Zhu and introduced himself. Subordinate Wu Qingshan, Hall Master of the Kuishui Hall of the Yixian alliance, pays respects to the alliance leader. Seeing this, Jiang Jie went over to help him up and said, "Get up, there aren't so many rules here. You look a bit familiar, have we met before?" Wu Qingshan smiled foolishly and scratched his head, but still explained. This subordinate's cultivation is not refined, and was possessed by demonic spirits. The day the alliance leader came to Dongya Mountain, I was fortunate enough to be saved by the alliance leader. Hearing his story, Jiang Zhu remembered, but he didn't reminisce further and went straight to the point. "Oh, what message did Feng Qingzi ask you to deliver?" Wu Qingshan clasped his hands and reported, "Teacher asked me to inform the alliance leader that the first batch of people and supplies wanting to return to the human race are ready and should arrive at Tushan in about 7 days. It's only been a few days in the cave abode with Tushan Lan and they're almost ready." Jiang Jue asked in surprise. "That fast?" Wu Qingshan said. "The Yixian alliance's wish for tens of thousands of years has been to return to the human race. Now that the opportunity has come, everyone is scrambling to sign up." Speaking of this, Wu Qingshan became serious and said, "It's just that teacher is afraid of the dangers on the road, so he temporarily didn't allow the elderly, women, and children to sign up. This time, most of those coming here have cultivation, and teacher's intention is that the alliance leader can mobilize them if you are short of people." Jiang Zhu asked curiously, "Are the people and supplies brought this time all from the Dongya Mountain lineage? Or are there other Yixian lineages?" Seeming to understand Jiang Zhu's thoughts, Wu Qingshan replied a bit awkwardly, "We're all from the Dongyai Mountain lineage." Afraid Jiang Zhu would be annoyed, Wu Qingshan further persuaded, "Alliance leader, please don't mind it. This time you subdued the 9 sons' ghost mother and saved us from deep waters and scorching fire. All of the Dongyai Mountain human clan will follow your orders. Today you are setting an example for the soldiers, so that all the suffering compatriots can return home. Other human clans of the Dinyi Immortal Alliance will understand your good intentions in the future." Jiang Jue thought of Tushan Lan's current innocent and defenseless appearance. He was a little worried, so he replied, "I'm not worried about that." Recalling recent rumors, Wu Qingshan tentatively asked, "Alliance leader, has anything unexpected happened on the Tushan side?" A pensive look flashed across Jiang Zhu's face. He said meditatively, "That..." But Jiang Zhu quickly regained his composure and encouraged Wu Qingshan, "There are no accidents, don't worry, we can definitely succeed this time." Happy as he was, but in his heart, Jiang Zhu was worried about one thing. Once prosperity declines, new declines lead to exhaustion. Not to mention there is still time. 7 days may not be enough. I was born in the Scarlet Tiger domain, within the Myriad Demon Kingdom, although it's not as strong as the Great Sun Moon Lake. Compared to other human clans in the Myriad Demon Kingdom, life in the Scarlet Tiger can be said to be the most comfortable. But this place is also the scariest. Since I was old enough to understand, in a small town outside, surrounded by human children of the same age, well-fed and warmly dressed, and demonic gentlemen helped us practice cultivation techniques. We couldn't leave the small town. Every day, all we had to do was cultivate and cultivate. Once the humans living in the small town cultivated to the 7th grade realm, they would be taken away by the Scarlet Tiger clan. Those who were taken away would never return. Everyone knew where they were going. I had extremely good talent. At the age of 30, I broke through to the 7th grade realm. Soon someone came to take me away. At that time, I thought I was going to serve the Scarlet Tiger clan. But what awaited me was not a mission to guard or conquer a territory, but to be turned into a fighting slave. A human would be placed in an iron cage, facing demon beasts, with several iron cages also imprisoned in front. Alliance leader, do you also have cockfights, dogfights, or cricket fights in the human territory? We, the humans who had been carefully raised by the Scarlet Tiger clan, were locked in the arena, fighting against humans and beasts. Only one human or beast could survive and escape the iron cage. Gradually, I became numb, not knowing how many people I killed or how many fierce beasts I killed. Until that moment, I met my childhood playmate for the first time. His cultivation was above mine. I was not his match at all. But at a crucial moment he suddenly dispelled his true energy, allowing me to pierce his chest with my sword. Terrified and unable to hold back tears, that guy collapsed on his shoulder. Only then did I learn what the fate of the defeated would be. It turned out that they would not even spare our protective barrier. My life after that, I lived a wretched existence in the arena, sometimes even wanting to meet an acquaintance, then dying at the hands of the other party, just like the friend who died at my hands, thanks to him destroying his protective barrier completely. It wasn't until the Immortal Alliance attacked the Scarlet Tiger clan that I escaped. Meeting other human clans in the dingy Immortal Alliance, I learned that my experience was too ordinary compared to everyone there, and the pain and despair they experienced were even deeper than mine. Wu Qingshan asked urgently, Alliance leader Jiang Zhu, have we human compatriots been lowly since childhood, therefore playthings of the demon clan? Jiang Zhu put his hand on his shoulder, quitting. How can marquises and generals not have courage? People are born equal and free. Don't worry, I will definitely let you and your human compatriots return home. That day is not far away. Shangzhanj, Jiangzhu, arrived at the Great Elephant God's place. As soon as he arrived, he saw the Great Elephant God and Hua Yan talking. The Great Elephant God looked over, saw Jiangzhu, and happily asked, Benefactor, why are you here? You should have said a word in advance so I could welcome you properly. Hua Yan cupped his hands respectfully and introduced himself. I am the Demon General Hua Yan, guarding Taoyuan Cave. Greetings, Mr. Jiang. Jiangzhu raised both hands amiably and said, No need for formalities. I said long ago you and I are not in a master-slave relationship, so treat each other as friends. Don't bow anymore, please stand up. Hua Yan smiled upon hearing this. He admired Jiang Jie even more, saying, Having never received kindness from Mr. Jiang, I have long admired Mr. Jiang in my heart. Seeing you today, you are indeed a jade tree facing the wind. A suave fellow. Hearing these honeyed words, Jiangzhu suddenly turned green. Dire Xiangshen clasped his hands again and boomed. Everyone, I've got some business today. How about we discuss your requests another day? Hua Yan also respectfully bowed to Jiang Jie. Mr. Jiang is here, so, of course, his matters take priority. I'll come back in a couple of days. You two talk first. He turned around and generously added, All right, these past few days, that Wu Chuanggong has been going to Fox Immortal Hall to chat with Lord Xihua, looking all cheerful. Mr. Jiang, please keep an eye on him. Jiangzhu smiled faintly, clasping his hands in thanks. Many thanks for the info. But a moment later, his eyes seemed lost in thought. At this crucial moment, Xinhua and Wu Chuanggong are getting so close. Looks like something's up. Lu. Scene change. Jiangzhu meets Da Xiangshen again. He smiled slightly, hinting. They're both coming to you to make magical artifacts. So that means your wicked heart wants to make a fortune again, Da Xiangshen gave a forced laugh. Raising his hand to explain, I haven't taken any orders. Jiangzhu looked at him with a skeptical expression, saying, That doesn't sound like you. Da Xiangshen stood up straight and solemnly replied, My benefactor brought me to Tushan, obviously needing me to do some things. Now, I'm new to Tushan, and I can't tell who's friend or foe to my benefactor, so I'm putting everything on hold first. I will wait until I ask my benefactor before deciding. Jiangzhu stood up and said, That's good then. I have something I need your help with. Da Xiangshen clasped his hands and said, Please, benefactor, just give the order. I will obey without question. Jiangzhu projected a scroll. Da Xiangshen was immediately surprised when he saw it and asked, What is this thing that benefactor is showing? Jiangzhu looked at him and asked, Do you have a way to turn this invisible thing into something tangible? Quote. Scene changes to Huanuga's palace. She sat on her throne and asked, Wu Chuanggong, I heard that the people sent by the East Cliff Mountain have arrived at the Tushan border. Your people are blocking them at the gate, not letting them in. Wu Chuanggong clasped his hands behind his back and said, Cooperation with the different Immortal Alliance is decided by Master Wu. Even though the elders disagree on the surface, if Master Wu finds out after coming out of seclusion, I'm afraid Wu Chuanggong will have a hard time bearing the burden. He sinisterly added, Lord Xihua is too kind. This official never intended to hide this matter. Why are they disagreeing on the surface? Huanung frowned, reminding him, This cooperation was promoted by Jiangzhu. Now you want to seize the dual leadership of the trade. You have to consider whether you have the strength for it. Wu Chuanggong again talked about the benefits for both sides. Lord Xihua, everything this old man does is for Tushan. This trade looks like it's mutually beneficial. But in reality, implementation will be full of difficulties if conflict erupts between the two sides. Which side will Jiangzhu stand on? Are you sure he can clearly distinguish whether he's the Tushan consort or the human race alliance leader? Saying that, but Huanu still closed her eyes without responding to him. A moment later, Wu Chuanggong stepped out with two subordinates, walking and saying, Lord Xihua has implicitly acknowledged our approach. If comes out of seclusion, everything will be set. I will bear all the responsibility. Ahead was Jiang Jie, waiting. The blonde stammered, Jiang. Mr. Jiang. He immediately received a glare that could kill from Wu Chuanggong, silencing him. He snarled, surrounded by fierce energy, and directly asked, Jiangzhu, what are you doing here? Jiangzhu crossed his arms and leisurely replied, This one has been waiting for Wu Chuanggong for a long time. Wu Chuanggong fell silent upon hearing this. Jiangzhu again put his hand behind his back and asked, Is it convenient for Wu Chuangong to talk further? He irritably said loudly. Say what you need to say here. This old man is busy with work and doesn't have much time to listen to your nonsense, Jiangju still calmly replied. Alright, then I'll just say it directly. I can hand over the inter-realm passage to you, and in the future, the inter-realm trade will also be entirely your responsibility, Wu Chuangong. How's that? He was a little surprised upon hearing this. He grunted, and then had a gloomy look on his face, asking, What are your conditions? Jiangju crossed his arms and loudly said, Of course there are conditions? Wu Chuangong then asked. Speak. Jiangju raised his hand and replied, Even though my position and yours are different, we will still need to work together under the Demon Lord in the future. I hope Wu Chuangong will be less harsh on the human race going forward. Jiangju will also reciprocate. Wu Chuangong suspiciously asked after hearing such a simple condition. That's it? Jiangju nonchalantly replied, That's it. He asked again. You don't regret it? He replied again. I don't regret it. Wu Chuangong, after hearing his definite answer, laughed and contemptuously thought, I thought Jiangju was capable, but he's rushing to beg after using a few tricks. After thinking, he put his hands behind his back and walked past Jiangju, triumphantly saying, Consort, since you're so sensible, this old man is also an understanding person. I agree to this matter. Jiangju lowered his head and said, Farewell, Yu Chuangong. He couldn't hide his excitement and burst into laughter after taking a few steps. Ha ha ha, Jiangju. Ha ha ha. Lin Qingyi, the princess, curiously asked, Little Grandmaster Jiangju, did you really offer him the two-realm passage? Jiangju clenched his fist and calmly said, Lin Qingyi, chill. On the contrary, a hint of playfulness on his face. This two-realm passage will eventually return to our hands. Lin Qingyi was surprised and asked, What's the meaning behind Little Grandmaster's actions? A sinister look flashed across Jiangju's face as he darkly said, This, Yu Chuangong, it's time for him to taste some bitter fruit. Scene change. The two were now on a boat. Jiangju stood with his hands on his hips, enjoying the comfort, and said, So this is the central spirit beast territory. He looked up and called out, Lord Sword Sovereign, come down and take a break with us. As he spoke, a graceful figure descended from the tall, straight trees. Jiangju turned his head and cheerfully asked, Lord Sword Sovereign, you don't have to follow me as soon as I leave, do you? You're still considered a high-ranking member of the Wanyao Kingdom. Even if you don't have to deal with many difficult matters every day, you're still busy with affairs, so why are you so free in targeting me all day long? Jiannu narrowed her eyes, slightly exasperated. You're free. I'm only responsible for serving the Heavenly Demon Lord, and only act according to the Heavenly Demon Lord's orders. Others handle other matters, Jiangju curiously asked her. So what do you do when Tu Shanlan doesn't have any orders? What do you do? Jiannu replied concisely. Cultivation. Jiangju admired her and raised his index finger in praise. Firm Dao heart, a promising future. Jiannu coldly snorted and said, Yuchuan is Yu Chuanggong's land of amnesty. The conflict between you and Yu Chuanggong is known to everyone in Tushan. Today you come here on your own initiative. I'm here to see what tricks you're up to. The three of them soon arrived at their destination. Jiangju clasped his hands behind his back, casually said, Let's go, follow me. The two followed him to a mountain with a stone statue. Jiangju walked straight to the statue, but Lin Qingyi felt heavy due to the hostility in the area. She raised her hand and called out, Little Grandmaster. She stopped and gasped, thinking, The hostility around here is too heavy. I can't get close to that stone statue at all. Jiangju arrived in front of the stone statue. Jiannu floated in the air, wondering, How did you know this was where Yu Chuanggong's Dharmakaya is? Jiangju's eyes emitted a mystical light, replying, I could see the light in his eyes. Staring directly at the stone statue, Jiannu broke out in a sweat again. Repeating his words, you could see it. She couldn't help but think, That's right. Jiangju can command the 9 heavens gods and the 36 heavenly generals. His seat. He summons them with a wave of his hand, and dismisses them with another. How could he not have a way to deal with a small demon pardoned on earth? Now, not everyone is as lucky as Tu Shanlan, having the karma-severing sword to cleanse all his karmic burdens. Could it be that, in the future, if the demon race wants to be officially recognized, they have to wait for Jiangju to nod his head first? That's too terrifying. Jiannu called out to Jiangju again, asking, If you destroy Yu Chuanggong's Dharmakaya, he will lose hope of transcending the heaven and earth twin tribulations. But he will still have cultivation. I'm afraid he will definitely not rest until you're dead. Jiangju glanced back and smiled. Thank you, Lord Sword Sovereign, for your concern, but I'm not going to do something pointless like building a foundation for bad guys. Moreover, Yu Chuanggong's Dharmakaya, how can a small Qi disciple like me do anything to it? Hearing this, Jiannu pouted and said nothing. Jiangju raised his hand and called out, Lin Qingyi, give me the thing, Lin Qingyi. Upon being called, hastily, and threw the item to him, saying, Catch. Jiangju caught the item, then bit 2 of his fingers. So he uses his blood to write, ordained by heaven, and then puts the thing down in front of the statue. He makes a hand seal, and golden threads wrap around the object, chanting, "Grand divinity of purple firmament, primordial celestial lord, righteous gods appear, demons disperse, all realms pay homage." The object gradually crumbles into 100 pieces, then transforms into a statue of Wu Chuangong riding a mythical beast. The stone statue on the side starts to crack, and then flashes. Even more surprising, blood starts weeping from its eye. Jiangju conjures 3 incense sticks and chants, "Of the 3 heavens the Tao is supreme. Of all laws, incense is first. Today, with the merit of 3 incense sticks, I pay homage to the gods of the 4 directions. May the souls of all directions transmit the decree. Great Qian's Qin Emperor requests incense." Jiangju reverently offers the incense, if there is one who is willing to accept this offering of incense. The 3 incense sticks vanish instantly. Jiangju knows everything is done, so he turns around and says, "Let's go." Night falls at the Xinxian army camp. Inside the tent, Qin Xiao can't help but yawn, like a snake yawning. Then rests her chin on her hand, eyes half closed, muttering, "To the army." Suddenly, Emperor Junji Yu opens her eyes wide, because she's been pulled into some undefined world, and there's an undefined dark figure in front of her. Qin Xiao frowns and shouts, "What evil spirit dares to be so audacious?" She cautiously transforms into her true form, the Crimson Dragon, hissing at the dark figure. Unexpectedly, it's an incredibly imposing general, holding a scroll, standing regally on a 2-headed python. He booms, "Crimson Dragon, I am Bizai, heavenly devil sweeping and scouring 100-ranked righteous gods, one of the 8 great generals. How dare you defy the oath, dare to attack me?" Qin Xiao is dumbfounded and asks, "Purple firmament, supreme mystic true lord." He maintains a solemn expression and asks her, "Following the purple firmament supreme mystic true lord's special decree to deliver a message, are you Qin Xiao?" Her eyes widen in surprise, thinking, "Master Jiang." She doesn't know how long it's been before she opens her eyes, and it's morning. Qin Xiao scratches her head, wondering, was that really just a dream? She clenches her fists, thinking, "Master, all these years I've been searching for you like searching for a needle in the ocean. Could it be that you knew I was in trouble and came to help me in a dream, just like you saved me on that blood-soaked day? If there really are immortals in this world, they would be like you, Master." Outside, a soldier shouts, reporting to Her Majesty, the Imperial Preceptor, and a general request an audience. Qin Xiao says, "Let them in." The 3 enter the tent. The general immediately kneels and reports, "Your Majesty, another elite team sent to attack Ghost Gate Pass has been annihilated." The Imperial Preceptor strokes his beard thoughtfully, then speaks. "The battle with later Qin. Victory was originally within sight, but they invited the Celestial Masters of Divine Firmament, the Divine Firmament Palace, to cut off our rear supply lines. If we can't capture Ghost Gate Pass again, I fear the main army won't last more than a few days." Hearing this, Qin Xiao feels even more worried but says nothing. She looks at the map and picks up a chess piece. Looking at it, she recalls a sentence that Master Jiang once said, "Mountains upon mountains, rivers upon rivers, suspecting there's no road. Willows dark, flowers bright. Another spring appears." I didn't understand it much back then, but I understand it now. She slams her hand down on the table, a decision made, and orders, "Send the order. I will immediately prepare to depart." Jinsha River. Switching scenes to Heavenly Devil Ridge, Jinsha River. Yu Chuangong, riding his divine beast, raised his hand and shouted. The pointy, shag-eared guy holding the map told him, "Lord Yu Chuan, the double passage should be right here." He was sweating a little. Touching his forehead, the pointy, neared guy noticed and said, "Is your head hurting again, my lord?" He frowned. "It's nothing." The pointy, beard guy looked ahead, a bit suspiciously said, "The entrance is just ahead." MC Jiangju said, "My lord, Jiangju is letting us know so easily. I'm afraid he has some hidden intentions." Yu Chuanggong's eyes narrowed sharply, replying, "Whether it's a trick or not, won't we know after trying?" He pointed at 3 demon lackeys behind him and ordered, "You, and you. The 3 of you go down and check it out." The 3 stepped down, approaching the water. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. One of them put his hand in the water and found it was fine. The dark-haired one turned his head and yelled, "Hey, it's okay." Yu Chuanggong smiled, feeling relieved, and then approached, saying, "Move aside." He looked at the water on his hand and squeezed it greedily, laughing loudly. "Ha ha, this Jiangju didn't lie to me. It's empty underneath." Going down to the river, the demon lackeys began wading into the water, as ordered. The water only reached their heads, and then they disappeared. Before them was only a golden river with no sign of them. Because the demon lackeys had sunk to the bottom of the lake, they were all attacked by something, leaving Yu Chuangong and the pointy, mirrored guy clueless about what was happening. At this moment, one of them surfaced, screaming madly, "He! Ah! Ah!" The pointy, eared guy pointed and said, "My lord, there's still one person alive over there." Yu Chuangong used his kung fu to fly across the lake and grabbed him, pulling him back to shore. He threw him to the ground and immediately questioned, "Quick, what's down there? What harmed you guys?" The guy was trembling with fear, uncontrollably stuttering, A revival, Haas. Yu Chuangong glared at him, asking, "What revival?" The guy replied in extreme fear, "It's the statue, the human statue." Cut to Jiangju. Liang Qingyi approached and whispered to him, "Little martial ancestor, Yu Chuan has left Tushan." Jiangju smiled lightly, not holding back his sarcasm. He's in such a hurry, he's really rushing to reincarnate. He looked over at her and said, "Qingyi, have our people pack up a bit too." Liang Qingyi excitedly asked, "Little martial ancestor wants to ambush Yu Chuangong outside of Tushan?" Jiangju flicked her forehead and said, "Ambush my butt. I'm telling you to inform our people to pack their things and prepare to go home." Liang Qingyi asked in surprise, "Go home? Is it going back to Dongya Mountain?" Jiangju replied, "Of course not." He continued seriously, "It's going back to the human territory." Liang Qingyi was confused upon hearing this. "But what about Yu Chuan over there?" Jiangju said casually, arms crossed like he doesn't have a care in the world. "Don't sweat it, he'll be handling his own mess soon enough." Scene changed to Yu Chuangong, waving his hand, ordering the demon soldiers to shove the human slaves forward. Hundreds of human slaves all bowed their heads, terrified, with no idea what's about to go down. Yu Chuangong scowled again and ordered, "You lot," he pointed at the river that's acting like a doorway, "get in." The slaves are shaking as they clasp their hands together and begging, "Please, spare us, we beg you." "No, please." A demon soldier kicked one from behind, yelling, "You want to get beat or what? Get your asses in there now." Another cracked a whip, forcing the slaves to swallow their fear and run into the lake. After a bit, the river doorway went quiet again, and Yu Chuangong grinned from ear to ear, saying, "Looks like this Jiangju guy wasn't lying. Only humans can use this passage." The blonde dude pointed forward and reported, "My lord, these slaves aren't under the control of our demon soldiers. If we let them through the passage between realms, could something bad happen?" Yu Chuangong's face darkened, looking dangerous. What could possibly happen? These slaves have all eaten corpse GU worms. If they don't take the antidote within half a month, they'll explode and die. No need to worry about them not listening to us. Just keep an eye on the entrances and exits of these two realms. What could possibly go wrong? The blue-haired dude stroked his chin thoughtfully. Our entrance is easy enough, but the exit is probably somewhere on human territory. Yu Chuangong had already thought this through, and now he's sitting back, ready to reap the rewards. They've been marked. Let's go take a peek, and we'll know soon enough. Just then, a big ship appeared in the river doorway, making the two of them look over. On the ship, a guy wrapped in bandages stood like a wooden statue. On the other side of the river was Xin Xiao's army. The imperial advisor stood beside him, wondering aloud, "Your Majesty, why are we waiting here?" Xin Xiao remained silent, but in his heart he was also wondering, waiting for what? Even this humble one doesn't know. It's just that Jiang Shansheng told this humble one to do it. The general behind him stepped forward to speak. "Your Majesty, we've been waiting here for 3 days already. We can't keep waiting." An army's strength peaks with the first drumbeat, but eventually wanes. The soldiers' morale has begun to drop. There are even rumors that Your Majesty is afraid to fight. If we keep hesitating, the troops will get restless. Qin Shao lowered his head firmly and declared, "Wait a little longer," making him gasp in surprise. Wait for what? The imperial advisor also couldn't help but advise, "Your Majesty, even if you have a plan in your heart, you should reveal a little bit. At least let the high officials know the purpose of Your Majesty's army coming here." Just then, a scout rushed back in a panic, shouting, "Your Majesty!" Suddenly, a group of people dressed strangely and of unknown origin appeared in the East Valley. They look extremely weird. Qin Shao asked loudly, "Isn't there a strong force guarding the area? How did those people get in?" The soldier knelt down to reply, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. Those people suddenly crawled out from under the ground. Can't understand what they're saying. The language they speak doesn't sound like it belongs to any country." Qin Shao couldn't believe what he was hearing and ordered, "Crawled out from under the ground. Bring them here," the soldier replied. "Yes, sir." The soldiers led the supposedly strange group over. It turned out to be the human slaves. The imperial advisor stroked his beard, looking them over. He lifted one's chin and examined his face, then noticed the ancient poison mark on his cheek. He was surprised, and Tsked Qin Shao walked over and asked, "Who are these people? Where did they come from? And why did they appear here?" The imperial advisor raised his hand to explain, "Your Majesty, they come from Wanyao Kingdom." Hearing this, he was shocked. Yao Kingdom. The imperial advisor explained further, "Your Majesty, beneath this ground, There is actually a passage leading to the demon territory of Wanyao Kingdom. Your Majesty, were you waiting here just for this? Qin Shao lowered his head and thought to himself. A passage between two realms. This wasn't mentioned by Bifeng General when he relayed Jiang Xiansheng's message. He raised his head and answered hesitantly. The imperial advisor, it wasn't really for this. Just then, a general pointed ahead and reported, Your Majesty, a large ship is approaching. Qin Shao chuckled to herself, secretly pleased. They're here. That's who I've been waiting for, she yelled out. Where's Tai Ji Yuqi? The ancient god kneeled in response. I'm here. Qin Shao pointed at the approaching ship and ordered. Sink it for me, the ancient god replied. As you command. He pulled an arrow from the ground, condensed spiritual energy, and fired it. It carried spiritual power as it sped towards the ship. Inside, Lord Yu Yuan was completely oblivious. The blonde guy poured tea and asked, My lord, once we cross the river, it's Qin territory. Won't our arrival attract Chu Ting's attention? Lord Yu Chuan picked up his teacup and laughed heartily. The Qin are in a civil war. I heard someone joined the Su clan, so they're bound to fight. Relax. They don't have time to worry about us. Besides, that side is a desert. There's no way it'd be that coincidental. The blonde guy laughed along. Ha ha, you're right. Just then, a voice cursed from outside. Yu Chuan, you old dog. I've been screwed over by you. Outside, a bunch of demon soldiers ran and screamed. Run! Ah, save me. Lord Yu Chuan stepped outside, bumped into a running demon soldier who crashed into him, grabbed the guy's clothes, and angrily asked, Insolent, what's all the commotion? Before he could answer, he saw something himself and froze. Tai Ji Yuqi's arrow, carrying explosive power, came hurtling towards them. Lord Yu Chuan could only stare blankly at it, dumbfounded. The arrow instantly transformed into a ferocious true dragon, rushing forward. In an instant, it opened its mouth and smashed down, breaking the ship in two with incredible power. After receiving the order from Qin Shao, General Taiji Yu immediately drew his bow and aimed at Lord Yu Chuan's ship in the middle of the river. In an instant, the ship was destroyed by the power of the arrow and slowly sank. After completing the task, Taiji Yu respectfully reported to Qin Shao, Your Majesty, that fiend abandoned his physical body to escape. I am incompetent and allowed his soul to escape. Qin Shao happily said, It's all right. You've worked hard, General Taiji Yu. Not stopping there, Taiji Yu insisted. Your subordinate is willing to cross the Jinsha River to hunt down this person, Qin Shao replied. There's no need. She thought to herself, Jiang Xiansheng's calculations are accurate. If the opponent fled, he must have a backup plan waiting for him. The strategist next to her asked Qin Shao, Your Majesty, who was that person? Have we been stationed here for days just to kill the person on that ship? She replied calmly. That's right. The strategist asked again. Why? Qin Shao looked at the winding Jinsha River. I don't know either, but this is what Jiang Xiansheng instructed. Scene changes. At this time, Yu Chuan's soul was running for his life. His head was full of question marks about what had just happened. Why was the Imperial Army waiting right at the exit of the Jinsha River? Why do I always run into the Imperial Court's #1 war god, Taiji Yuqi? Aren't they in a fierce battle with the Hao Qin troops? How can there be such a coincidence in the world? Ah, faster, a little more! As long as I can get back to Yu Chuan, back to where my Dharma body is, I can use the incense offering of one place to recreate my physical body, he thought as he dashed forward at top speed. As he got closer, Yu Chuan suddenly stopped, sensing that something was very wrong. His face turned pale, revealing his worry. What's going on? Why can't I sense my Dharma body? He gritted his teeth and frowned, his face ashen. What the heck is going on? Who came to this place? He quickly rushed forward again and stopped in front of a large statue. He hurriedly moved forward to investigate. Beneath the large nine-tailed foxstone statue was a mini wooden carving of a person riding a mount. Witnessing this scene, Yu Chuangong was shocked, stiff, his face drained of all color, his eyes wide. It took him a few seconds to realize who was behind this. He gritted his teeth and growled, full of anger, Jiangju, played by Jiangju. This left him unable to stay calm any longer. He shouted Jiangju's name with endless hatred. Jiangju, you're so dead. Cut to the next morning. The sky was clear with soft light shining on the hills, below which Lin Qingyi was sneakily making her way up the mountain alone. The nine-tailed fox stone statue had now been transformed into a tiny fox cub, looking utterly adorable. Lin Qingyi went over and held it in her arms, constantly caressing it affectionately, just as Master predicted. As soon as she finished speaking, she and the fox cub quickly left the place. Cut to Tushan Mountain. Hua Nu was taking Tushan Lan's place to handle internal affairs of the demon race. Holding a piece of paper in her hand, she looked down at Jiangju and asked, This is, Jiangju explained. Tell them this is a plan I made. A concrete plan to develop the path between the two worlds, including main points, materials, profit sharing, and distribution channels. Before he could finish, Hua Nu interrupted. That's not what I meant. The path between the two worlds is now overseen by Yu Chuangong, something you agreed to. Are you trying to go back on your word now? Jiang Ju put on an innocent face, huh? Yu Chuangong is in charge? Where is he anyway? I haven't seen him these past few days. Hua Nu reflexively replied, Of course he's at. She suddenly paused, as if realizing something from Jiang Ju's words. What did you do? Jiang Ju remained calm. Hey, don't go blaming me. I didn't do anything. He's just unlucky, that's all. The path between the two worlds in the human territory just happens to be a battleground between the new dynasty and the later Qin. Just bad luck that he ran into the main force of the new dynasty. Hua Nu asked, Is he dead? Jiang Ju replied, He's tough, he won't die that easily. Hua Nu's face showed a hint of sadness. Yu Chuangong is a Fengzheng god. No matter how destroyed his body is, as long as he can return to the land of Feng, he can reconstruct his flesh. You haven't done anything to him, have you? Jiang Ju summoned the wooden statue and replied to Hua Nu, What did I do? Who told the land of Yuchuan to change owners? The beings in Yuchuan now worship the Zhixiao Tiantai Shu Zhen Ren. Hooray! Hearing this, Hua Nu felt helpless, thinking to herself. That's right, Jiang Ju has ordered the 36 heavenly deities of the Juxiao divine saints under his command. How could the local gods dare offend him? From the beginning, Yu Chuangong had no chance of winning. Hua Nu looked at Jiang Ju and questioned. Yu Chuangong's work may be a little biased, but his loyalty to the Tushan clan and the Heavenly Devil Master is known to the master. Don't you think you're going a bit too far? Without hesitation, Jiang Ju replied with a serious face. He absolutely has no intention of cooperating with the later Qin. My reason is very simple. Because the emperor of the new dynasty was only able to survive because I reversed fate against the heavens. The title of Zhixiao Zhenjun is worshipped and praised by tens of thousands of people in the dynasty, enjoying endless incense offerings. How can I just stand by and watch others uproot the sapling I worked so hard to plant? Hua Nu continued to ponder. Looking at the paper in her hand, hesitating slightly, she asked Jiang Ju, You want to lead the troops yourself? Do you want to return to the Shenxiao Palace? Jiang Ju said, In the path between the two worlds, there are sages of the human race, transformed into statues guarding it. So anyway, going through their territory, I have to go and say hello, and also the national leader of the new dynasty. I also have to meet and chat about how the human race of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom should be arranged. As for the Xiao Palace, I still haven't found it, but I can try to contact the disciples of the Shenxiao Palace to see if I can find a way to help Tu Shanlan wake up. But when the master was awake, she ordered you not to leave Tu Shan? Hua Nu solemnly repeated her master's instructions. Jiang Ju was still not willing to give up. He continued to argue. The wedding day of Tu Shanlan and I is coming soon. In the short time, we should try every possible way to help Tu Shanlan wake up. Otherwise, what if Tu Shanlan hasn't woken up by the time of the wedding? His words made Hua Nu wake up. Jiang Ju's convincing reason successfully made Hua Nu agree to let him leave Tu Shan. It's okay to go, but on the condition that Feng Jiannu has to follow you. Yes. Cut to the cave where Tu Shanlan was recuperating. Jiannu, who was now in a meditation posture, suddenly exuded a dark aura from her whole body. Strange shapes gradually appeared on her skin, looking like fish scales. Her face was twisted in discomfort, accompanied by ghostly sounds echoing in her head. Be loyal to me, worship me. Tu Shanlan orders you to enshrine the sword for thousands of years. Do you sense the opportunity to attain enlightenment? Obey my orders. Chanting my name will instantly allow you to witness the opportunity to attain sainthood. The great way of heaven is right before your eyes. Xuan Jianjun, why dare she not? Her eyes widened, a gleam of killing intent appearing in them, and she looked towards Tu Shanlan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, the voice still echoing, Eat her flesh, swallow her origin. Jiannu was helpless. Unable to control her Dao heart, she gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling. With the same eyes, Jiannu reached her hand towards Tu Shanlan. Before her hand could touch her, Shanlan woke up in time, looking at Jiannu with extremely angry eyes. Jiannu was also startled, and took a few steps back as that dark aura gradually dissipated. Jiannu's sword then fell, and flew towards Tu Shanlan. Finally, Tu Shanlan woke up, still staring at Jiannu with her high and mighty demeanor. Knowing that what she had just done was a heinous crime, Jiannu hurriedly knelt down in front of Tu Shanlan. My lord. After waking up, Tu Shanlan discovered that Jiannu had been controlled by someone else and intended to harm her. She looked extremely angry, but she still tried to suppress her aura, allowing Jiannu to break free from that control and awaken. Knowing her mistake, Jiannu fearfully knelt down, begging Tu Shanlan to spare her life. My lord. Although mentally exhausted, Shanlan didn't forget Jiang Jie. She held her head in thought and said to Jiannu, Aren't you going to find Jiang Jie? she continued. Could it be that Jiangju can't solve your problem? Shanlan said sternly. We'll talk about this later, I don't have much time now. Currently, my first primordial spirit is still in the outer space, and I've only separated a wisp of my divine sense to return, and it probably won't last long. Jiannu was a little surprised to hear this, which was clearly shown on her face. Tu Shanlan trembled, her voice growing weaker. I have used the method that Mr. Jing left on your body to trace his main body. Now we are only one step away from capturing him. Saying this, she reached out and ordered Jiannu. You must quickly go find Jiangju and tell him that Mr. Jing's main body is no longer in this world. And tell him to lead my main body to Tianwai-Tian. He'll know what to do. As soon as Tu Shanlan finished speaking, a golden light flew from somewhere and a sound transmission talisman appeared next to Jiannu, along with a voice coming from inside. Great Jiannu, I have an urgent matter. Can I meet with you? After hearing this, Jiannu was covered in cold sweat, and the anxiety in her heart grew larger and larger. Tu Shanlan also reverted to her sick state, her face blank, and she laughed mindlessly. Tu Suning, who had been sitting next to her all this time, seemed to unconsciously notice someone. It turned out to be our boy. He was walking in with excitement, after a period of rest, pissed off at Jiangju for tricking him into hugging the debt for the past few days. Little sister, Kei-La Tu Su-Ning, kicked Jiangju without saying a word and shouted, Fox flying kick. Jiangju quickly put up his hands to defend. After the collision, both of them were knocked back by the other. Su Ning was on guard, and Jiangju was on the offensive. Su Ning questioned loudly. You damn bastard, you came here, Jiangju replied. I'm here, you shouldn't be here, but I still have to come. On this side, Shanlan happily ran over and hugged his arm when she saw her husband, whining. Hug, hug! Jiangju was surprised by her actions and sweated profusely, seizing the opportunity when Jiangju wasn't paying attention. Tu Shan jumped in and bit his hand, pouring all her anger into that bite, and kept cursing. You are a heartless man, I trusted you so much. But you tricked me, and played with my feelings too. Jiangju had a girl on each arm, miserably falling into a dilemma. Being bitten by Shan Ning, our boy kept crying out in pain. Wait, don't touch that. Ning, let go, you're tearing it up. Jiannu, standing behind, curled her lips in disappointment, unable to say a word, when suddenly a bag of spirit stones fell to the ground with a thud. Jiangju pretended to be innocent and said loudly, Oh dear, isn't this a high-grade spirit stone worth 10,000 ordinary spirit stones? Whose spirit stone fell on the ground? With her money-loving nature, how could little Shan Ning easily let it go? Her mouth was still biting, but her eyes were fixed on the bag of spirit stones. She was still struggling in her mind, thinking, Tu Shan Ning, you can't be like this. You've sworn in your heart. If you don't get revenge this time, you're not a person. Before she could finish her thought, another bag fell next to it. At this point, she couldn't restrain herself anymore. All her anger vanished. Her eyes lit up, and she shouted, Spirit stones! It's true that being a money lover like her won't change even if she's reincarnated. Standing in front of two bags of spirit stones, Shan Ning's attitude towards Jiangju had changed 180 degrees. Brother, Crane, Law. The two hugged each other in peace, beyond the imagination of everyone around. Standing silently all this time, Jiannu finally spoke up to remind Jiangju. You came at the right time. Master just woke up. Hearing this was like a bolt from the blue. He frowned and exclaimed in panic. He stammered, hiding behind Jiannu, asking again in a trembling voice. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Awake? Really? Spildy. Seeing Jiangju's reaction, Tu Shanlan was also confused, a question mark practically floating above her head. Jiangju looked at Shanlan's innocent act and was suspicious. He asked Jiannu again, half believing, Isn't she still in that dazed state? Why did you say she's awake? After listening to Jiannu's account, Jiangju finally understood everything. Seeing his roof cradling Shan Ning like a baby, he couldn't hold back his tears. Jiannu added, That's what happened. Master told me to tell you to take her true form to Tianwai-Tian. Jiangju was puzzled. Tianwai-Tian? But I don't even know what Tianwai-Tian is. People always thought gods were immortals in the sky, and the 36 heavenly gods resided in a vague and ethereal world called the immortal realm. But in reality, the reason gods exist stems from imagination, takes shape through faith, and endures through incense offerings. They are the thoughts of all living beings, a sea of consciousness connecting countless individuals. The power of one person can't shake this vast ocean, but when the strength of individuals gradually accumulates, a qualitative transformation occurs, leading to the birth and crystallization of countless collective consciousness entities. And that's what's called the 36 heavenly gods. It's the conceptual realm of humanity, not in the sky, not on the ground, and not anywhere at all. Like a single stone can't build a house, but with enough stones, any house can be built. One person imagining a powerful god is just a simple fantasy. But if enough people imagine the same god, that god will truly appear. If everyone believes that God has 3 heads and 6 arms, then that God will truly have 3 heads and 6 arms. If everyone thinks that God can control clouds and rain, then that God will truly have the ability to summon wind and rain. As for the Ju Shao heaven, that's the heavenly Tao. A few days later, Jiang Ju's group gathered at the banks of the Golden Serpent River. Everyone stood there blankly, staring at the Golden River with its waves rolling in from afar. Beyond the Golden Serpent River, a boat slowly cut through the waves, approaching the shore. As soon as the boat docked, the boatman quickly stepped forward to help Tu Shanlan onto the boat. Jian Nu stood behind. She questioned Jiang Ju with a hint of suspicion. Only humans can pass through the gateway between these 2 worlds. Is that the truth? Or did you make it up? He didn't answer. Only a faint smile spread across his lips. He made a hand seal with 2 fingers and pointed it forward. A golden light shot straight into the middle of the Golden Serpent River. A huge whirlpool appeared, looking incredibly magnificent. Jian Nu's eyes widened in surprise at the scene before her. With her keen senses, she could feel the aura of a saint beneath the lake. Jiang Ju calmly said, "There's nothing to be surprised about. They're all the ancient saints of our human race." Jian Nu seemed to understand. She didn't say anything more, quietly stepping onto the boat, following behind to escort Tu Shanlan. Jiang Ju quietly watched the boat carrying his wife slowly cut through the waves and leave. Then, he turned around and said to the human race people standing behind him, "Let's go too." A huge whirlpool appeared in the heart of the Golden Serpent River, the entrance to the shortcut intersecting the demon and human races. Jiang Ju happened to be the first to enter. Following behind him were Qing Yi and the human race compatriots. Looking at the surrounding scenery, a human race person asked, with a surprised expression, "Where is this?" Jiang Ju didn't reply, leading the group deeper inside. Before them were 5 stone statues guarding the entrance of this secret passage, sitting lazily above, their bodies radiating a dazzling light. One statue twitched slightly, raising its arm high with a small golden light on it, its eyebrows furrowed, seemingly very uncomfortable with the appearance of Jiang Ju's group. Then, the stone statue pointed forward. A surge of powerful spiritual energy rushed towards the human race group. They screamed in fear. Seeing this, Jiang Ju rushed forward to block the attack, then respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Long time no see, senior." He questioned the stone statue's action. This one is Jiang Jie, escorting human race compatriots from the demon territory back home. Why did senior attack just now? Hearing Jiang Ju's question, the old statue could no longer contain the anger in its heart and shouted loudly, "Hybrid of demon and human, this world has no place for you. Kill to make people tremble with fear." Hearing the old guy say that, Jiang Ju kinda spaced out a bit, realizing something. Qing Yi, standing nearby, saw things were getting weird and turned to ask Jiang Ju, "Little Grandmaster, is there an unexpected situation?" Jiang Jue looked at the human folk standing behind, a little suspicious. "Are there any half-human, half-demon peeps in this group?" Qing Yi quickly explained to Jiang Jue, "Little Grandmaster, the humans wandering in the 10,000 demon kingdom are the survivors from the great war between humans and demons tens of thousands of years ago. Although many demons dislike humans, after living together for so many years some mixed-blood children were born. This has been passed down from generation to generation. It's not just one demon race's bloodline, but please rest assured, those who can join the different immortal alliance are all clansmen who recognize their human identity. They have all questioned their hearts before." Jiang Jie felt a bit sorry for the fate of the human race upon hearing that. He pondered silently, not saying another word, and proceeded toward the stone statues ahead. He held the incense sticks in his palm, and his whole body radiated a dazzling light. Jiang Ju knelt down, firmly planted the incense sticks on the ground, and began to speak. 10,000 years ago, the seniors were willing to sacrifice themselves here to resist the demon race. Jiang Mao really admires you. Now, 10,000 years have passed. Jiang Mao is willing to lead thousands upon thousands of compatriots, wandering in the demon territory back to their homeland. He bowed, clasping his fist, sincerely pleading with the stone statues, hoping the seniors would consider his sincerity. Another stone statue spoke up and said, "Leading thousands upon thousands of humans back home, such a grand ambition. Little friend is truly worthy of great merit." Little friend doesn't need to mind what Seventh Huang said earlier. He swore to kill all the demons in the world. He can't tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. Another stone statue chuckled and continued, 10,000 years ago, everyone thought like him. Zdadrico, we have been stationed here for 10,000 years. Everything in the world changes in the blink of an eye. Would little friend mind telling us about the current situation? Jiang Ju propped himself up and sat on the ground, beginning to tell the statues everything he knew. He recounted how, after that year, the seniors separated the human and demon territories with the Jinsha River. Speaking of this, he looked at them, asking curiously, "I wonder which senior at the time refined this Jinsha River treasure?" Another female statue replied to his question. "The origin of the Jinsha River. Perhaps Senior Tianlang doesn't know as much as I do. This Jinsha River comes from beyond the heavens." Hearing this, Jiangju was surprised, muttering and asking again, "Beyond the heavens?" In response to his question, the senior replied, "Yes, beyond the heavens. But only cultivators who reach the second-rank realm can break through this boundary and reach beyond the heavens." Hearing that, Jiangju broke out in a cold sweat. He asked himself, "Only second rank and above can go to beyond the heavens. How can a first-rank cultivator like me do it?" According to the senior's story, there are endless chaotic currents in beyond the heavens, even star-sea roaming strange beasts, and powerful mysterious heavenly demons outside the territory. In the human race, there are omnipotent people who go deep into beyond the heavens, even seeing a vibrant planet with a cannibalistic race that possesses strange powers different from spiritual energy. Of course, beyond the heavens is extremely dangerous. But there are also countless magical treasures created by heaven and earth, some of which possess abilities far beyond our imagination. The Jinsha River is one of them. It is a strange object created by heaven and earth, carrying the characteristics of beyond the heavens. Jiangju asked loudly, stunned. "Then who brought the Jinsha River from beyond the heavens here?" The senior said, "It was the human race's Tao leader." Jiangju gasped in surprise, because that human race Tao leader was none other than my own self. Because of this, he was a little flustered. He pointed at himself and asked the female senior again, "Is it me, really?" Don't lie, the 5 seniors were no less surprised than Jiangju. One of them asked, "Are you the human race's Tao leader of this generation? Give us proof." Jiangju then took out a scroll from his body and began to read a long string of verses from it to everyone around him. "De Luo Heaven Sect. Tianlang Zi. Bihai Mountain Zi. Qing 7th Huang, my friend." After hearing this, the 5 seniors lowered their voices and respectfully greeted Jiangju. "Greetings, human race Tao leader. Since you have accepted the position of Tao leader, I wonder if the previous Tao leader lived a long life or died of old age, or has left this world and gone deep into beyond the heavens to explore." The old guy suspiciously questioned him again. "Why are you only in the territory of the demon race? Who is the guardian beside you? Why so accusatory?" he stammered. "My position as Tao leader is also very vague. The previous Tao leader is probably my senior brother. It's just that I went on a trip, and he pushed the Tao leader position onto me. Let's not talk about my identity for now. Senior Tianliangzi, if I want to go to beyond the heavens, is there any other way?" he replied. "The previous Tao leader has built a safe area in beyond the heavens. Ordinary cultivators can go there. With your current cultivation, to get to beyond the heavens, you can only borrow the route from the Divine Firmament Palace, don't you know that?" Jiangju pondered in his head. It seems that in the end, this matter cannot be avoided with the Divine Firmament Palace. "Heh, Tushanlan, I'm sure I can get to beyond the heavens. That Mr. Jing seems to be my fellow disciple." Scene changed to the human territory on the banks of the Jinsha River. An army is lined up neatly, as if welcoming someone. Seeing a strange movement from afar, a soldier pointed forward and shouted, "There's a boat on the river! A boat is coming!" A general rode forward on his horse. A boat slowly parted the waves and docked. The general clasped his hands respectfully and said, "I am General Yu of the Xin Dynasty's army. May I ask if you are Mr. Jiang?" From inside the ship, with an air of supreme majesty, Tu Shanlan emerged from within, cradling her little third sister, Tu Shanning, in her arms. Following closely behind was Jian. The right general's face turned ashen at the sight of the 3 of them, his mouth stuttering. Great demon, isn't that Mr. Jiang?" Tu Shanlan suddenly frowned, a wave of oppressive killing intent radiating from her eyes. The horse the right general was riding neighed in terror and bucked him off, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. Petrified, he scrambled to his feet and fled towards the distant ranks of his army, shouting orders, "Form ranks." The entire human tribe army immediately arrayed themselves, shifting into battle formation. Jian Nume recognized the human tribe's battle formation instantly. She thought to herself, "I didn't expect the newly established Xin dynasty to have such elite troops, but now, daring to point their blades at this heavenly demon lord. Is this Jiangju's doing, or is it a preemptive strike by the Xin dynasty's emperor?" Regardless of the reason, Jian Nungashitsu couldn't forgive anyone disrespecting her master, Tu Shanlan. Her face darkened, summoning spiritual energy in her hand, she cast a deathly glare at the Xin dynasty's army. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool appeared in the middle of the Jinsha River, accompanied by thunderous sounds. Jian Nu, Tu Shanlan, and the right general all stared in astonishment at the phenomenon. From beneath the whirlpool, a strangely shaped demon beast burst forth, roaring incessantly, seemingly dragging something that resembled a boat behind it. Then, another one emerged. and the two demon beasts charged rapidly towards the Qin dynasty's army. The right general, seeing the ferocious demon beasts hurtling towards him, froze for a good 5 seconds, his face a blank mask of stunned disbelief. Suddenly they stopped. From inside the boat, an arm opened the door, and a cheerful voice said, "Finally here. It's dark under the river. Turns out it was our man, Keyman." After getting permission, and with the approval of those 5 seniors, he easily crossed to this side. As soon as he stepped onto the shore, Jiangju noticed the grave expressions on the faces of Jianne, Tushanlan, and the right general of the Qin dynasty army. He was a bit puzzled because they were all looking at each other with wary eyes. Without hesitation, Jiangju asked, "What are you guys doing?" At the encampment, the guard watched silently as the imperial advisor read the letter in his hand. The imperial advisor spoke. "Your Majesty, what did General An say?" Qin Xiao frowned, not answering immediately. Qin Xiao burned the letter. "An Ronglin has been defeated. Of the 30,000 elite troops, over 5,000 are dead. But even the little Taoist acolyte at Ghost Gate Pass couldn't see who it was." A general with a thick beard slammed the table in anger. "An Ronglin deserves to die." The 2 people beside him remained calm. The general in the middle explained, "It's not General An's fault. That Taoist acolyte indeed set up an incredibly powerful formation." The other general added, "Grand Ancient General is a second-grade expert. Why didn't you let the powerful general break the formation?" Qin Xiao pondered. The imperial advisor also hesitated to speak. "Your Majesty, we should retreat." These words startled the generals. One respectful general spoke with a determined voice. "Your subject requests to lead an army, and under military law guarantees to behead that demon acolyte with my sword." Qin Xiao retorted, "That won't do. The later Qin also has experts assisting them who are no less powerful than the Grand Ancient General. If the Grand Ancient General makes a move, that person will definitely intervene." The imperial advisor cautioned, "Your Majesty, the supply line from the rear cannot sustain us." Silence fell again. Suddenly, a soldier arrived, reporting, "Your Majesty, we have guests on the Jinsha River." Hearing this, Qin Xiao was astonished. She ran off, much to the imperial advisor's dismay. She shook the guard. "Where are they?" The guard stammered. Right outside the encampment she hurried off, leaving everyone bewildered. The female attendant called after her, "Your Majesty, your shoes, your shoes." At this time Jiangju and Jiannu were standing next to the carriage. He held a small golden thread in his hand, sweating as he looked at Jiannu's expression. "Sword Lord? There's no need to be upset," Jiannu calmly retorted. "It's not about being upset, it's just that going out, my lord is also the master of 10,000 demon kingdoms. His Majesty cannot be diminished." He grew even more anxious. "We're here to negotiate cooperation with the human race. Dishi is an old friend of mine, Sword Lord. Tying their soldiers up like this isn't very appropriate." Turns out the rope he was holding was the one binding the soldiers together. They struggled. Non-stop. Jiangju was like, "Sword Lord, are you worried that my allegiance leans more towards Daqian than Tushan? Or are you concerned that my relationship with the Daqian Empress is too deep? That I'll favor Daqian when it comes to dividing benefits, so you're deliberately flexing Daqian's strength for the Empress to see?" She didn't refute. "Whatever you say." She wondered, since when could your human race's 4th-rank cultivators and above meddle in imperial affairs? He acted like he didn't know. 4th-rank cultivators and above aren't allowed to meddle in imperial affairs. "Jiang Shansheng." A voice called out, making Jiangju turn around. Qin Xiao happily ran over to him. Seeing Qin Xiao, Jiangju bowed respectfully. Jiangju greets, "Your Highness, don't call me Your Majesty," Qin Xiao said, sweating as he rushed over, helping Jiangju up. "Just call me by my name." It was like that before, Xiansheng, and it should be like that now. He was happy. "Before, I was just your employee, so being called Young Master was fine. Now that Young Master has become a king, if I call you by your given name, I'm afraid some righteous souls might want to come and take your head." She smiled upon hearing that. "Oh right, Your Majesty. Before I introduce," he reached out to introduce Jiannu. "But you vanished." She was already in the carriage. "By Lord Wu's decree, you're in charge of everything on this trip? No need for introductions?" He was sweating upon hearing that. Qin Xiao was curious. Who's in this carriage? That Xiansheng is being so careful, he made an excuse. "It's the person I'm currently serving." Qin Xiao was shocked. The heavenly demon lord of the Wanyao kingdom? The heavenly demon lord actually came to the human race with Jiang Shansheng himself. The heavenly demon lord is the master of Wanyao, and also the king of a nation. Jiang Shansheng refused to serve me, but wants to serve the heavenly demon lord? It's obvious that Daqian kingdom is half his. Inside the carriage, Tu Shanlan happily brushed Tu Shanning's hair, while Shanning peeked outside. "You haven't even called him brother-in-law yet, older sister, Your Majesty," Tu Shanning complained, laughing. All you do is laugh, husband, you've been kidnapped, Shanning advised. Sister, I always feel like your position isn't stable. Why don't you and brother, Shentinlaw, have a child soon? Shanlan blankly asked. Child, Tu Shanning cheerfully responded. That's right, a child. You and brother, Reklaw, have a fox cub. I'll help you raise it. But Tu Shanlan innocently asked back, what's a child? Tu Shanning was annoyed. You don't understand anything. It's a little fox that knows how to call you mother. Shanlan didn't understand. Call what? Shanning was speechless. Mommy, Shanlan replied with a smile. Yeah. Which made the fox angry because she was being tricked. Jian Nu also laughed beside her. In the evening, at the military camp, Qin Xiao smiled warmly at Jiangju. The conditions in the army are harsh. Xiansheng, please forgive us. When we return to Nanyang City, I'll treat you, and I definitely won't disappoint Xiansheng. He was respectful. It's all right. Food and drink are just minor matters. But he looked at the generals around him. What are you doing, generals? Staring at me like that. Qin Xiao was also quite embarrassed. Xiansheng, please don't blame them. The generals have heard so much about you, Zishao Heaven Tai Shu Zhenjun. Seeing the real person today is a first for them. He understood a bit. You've all misunderstood. How can gods from heaven roam the mortal world? Zishao Heaven Tai Shu Zhenjun is Zishao Heaven Tai Shu Zhenjun. I am me. My surname is Jiang. My given name is Ju, just a minor 7th-rank cultivator. The imperial advisor smiled kindly. Xiansheng shouldn't be so modest. The common people all know that it was when Jiang Xiansheng rode a miraculous horse with divine protection, questioned the adulterous Taoist priest who seduced the ruler at the execution platform, and helped our Lord reverse his fate against the heavens, that we were able to have a bright Da Qian. The imperial advisor bowed respectfully. This humble priest is willing to thank Mr. Jiang on behalf of the people of Da Qian. He seemed flustered. Fellow Taoists, no need for such formalities, she introduced. Mister, this is our clan's elder, Yu Jingguan Qian Taoist, and now serving as our dynasty's right chancellor. His eyes lit up. Yuan Taiyak realm cultivator, truly a third powerhouse. He immediately stood up respectfully. Junior pays respects to fellow Taoist. Another person was introduced. This is the archaic era's #1 fierce warrior of the Demon Wasteland clan, our army's commander, Menguin, chief overseeing the 12 Southern Yang Guard. He was spacing out a little. There's even a divine power realm expert, on par with Feng Jiannu. Then the others were introduced. This is Grand Marshal of Northern Campaign, strategist Xuan Chezi. And this is Adjutant Huya Guang, cavalry strategist Ling Feng. His mind was blown. Yuan Taiyak realm, Qiankun realm. Turns out everyone in this room except me is a big shot. Has Daqian reached this level of strength, he said gravely. But Daqian is just a new dynasty after the Qin Empire split. How could it accumulate such strength in such a short time? Back then, Xuyang, at most a 4th grade, stirred up the entire Daqian until the place was a mess. Jiangju recalled Tiannu's words. Since when can human race cultivators interfere in the affairs of dynasties? Jiangju finally understood. Could it be that some kind of restriction has been lifted? A voice suddenly came from outside. There are guests from afar. Why doesn't His Majesty introduce them to this humble priest? The person who spoke was a woman. She walked in and stared at Jiangju with a scrutinizing gaze. Then Qin Xiao introduced the two. Mr. Jiang, this is the daughter of the Da Luo immortal sect, Da Qitian Dao sect's Jade Chung Fairy. She is a divine power realm expert. Hearing this, Jiangju quickly cupped his hands and bowed in greeting. I've heard so much about you. Jade Chung Fairy didn't even acknowledge him. She stepped forward and said, Rumor has it that a few years ago a young man came to the Divine Firmament Palace, causing a recluse to personally come out and accept him as a disciple on behalf of their master. His status is even higher than the leading 36 celestial lords. It is rumored that this person has no origins in the 3 realms, transcends the 5 elements, and is likely an immortal banished to the mortal world. Since he descended to the mortal realm, a 9 heavens firmament was added to the 9 layers of clouds. From then on, all 9 layers of clouds and the 36 heavens obeyed his orders. She paused for a moment. She continued. Moreover, this person is proficient in all aspects of fate, possesses the mandate of heaven, and all karma in the world is in his hands, and there are many extraordinary rumors. Having said that, she opened her eyes, arrogantly looking at him and mocking him with disdain. Today, meeting this legendary plain, clothed immortal, he's just a 7th cultivator. It seems that a great reputation is hard to live up to. These words insulted Jiangju too much. Both of them, Jiangju and Qing Yi, were very dissatisfied. But Jiangju seemed to be more restrained in his emotions than Qing Yi, whose angry feelings were all on her face. Qing Yi angrily said through gritted teeth. You, Qin Xiao, couldn't help but slam her hands on the table and shout, Enough! She was displeased, and said loudly to Jade Chung Fairy, Mr. Jiang is a distinguished guest of our dynasty. If Jade Chung Fairy dares to speak rudely again, Then please return to where you came from. The small Qian kingdom cannot accommodate a great Buddha like you. Jade Chong Fairy was silent. She only looked coldly at everyone, and then she spoke. This humble priest came here to solve His Majesty's worries. His Majesty should carefully consider the conditions that this humble priest offered. As long as His Majesty agrees, this humble priest will personally resolve the demon monsters in Ghost Mojian, without costing the imperial court a single soldier or piece of supplies. In the future, the Daoluo immortal sect will definitely assist His Majesty in unifying Dakin. She paused for a moment. She looked directly at Qin Xiao and said, I hope His Majesty will think carefully. In 3 days, I hope His Majesty can give an answer that satisfies both parties. Then, she glanced at Jiang Ju and suggested, but His Majesty can also let this immortal try his hand. Who knows, this person's divine firmament Shi diagram might be able to solve His Majesty's worries. Having said that, Jade Chong Fairy laughed loudly, as if opening a carnival. Both of them, Qin Xiao and Jiang Ju, frowned and looked at her with annoyance. After Jade Chong Fairy left, Qin Xiao led him to a room and said embarrassedly, This place is simple, Mr. Jiang. Please don't laugh. Please make yourself at home. Jiang Ju glanced around the room and replied, I don't really mind. But you're usually extremely refined. How can you live in a place like this at this moment? Qin Xiao untied the hair tie on her head and gave it to the servant, her long hair adorning her feminine features. Qin Xiao softly explained, After dying once, I no longer care about these things. She sat down on the chair opposite him and asked, If Qi Andao Ren was already a third-grade expert, then why didn't he take action to save you then? Hearing this, Jiang Ju wondered. Didn't Dakin's fatuous emperor say that the imperial family's ancestors had someone like you? Why did the Red Dragon's national destiny have to seek help from an outsider like me? The national preceptor also asked him curiously, Wait, Mr. Jiang really doesn't know? Jiang Ju asked, surprised. Know what, dude? Seriously? You don't know? The imperial advisor chimed in, explaining, The ancient covenant of the Grand Epoch. The most important part is that cultivators 4th rank and above can't interfere with mortal dynasties, and sects 2nd class and above can't get involved with the court. He paused for a sec, then asked, Surely Mr. Jiang isn't holding back his cultivation and leaving his sect because of this covenant, is he? I can't understand it. What kind of brainwashing is this imperial advisor doing? Jiang Ju thought, sweating bullets. I didn't make this up, okay? There's even stuff like that. Thinking it over, he softly explained, It's not like that, actually. I haven't even... Before he could finish, the imperial advisor cut him off. He said, Mr. Jiang doesn't need to explain. It seems you have your reasons. This humble one was indeed being presumptuous. He reminisced about his younger days and started telling Jiang Ju about his glorious history. Before cultivating, this humble one was once the king of Qin, but since stepping into the 4th rank realm, I resigned from the throne. The Qin kingdom was then led by the elders of the clan to Jade Capital Gate for cultivation. It's just that ever since the ancient covenant of the Grand Epoch lost its supervisor, many sects and high-level cultivators have returned to mortal courts, mostly to borrow the national destiny for their cultivation. Jiang Ju caught on to the important part and asked, What do you mean by no one managing it? Was someone managing it before? The imperial advisor responded, This. Ook. Isn't the ancient covenant of the Grand Epoch managed by the Divine Firmament Palace? Mr. Jiang is a disciple of that sect. How could you not know this? Don't joke around with this humble one. At this moment, Jiang Ju was stunned. Then his eyes bugged out as he thought, The Divine Firmament Palace? The Divine Firmament Palace really did manage the ancient covenant of the Grand Epoch? This time. If the ancient covenant of the Grand Epoch is now ineffective, does that mean the Divine Firmament Palace has run into major problems and can't even take care of itself? Thinking about it, he looked up at the imperial advisor and loudly asked, Since when has the ancient covenant of the Grand Epoch been ineffective? The imperial advisor stroked his beard and said, It was the day the great Qian Empire was founded, during His Majesty's enthronement ceremony, right when the mandate of heaven was presented. So all cultivators above the 4th rank in the world unintentionally felt a kind of restriction on their bodies being lifted. These words enlightened Jiang Ju, and he began to understand. So that's how it is. Qin Xiao is the destiny defier. Half of the great Qian's destiny belongs to the violet firmament Grand Empyrean of numinous emptiness. Could it be that Jiang Ju has attracted the attention of countless people, including those reclusive old monsters? After a long silence, Qin Xiao finally spoke. Besides Mr. Jiang, among those traveling the world who are disciples of the Divine Firmament Gate, there's actually another person. Perhaps he knows the change of Divine Firmament Palace very well. This information piqued Jiang Ju's curiosity. He wondered, So where is this person? The imperial advisor said, Mr. Jiang, look. And so, the imperial advisor, like a teacher, he opened the map and started lecturing. Here, the Devil's Passage. Mr. Jiang, though the great Qian Empire is young, the time is very prosperous. The fighting spirit of the soldiers can be used to unite all people. The great Qian has a concubine who causes trouble for the country. Why does the Red Dragon abandon the country and leave? On the one hand, the king and gods are separated, and on the other hand, the common people are suffering. Although there is military strength, there is no fighting spirit. But recently, I don't know where the great Qin invited some strange people to help. Among them, there is a celestial being from the divine firmament palace. That person looks like a boy, and his cultivation is only at the 5th Zhutian, but he knows how to recite the energy of mountains and rivers mantra. By taking advantage of the special terrain of today's Devil's Pass, he has dragged our army to stop outside Longhand Mountain. Jiang Zhu placed his hand on his forehead, thinking for a while, his head filled with question marks. A feng shui formation? But even within the divine firmament palace, not many people understand feng shui formations. Qin Xiao reassured him. Immortal, please rest assured, although that demon boy is difficult to deal with, if a mortal wants to learn some information from him, he can. He can discuss it with the great firmament immortal sect, say a little, if they are willing to compromise a little. Even if we have to cede land, I will definitely ask Jade Pool Fairy to break the feng shui formation and capture the demon boy. Hearing this, Jiang Zhu couldn't help but be surprised. He asked, Huh? You guys invited people from the great firmament immortal sect to deal with that so-called demon boy and break his feng shui formation? You didn't say so earlier. If I knew you were looking for her just for this, why would I have been so polite to her? Qin Xiao didn't understand. Neither did the imperial advisor. Just a little thing. Does the immortal have a way to break the feng shui formation? Jiang Zhu confidently said. Of course, no one understands feng shui formations better than me. At the same time, Jade Pool Fairy was sitting in a magnificent room. At this moment, she was propping her chin, deep in thought. Is that really Jiang Zhu? Suddenly, a man appeared. He asked her, Jade Pool, have you met Jiang Zhu? She coldly replied. Just a 7th-rank cultivator, nothing more. Seeing her so dismissive, he said, Don't speak carelessly. Suddenly she asked a question. Who is stronger, me or Jiang Zhu? The man, St. Clarity Tao Protector, replied, There's no comparison. These words angered Jade Pool Fairy. Her face darkened and she said, No comparison? No comparison? Uncle. Father. Since I was young, I've been the daughter of the St. Clarity Tao Protector. I only needed 3,000 years to cultivate, and now I've reached the 2nd-rank divine power realm, and even sensed the 5 signs of decay of heaven and man, touching the threshold of the 1st-rank Tao unification realm. She paused for a moment. She kept going. In this world, I have to suppress an entire generation. None of today's young prodigies can surpass me. She looked at St. Qing Daoshao and said with envy, But until now, whenever Jiang Zhu's name is mentioned, you all forget about everyone else, giving him admiration, caution, even fear. You're full of interest in him, but at the same time, you're afraid of him like a venomous snake. Right now, he's just a 7th-grade Kanali cultivator. Suddenly, 2 men appeared on either side of St. Qing Daoshao. The man on the right scolded, Shut up, shut up! And the man on the left pointed at her face and snapped, How dare you, Yu Qiang, shut your mouth! Immortal Yu Qiang's eyes turned red, a testament to her extreme anger. And he added fuel to the fire. Your father once said you weren't suitable for the supreme emotionless cultivation method anyway. 2 sounds rang out bang clang, waking Immortal Yu Qiang up. She closed her eyes and stayed like that for a long, long time. A moment later, Immortal Yu Qiang opened her eyes, seemingly back to normal. She thanked the 2 junior masters beside her. Thank you, 2 junior masters, for helping me calm down. The one on the left said, Little Yu. The one on the right continued, You shouldn't. And the one on the left concluded, Go to Da Qian. Immortal Yu Qiang lowered her head and said, I'm about to undergo the 5 declines of heaven and man immediately. If I can't completely control my restless mind, I'm not sure I can get through it. Hearing her say that, the 2 junior masters presented a bell and a chime. They said, With the help of the morning bell and evening drum, even if your mind is as restless as yours, there's still a chance to get through the 5 declines of heaven and man. Otherwise, not going to Da Qian will just cause a restless mind. The thing is, if you meet Jiang Zhu, it's feared it will become a heart demon. If it becomes a heart demon, then you'll die. Immortal Yu Qiang asked, What if I kill Jiang Zhu? The 2 junior masters closed their eyes and said, 10,000 karmic ties are linked to him. The 5 declines of heaven and man are related to him, which will surely lead to death. You can't kill him. You can't kill him. Hearing this, Immortal Yu Qiang lowered her head, frowning in thought. She didn't know what she could do now. Speaking of Tu Shanlan's group, Wu Qingshan, who was standing outside the carriage at this time, said to Qing Yi's senior sister, Go and rest early. I'll protect you here. Qing Yi was a little worried, muttering under her breath, Why hasn't little master returned yet? Could something have happened? Wu Qingshan looked at her very optimistically and replied, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." After finishing speaking, he put his face close to her and whispered, "Senior sister, don't you feel anything?" "Why? Why do you have to be so mysterious?" she asked curiously. "What is it?" He blushed and said shyly, "It's just that little master and that new monarch of Daqian. There must be something going on." These words were like a bolt from the blue, making Qingyi widen her eyes in shock. "Holy crap, really? Those two are actually related?" After thinking for a while, she smacked him hard on the head and shouted, "What are you talking about?" He cried out in pain from the smack. "Ouch, senior sister, I was just joking. Why are you getting so worked up?" Qingyi folded her arms in front of her chest and sternly reprimanded him. "Who else is traveling with us this time? Have you forgotten? Don't mention these words when little master is around, or there will be big trouble." Her words frightened him pale, and he quickly covered his mouth and said, Sorry. Then, she calmly instructed him, "Go and rest first. And you go and patrol somewhere else." Wu Qingshan replied, "Understood." The soft moonlight shone on the whole area. Beside the carriage, a crack suddenly appeared under the ground, and something seemed to be about to emerge from below. Not long after, a figure emerged from the crack in the ground. He approached the carriage, thinking as he walked, "There are only 2 4th-grade cultivators? That makes sense. Now, Shen Xiaogong's grand elder can't even take care of himself, so there's no one to protect Zhao Xiangyu's side. This is a good opportunity to kill him." He said to himself, "Little Yunzi, don't worry. If anyone gets in your way, this junior master will definitely seek justice for you." He began to fly closer to the carriage, listening carefully to the sounds inside the carriage and speculating, "It seems Jiangju is in this dragon sand carriage." Then, he transformed himself into a transparent figure and gently entered the carriage. Inside the carriage, Jian was sitting in a corner wiping his sword, and Tu Shanlan and Tu Shanling were lying in a corner. Tu Shanlan lay propped up on her hand, stroking Tu Shanling, who was lying asleep. Jian was still seriously wiping his sword, while Tu Shanlan and Tu Shanling were lying there, as if they didn't see him. Seeing these terrifying meat buns, he opened his mouth in surprise, his face turning pale, and whispered, "Great demon!" Thinking this, he said to himself in fear, "Run, I have to run now." Suddenly, Tu Shanlan looked up at him, her tail quickly wrapped around him. No matter how hard he struggled, it was no use, and she flung him away like a rag doll. His eyes widened in disbelief. Just like that, he was slammed into the wall of the carriage, his body plastered against the wooden paneling. Suddenly, he transformed into a golden bell. The heavy bell fell to the ground with a clang. Just then, Jiangju approached the carriage. He gently opened the carriage door. A shout erupted, and a lightning, fast fist hurtled towards him. Tu Shanlan raised her fist, seemingly ready to punch him into next week. But she opened her palm, revealing the bell, and said with a grin, "For you." Holding the bell, Jiangju asked in surprise, "For me?" She replied with a smile. "Yep," he thought to himself. This little golden bell contains such immense power, it's definitely a top-grade Davo artifact. But why does it look like it's cracked? Suddenly, it vibrated, startling Jiangju. He tried to suppress it. Jiangju exerted so much force that his body trembled. It looked like he was being controlled. Tu Shanling, seeing Jiangju, spoke up. "Oh, isn't this my good brother-in-law? How did you find your way back? Did you find some sugar baby outside and now you're ditching the old for the new, huh?" Hearing this, Jiangju shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? It's shocking my hand." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian closed his eyes. 2 fingers pointed toward his hand and used spiritual power to suppress it. After a moment, the golden bell stabilized, no longer moving. Jiangju breathed a sigh of relief. "Where did this come from?" Tu Shanlan replied. "I found it," Jian also added with his eyes closed. "This Dao artifact has produced a Dao spirit. It tried to enter the carriage earlier but was injured by Wu Zhu, master. So it ended up like this." Jiangju stared at the golden bell and said, "Someone's trying to probe us?" Coincidentally, Jian had the same thought. He said, "Not only probing, but there was also killing intent. It seems this new Daqian emperor isn't very welcoming to you, eh?" Jiangju didn't believe it, countering, "That's impossible, it can't be Di Xiao." Jian's eyes flashed dangerously. He asked him, "Why are you so sure she wouldn't attack you?" Then, he looked at Tu Shanlan and said, "She couldn't attack me because she knows the person in the carriage is a Tianma, demon lord. Do you think she's stupid enough to use a Dao artifact to probe a Tianma?" Afterward, Jiangju sat cross-legged on the chair, closed his eyes, and continued, "It's been so long since I've used this ability that I've almost forgotten my old profession." Then, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Before him was the system screen, asking if he wanted to perform the evolution on the Clear the World golden bell. This evolution requires 500,000 fate points. Without hesitation, he replied immediately, yes. The system provided him with some information. 5,000 years ago, the bell was born from creation, and then followed Qi Ju, the Tai Ching Dao leader, Ling Yunzi. 3,000 years ago, it was enlightened by the Tai Ching Dao leader, cultivated in the great crimson heaven Ling light, and comprehended the heavenly tribulation of transformation, changing from the shape of a magic weapon to human form. 500 years ago, the Tai Ching Dao leader gave the bell to the Jade Chong Immortal, ringing it every day to help the Jade Chong Immortal's spiritual fetus be pure and free from mental disturbances. Tonight, the bell wanted to repair the path of cultivation for the Jade Chong Immortal, determined to kill Jiangju. Unexpectedly, he was injured by the Tianma Lord and transformed into his original form. Not long ago, the bell fell into Jiangju's hands. Looking at the bell, he thought to himself, I never expected this toy to have such a great history. According to the fate display of the bell, this thing is not a single piece, but a set of 6 items. The ancient spiritual treasure, the ancient Loa, the Tai Ching Taoist Lord, bestowed the Bell of Salvation and the ancient jades of the underworld to the Jade Chung Immortal to practice the path of ruthlessness in order to help her pass the 5 declines of heaven and man. Jiang Ju frowned and thought, but in reality, he was wronged. He had never seen any Jade Chung Immortal before, so why would he become her mortal enemy? Only, the true purpose for which Daluo Immortal sect sent her to Dalqian country was unknown to the bell. Suddenly, the bell spoke up, apologizing. Jiangju, it was my mistake. I never expected that there would be such a powerful demon guarding you. I won, let me go. Easy for you to say, the black-faced dude retorted, scoffing. Let you go? You tried to kill me and think you can just walk away without paying the price? Hearing this, he immediately fired back. Paying the price? I've suffered a primordial injury. It'll take at least hundreds of years to recover my humanoid form. I'm a treasure refined by the Tai Ching Dao Master himself. No one but him can refine me. Not even that great demon saint beside you. If you don't let me go, what do you think you're doing? Aren't you afraid of retribution from the Tai Ching Dao Master? Jiangju smirked deviously and threatened him. You really think I can't do anything to you? Want to know what I'm going to do with you? The world-quelling Golden Bell asked him. What do you want, Jiangju? Jiangju, I bear the Tai Ching Dao Master's mark. You better know what you're getting into if you touch me. Suddenly, the system notified. Do you want to alter the fate of the world? Quelling Golden Bell, he replied, no. Then it asked him again. Do you want to exchange the world-quelling Golden Bell for destiny points? Note. The Supreme Dao Artifact World-Quelling Golden Bell can be exchanged for 5 million destiny points. He replied, yes. After that, he closed his eyes, followed the system's instructions, and exchanged the world-quelling Golden Bell for destiny points. At this moment, it wriggled frantically, roaring loudly, Jiangju, what are you trying to do? Gradually it shattered into fragments, not forgetting to threaten him before disappearing completely. The Dao Master will not forgive you. After the world-quelling Golden Bell vanished, its spiritual energy seemed to transfer to Jiangju, causing his whole body to glow. Tu Shanning walked closer to him, blurting out, Bro-in-law's glowing. Jian now looked at him, thinking to himself, he's absorbing it? Not refining, but absorbing. What kind of power is this? But his cultivation is only 7th rank realm, yet the energy shows no change whatsoever. What's going on? Not long after, the system popped up with another notification. System reminder. Due to your destiny, you can choose to reveal a heavenly secret with a reward of 50,000 merit points and choose one of the following punishments. 1. A method for crafting overflowing emeralds. 2. The low-grade heavenly rank cultivation technique, the Tai King Demon Subduing Incantation. 3. A secret of the 3 Pure Ones Dao Masters. System screen and thought, the first one's out. The first one's out. The conditions aren't met. 2. He already has the congenital creation scripture of chicken ribs in his hands. Reading to the third one, he chuckled to himself. The third one's the juicy gossip of those big shots who wouldn't want to know. 1 year ago, a mysterious guest visited the great Luo Immortal sect. When that guest appeared, the sky suddenly whirled with wind, creating a powerful vortex that astonished everyone below. They pointed at the sky, chattering excitedly. At this time, an old man was sitting in a room, cultivating. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and thought to himself, he's here. At the same time, at the center of the vortex, a voice echoed. Soon after, 3 golden streams of spiritual energy shot straight into the sky, as if to confront the guest. This strange phenomenon made passers-by look up. A second later, the 3 streams of true energy were about to touch the vortex. A figure, a blue hand, reached out. The fingers were about to touch the 3 golden streams of true energy. A voice suddenly rang out. Stealing my stuff for so many years, aren't you going to return it to its original owner? In the vortex, the voice continued. You're not as good as me now. You've split into 3 factions. If the 3 factions don't merge, what will you use to fight me? Suddenly, the hand stopped. It didn't continue to grab the 3 streams of true energy. Thus, the vortex gradually shrank. The rapidly changing phenomenon caused the onlookers to gape in amazement. A very loud voice rang out, "Watch your tongue." A moment later, the sky returned to normal. The people below seemed to be controlled by some power, causing them to forget everything that had just happened. Everyone returned to their normal work as if nothing had happened. Jiangju opened his eyes wide, his face covered in sweat. He thought to himself, "Phew, Mr. Jing." He suddenly thought, what were those 3 cyan bronze tablets? Mr. Jing said they were his things, but they were stolen by the Taiqing Dao Master. One hand covering an entire city. One word causing everyone to lose their memories. Could this Taiqing Dao Master be a powerful Harmony Realm expert? His eyes lit up. That's not right. He said, split into 3 factions. Could the 3 Dao Masters of the Great Luo Immortal Sect originally be one? Mr. Jing said that he wasn't as good as me back then. So, what level had his strength reached? Then, Jiangju glanced at Tu Shanlan, who was sleeping, and thought, Tu Shanlan chased Mr. Jing's first primordial spirit to the outer heavens. Could she be in danger? It seems like I have to immediately return to the Divine Firmament Palace for a trip when things here are done. Suddenly, the system detected that the host's merit has exceeded 1 million. The Destiny system is about to upgrade and will temporarily shut down. During the shutdown, the host will not be penalized for daily tasks. The reopening time is undetermined. Please wait for notification. He was extremely shocked reading this notification. A minute later, it announced the system shut down. 10, 9, 8. At this moment, Jiangju was extremely angry. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Holy moly, are you kidding me? I just barely escaped Mount Shu. My golden finger just debuted, and now you're telling me to temporarily shut it down? How am I supposed to level up?" The next day, Jiangju was at the army camp. A voice rang out. Scarlet Fire Meteorite Iron, Black Divine Water, 10,000-year Red Luo Fruit, and 4th level or higher Demon Kings. Qin Xiao turned to Jiangju and said, "This time, Immortal, you've given me another great gift. These things, if properly refined, are perfect immortal pills and elixirs and divine weapons that our great Qian kingdom has always dreamed of, but couldn't obtain." Before she could finish speaking, Jiangju interrupted and said, "These aren't gifts for your majesty, but a business transaction. You have to pay." Qin Xiao smiled happily and replied, "That's a given. No matter how much I owe anyone in this world, I wouldn't short the immortal by even a fraction." Suddenly, he interrupted her. "But, I still have a gift I want to give to your majesty personally." Hearing this, she asked eagerly, "A gift for me? What is it?" Jiangju softly replied, "People. The gift I want to give your majesty is all the human race people who are exiled in the lands of demons and monsters." "Oh my God, how surprising," Qin Xiao replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Mister's grand aspiration, I agree to this wholeheartedly. Whether it's a few thousand or a few 100,000 people, I guarantee they will receive the same treatment as the citizens of Dachan within Dachan." Just then, he said something that completely caught her off guard. "Your Majesty, you must be mistaken. No, it's not a few thousand, nor is it a few 100,000. The number of people waiting to be brought to Daqian in my hands has already reached 800,000. Heavens above! Several 100,000 people?" she asked, her eyes showing disbelief. "How many?" he nonchalantly said. "This is just one branch of the Yixian Alliance. Once I've rectified the Yixian Alliance, the number of people brought to Daqian will surely exceed 10 million. This number completely stunned her. Hearing this number, Qin Xiao froze. Her eyes widened as she looked at him in disbelief. Immediately after, Jiangju closed his eyes, raised his index finger, and said, "More importantly, among the people returning from the demon lands, at least 1/5 of them have the potential for cultivation." Qin Xiao was incredibly excited. She grabbed his hand and asked, "Is what you're saying true, mister?" Seeing her expression, he cautiously retreated a bit, looked directly into her eyes, and said, "If your majesty doesn't mind, please wait a little longer." Seeing is believing. Qin Xiao clenched her fist tightly. Overjoyed, she secretly calculated, "If we can successfully receive and stabilize these people, Daqian's national strength will grow exponentially. If 10 million people have 2 million who can become cultivators, wouldn't unifying the 7 nations be a piece of cake?" Then she said to him, "I will write a letter back to the court, ordering people to expand a new city outside Pingyang Prefecture to settle the people you bring back, mister," he replied with satisfaction. "That's excellent. The Tunshan clan has now given me full authority over trade between the 2 realms. The issues of transportation and profit sharing still need to be discussed thoroughly with your majesty. At the same time, at Yu Chong Fairy's residence, A stream of black gas enveloped the seat. Yu Chang Fairy laid on the ground groaning, as if she was in great pain. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and shouted, and even more black gas emanated from her mouth. At this moment, a drum appeared, accompanied by a drum roll. Yu Chang Fairy struggled on the ground. She asked loudly, "Jin Tong, where is Jin Tong?" The drum answered her, "Lil Yu, I can't sense Jin Tong's existence. Jiangju is responsible. He has an extremely powerful protector by his side." At this moment, her face was covered with tears and sweat, and she opened her mouth and screamed. The drum thought to itself, why did the blood-flesh decay come at such a time? There were clearly 3 more years left. Is it because of contact with Jiangju? Who's left? Is this what the Tao leader said? That Jiangju carries great fortune? Is this Jiangju's ability to seek profit and avoid harm? Outside, it was raining heavily. Thunder rumbled. In a room, a general was drinking and watching dancers perform. The 2 dancers danced beautifully. He really knew how to enjoy himself. Ah, he grinned happily. In contrast to his expression, the girl pouring wine for him was terrified, trembling. Due to excessive fear, the girl accidentally spilled the wine. The girl was terrified and begged loudly for mercy. "Please, please, General, spare my life. Please, General, spare my life." He smiled faintly. "Spare your life." With that, he reached out and grabbed the girl's neck. Then he said, "Have a drink with me." He grabbed the wine bottle and poured it straight into the girl's mouth, saying, "Drink well, and I'll spare your life." The girl was being choked, and wine was being poured into her mouth, so how could she swallow? She coughed. "Non-stop." After a while, he threw the girl to the ground and shouted, "Boring." A man sitting on a chair, with 2 girls in his arms, spoke up. "I say, in this world, no one can look down on me. No one." Then, he pinched the blue-clad girl's mouth open and poured wine in. Immediately after, he kissed the girl while her mouth was still bulging from being force-fed too much wine, leaving her unable to swallow. Not long after, he pushed the 2 girls away and burst out laughing. Outside, the rain was getting heavier and heavier. A pair of legs were walking. The man in red, totally wasted, slumped against the chair. Yan Shi, braving the rain, arrived and asked, "Hey, Xiantong, you asked me to come see you." Xiantong, propping his hand on the table, looked at Yan Shi and said, "So, you've arrived, Yan Shi," he muttered. "Those damn useless monsters in the army. Get rid of them all," Yan Shi coldly replied. "Kid, don't get too big for your britches. How can we retreat in the war against demons?" Suddenly, a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he continued. "Besides, it's not your place to issue military orders." Xiantong acted like it was no big deal, casually saying, "Those losers are useless anyway." Yan Shi closed his eyes and said, "What the army wants isn't to protect one official, but to defeat all the evil officials. Right now, reinforcements invited by the queen from the Wangi kingdom are on their way. As soon as the reinforcements arrive, it will be time for us to counterattack." Before he could finish, Xiantong interrupted Yan Shi. "Enough with the chatter." Then, he raised his right hand, looked up to the sky, and declared loudly, "Wait until I succeed in praying to the gods in this prayer tower." Then he clenched his fist, stating bluntly, "That's when Yan Shi will beg to work for me." Listening to his whole act, Yan Shi just replied that it was a possibility. The full moon illuminated the space, creating a magnificent scene. Yan Shi led the 2 girls behind him, up a mountain. The girl in the green outfit asked Yan Shi, "This little priest is so rude to you. Why are you keeping him around?" The girl in the pink outfit nodded in agreement. "That's right. This little priest can't even see through our sister's strength, and his cultivation is no better than the 5th level of the Zhutian realm. The Feng Shui layout is probably based on those magical artifacts, not his own strength." At this moment, Yan Shi looked up at the sky and said, "Although he is a little priest, he is also a member of the Shenshao Palace. When can a member of Shenshao Palace judge their strength by cultivation alone? And those treasures and artifacts," the girl in green said, "these treasures must be a gift from heaven. Yan Shi, if heaven doesn't get what it wants, you will be held responsible." Hearing this, Yan Shi turned to look at the 2 girls, startling them, his eyes full of anger. So the 2 quickly knelt down on the ground, trembling and begging for forgiveness. "Lord Yan Shi, please forgive us." Not long after, the 2 girls were transformed back into their true forms, which were 2 dogs. The 2 girls looked at him with regret, wanting to beg for forgiveness, their bodies trembling. "Stop in fear," Yan Shi scolded the 2 idiots. He looked at the 2 girls reproachfully. "You've been by Xiantong's side for so long and you didn't even notice that his body has gradually transformed into a god's. He carries such heavy sandalwood power within him and you didn't even know? How did the 2 of you even manage to cultivate to this level?" He looked into the distance, saying, "If I didn't know that Jiangju was currently in Tu Shanlan's hands, I would even suspect that Xiantong was Jiangju." But then, looking towards the tower in front of him, Yan Shi speculated. If Jiang Jie wanted to pray to the gods, he wouldn't go to so much trouble. The next morning, at a river, a boat was entering Gimen Gorge, Ghost Gate Gorge. The boatman announced, Jiang Xian Shen Gorge. Mr. Jiang, Gimen Gorge is just ahead. He asked curiously. Why are we stopping here? The old man explained. We can't go any further. The water ahead is too strong. It will sweep the boat into the whirlpool of Gimen Gorge. At that point, we'll have to abandon ship and run. Looking at the whirlpool that keeps creating bubbles, we can guess its terrifying power. At this time, Jiang Ju activated his divine eye to observe. Around him, he saw that the most abundant care on the river was the care of water. But upon closer inspection, there was actually a lot of metal care mixed in it. After a while, he asked the old man, the terrain here is very unique. It wasn't formed naturally, right? The old man said. There's a legend here, which says that thousands of years ago, a dragon walked on the water here to survive a disaster and turned into a baby dragon. The dragon transformed, shedding the dragon body and leaving the body behind, becoming Dragonhead Mountain. Suddenly, he said, That's not right, he affirmed. This legend is totally made up. Nope, Dragonhead Mountain isn't a dragon's relic either. This place was probably messed up by some swordsmanship expert who accidentally went too hard practicing his sword moves. Even though time's passed, a bit of that old sword energy is still hanging around in the mountains and rivers. Jiangju admitted. I just said the feng shui here wasn't great. Thought I was wrong. No wonder I could hold you back for so long. Turns out I was borrowing the power of this sword, the old man asked him. Mr. Jiang, any way to break this crystal? Jiangju responded. This issue needs more looking into. Jiangju glanced down at the stream at his feet and said, Is this your military strategy? Turning water into land? This is great news. General really knows his stuff. Getting praised made the old man shy. He explained, Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. This is just a common technique our strategist uses to set up formations. After walking a bit, the old man said, Mr. Jiang, if we go further, we'll enter Ghost Gate Valley, where the fog's so thick you can't see your hand in front of your face. Your consciousness gets suppressed, and even the water ghosts evolve into sword mist warriors. If you're not careful, you'll get killed. Jiangju asked back, surprised. That's strong. The old man nodded. Yeah, or else how could you hold back our army for so long? Just then, Jiangju excitedly moved forward and said, Then let's head on up and check it out. The old man stopped him. Hold up. He stepped onto the water surface, and he felt how much his consciousness was being restricted. Unbelievable. Then he used his divine eye to observe ahead. Jiangju discovered a lot of metal energy. The old man behind him tried to dissuade him. Mr. Jiang, don't go too far. Suddenly, he stopped, looked ahead, rubbed his chin, and said, Shouldn't be. Looks too much like it. The old man didn't notice he'd stopped and bumped right into him. He cried out in pain. Ouch! Ignoring the old man, he continued to mutter, Could that little ghost kid be my Xiao Hao? The old man asked curiously, Mr. Jiang, could it be that the ghost kid's planning skills are even better than yours? Hearing that, he glared at him angrily and snapped. Nonsense. Seeing him get mad, the old man seemed scared. He stammered, So you. He cut him off. I'm thinking, this kid's layout isn't simple at all, the old man asked him, confused. How so? He replied. To be on par with me isn't easy, Jiangju asserted. His method is exactly the same as mine. At this point, the old man understood. He asked him, Are you from the same sect, so you have similar ideas? He told him honestly, Master doesn't know. Last year, when senior brother taught me about feng shui layouts, he used rocks as mountains, teacups as rivers, roadside weeds as forests, arranged a total of 108 feng shui spots for me to practice feng shui tactics. This so-called feng shui formation actually has the same purpose as the method of forming it, borrowing the endless power of heaven and earth as the eyes of the formation, taking the movement of mountains and rivers as the template for the formation. What manpower can do is to mobilize strength, take advantage of the situation to deploy. The so-called flag formation is nothing more than using items belonging to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, placed on the feng shui eyes, to reverse the feng shui direction here, thereby stimulating the power of heaven and earth. After a pause, he said the issue. However, how to find the feng shui eyes is the most important thing. The old man waved his hand and said, Mr. Jiang doesn't need to explain in so much detail. After all, this is the unrevealed secret of your Xingxian palace. In his heart, he thought, Even if you told me, I wouldn't understand. He recalled, When I first started learning, I wanted to be lazy, and secretly sought the god of creation to refine a set of magical weapons so I could automatically find the feng shui eyes. He observed for a while and said to the old man, I'm taking a look. There aren't any here. Suddenly he shouted with joy, Ah, found it. At that moment, he held a paper bird in his hand and said, "But then I found out this stuff isn't easy to use at all. The cost is too high. I could barely find a few extremely obvious feng shui eyes," the old man asked curiously. This. How do you know there's something in here?" he replied. "That old geezer and I are the only ones in the world who know about this feng shui. But it's clear he didn't come to the feng shui chamber. It's so crude, and exactly like when I first learned it. I guess someone stole my boat and drew along the lines. The question is, who secretly dug up my dark past? Clearly, I buried it under the big willow tree, where the old demon cultivated. Jiangju can't understand this problem." He makes a face and thought. "The important thing is that we all have the ability to break into the floating island of the old ghost. Why don't you take all the treasures and dig up my dark history?" "Do you want a pancake?" the old man exclaimed in surprise. Turns out the feng shui formation that has imprisoned the army for more than 20 days is just a treasure abandoned by Mr. Jiang. "So can Mr. Jiang break the situation?" he said indifferently. "The feng shui here is rare, and it's a waste to be arranged casually by the so-called little devil." At the same time, at the tower, where the fairy boy was doing rituals, at this time the soldiers were gathering to look for something. They urged each other, Quickly search ahead, and beside you." He heard the voices of the soldiers, couldn't help but curse inwardly. These idiots. Didn't I tell them to keep quiet these days? Then, he stuck 3 incense sticks into the incense burner. After finishing the ritual, he stood there admiring the scenery. Not long after, the soldiers shouted, "The fog's gone! The fog's gone!" The immortal boy was so surprised his jaw dropped. "Who broke my feng shui formation?" And then he angrily released the paper birds and said, "Find the person who broke the formation, bring them back here for me. I'll cut you into 100 pieces. Seeing him pick up a gold essence stone, the old man curiously asked, "Jiang Shansheng wants to mobilize the feng shui eye? Just 1 gold essence stone is enough here?" He explained, "The feng shui power here is already sufficient. You don't need many precious treasures to mobilize it." The old man curiously asked him, "Jiang Shansheng, is just 1 gold essence stone enough to mobilize the feng shui eye's power here?" Then Jiangju examined the essence stone and replied, "The feng shui power in this place is already sufficient. No need for a lot of rare treasures to move it." Suddenly a loud voice rang out. "Who is it? Who's breaking my feng shui formation?" Jiangju pointed in the direction of the voice. Smiling, he said to the old man, "See, I just poked it a little, and he's already freaking out." At this moment, many red birds like cranes flew towards the two of them. They formed a vortex in the sky, causing water to splash up violently. The old man pointed in that direction, anxiously asking him, "What's this, Jiang Shansheng? What do we do next?" Jiangju confidently replied, "Don't worry. Just be quiet and listen for the roar of the dragon." The old man quietly listened, but didn't understand what he was talking about. Then, a huge tremor under his feet made the old man lose his balance. The two of them were standing on a water tornado. Surprisingly, they could stand firm. Looking closely, they were actually standing on the head of a dragon. The birds sensed the direction the two were moving. They quickly flew over, and soon they surrounded the two. Jiangju lightly flicked his finger. Water crystals flew in the air. The sound of his finger flicking rang out, and immediately the birds flew away. The old man exclaimed in surprise, That's it! What on earth was that?" Jiangju calmly replied, "Sky Bridge Pagoda." The water tornado in the shape of a dragon flew towards the mountain. Not long after, the two entered inside. Jiangju and the old man stood watching the crowd gathering, searching for something. When the two stood on the dragon's head, 2 streams of dark black energy appeared. Soon they gathered into a vast area, with a stream of purple true Q in the middle. A voice rang out, "Which brat dares to barge into my great Qin formation?" From within that stream of energy, an eagle appeared. Then a bear. The black dragon opened its mouth and roared loudly. The old man immediately cast a spell. 8 flags appeared behind him. He spread his arms and began to attack, shouting loudly, "Great Qin is audacious! How dare you let the demon race meddle in the affairs of our human race?" Then the old man launched the flags towards the demons. 2 flags, emblazoned with a tiger and a battle axe, went whizzing forward. A dude in armor riding a tiger shows up. The tiger immediately pounces on the eagle. You'd think it could totally crush the eagle, but nope. The eagle just kicks it away with 1 foot. Bam! And then the bear just swats the dude away with 1 paw. Ouch! The old man's sweating bullets looking at this. "This is way harder than I thought." He nervously asks him, "Jiangju Darren, things have changed. We should head back to the palace ASAP." Jiangju casually replies, "No way we're leaving like this. Don't freak out, old-timer. This is a golden opportunity we can't pass up." Then, he raises his hand to the sky, gearing up to cast some magic. Then, he asks the old man, "Hey, can I borrow some of your sword energy for a sec?" As soon as he says that, a swirl of golden Genki appears. Jiangju declares, "This sword light spell is only tier 2. but it'll still do the trick. The dragon opens its mouth and roars. Its eyes are blazing red. It just stands there looking at them, seemingly helpless. He shouts, "The power of this sword light can even kill with a tier 2 sword. The golden energy keeps spreading." The black dragon lifts its head and stares up at the sword. Then, swoosh, a clean cut right across its body. Blood splatters everywhere. The onlookers are completely freaked out. The bear and eagle just stare wide. They're starting to get really scared now. And just like that, the eagle and the bear turn tail and run. But no way he's letting them get away. Jiangju points 2 fingers forward. The sword immediately chases after those 2 demon beasts. Not long after, splatter sounds. The bear and eagle can't believe it. They're actually dying like this. Then, he crosses his arms and laughs loudly. The old man looks at him and sighs in admiration. So awesome. Just awesome. The crowd yells at each other. Run. This guy's a Shenxiao Palace Immortal Master too. Immortal my butt. Someone else has control over his formation. Everyone fall back. This water dragon can't come on land. They scatter in all directions. Jiangju and the old man casually chase after them like it's a game. The dragon opens its mouth and roars, forcing Jiangju to duck. The crowd is being dragged into the vortex too. At that moment, Jiangju flicks his hand lightly. Boom. A huge explosion. The black dragon roars in agony. And just like that, it kicks the bucket. It sees its spirit trying to ditch its corpse and run away. Jiangju aims his sword, raises his eyebrows and says, "Think you can escape?" Jiangju raises his sword to the sky, reciting the incantation, "The savior of suffering, heavenly venerable, master of Zixiao heaven, Tai Shu dust." Then, he yelled, "Chop!" The sword swiftly flew towards the fleeing dragon. Fear flashed in its eyes. It roared in unwillingness. "No," a voice echoed. "There's a misunderstanding between Sushi and me," the old man exclaimed in surprise. This is. At the same time, Xiantong fearfully collapsed, his body trembling uncontrollably, muttering, "Is it little Shizu? Little Shizu is here?" He couldn't believe it. No. It's Jiangju. He was kicked down the mountain by the first Grand Elder. He's not little Shizu anymore. He's nothing to be afraid of. Little Shizu's cultivation is super low. There's nothing to fear. A hand reached out. The hand stomped right in front of Xiantong's face. The moment the hand grabbed Xiantong's neck, he screamed, don't kill me, little Shizu, have mercy." Yanxi grabbed his collar and said, "Look at the good deed you've done." Yanxi scolded loudly. "The Feng Shui formation you set up is now helping the Daqian. Can't you even resist a little bit?" Xiantong replied fearfully. "Feng Shui formation? I don't understand any Feng Shui formation. I stole little Shizu's Kanyu flying crane, and now its real master is here. What can I use to compete? Little Shizu is blessed by heaven. The world's Feng Shui changes with his mood. How can I resist? What can I use to resist?" Yanxi yelled. "You carry the power of the Xiangxiang fire, so thick that it's already affected half of your physique. Why are you so afraid of Jiangju?" Xiantong retorted. "You don't understand anything. I only ate 1 immortal pill recently. The first Grand Elder refined 10 of those pills. I snuck 1, and the other 9 are all in Jiangju's stomach." Yanxi angrily threw Xiantong into a pillar. He asked loudly, "Speak. What exactly is Jiangju's background?" He replied dejectedly. "Little Shizu is an immortal." He lowered his head and recounted. "He comes from beyond the 9 heavens, with an extra Zixiao heaven. He controls Zixiao, commands 36 spirits of the immortal realm, and has 108 divine generals as servants. You could say he is the mandate of heaven, he is the dynasty." Hearing this, Yanxi asked confused, "If that's the case, why doesn't the Shenxiao Palace have immortals protecting it? What crimes did Jiangju commit? Why was he chased down the mountain to the Shenxiao Palace? Why is the Grand Elder?" Xiantong hugged his head with both hands and cried, "I don't know. I don't know anything." It seemed his mind had collapsed. He kept muttering, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have run away. I want to go home." Yanxi said, "It's a pity I couldn't get any information about the first Grand Elder of the Shenxiao Palace for my master." He couldn't help but sigh. "Jiangju really has good luck. It seems this battle is lost. Losing is fine. There's no escape anyway." "Qin Wujun has just requested to fully contribute his strength to my lord," Yanxi said. "Although this battle is destined to be lost, we must create more trouble for him. I believe my lord will be pleased." His finger flicked. The sword flew out, straight towards Xiantong's head. The head flew off. The sword flew up in a circle, then returned to Jiangju's hand. He said, "No need to chase." He looked towards the tower. Then the two flew towards it. A burst of true Q soared from the pagoda's peak. 2 swords hovered above it, and a powerful force pressed down on the 2 of them. Jiangju wondered, "What's that?" He stared at the fan-like object before him, and couldn't help but exclaim, "That thing looks awfully familiar." An upside-down gourd flew towards the pagoda's peak, and then it unleashed a stream of pink gas towards them. A second later, It smashed right into the dragon's face. Then, a calligraphy brush came flying, hurtling forward with terrifying power, creating an immense pressure in front of them. Jiangju gritted his teeth and slashed with his sword. These magical items floated in mid-air, and the old man exclaimed in surprise. Magical items? How? How are there so many magical items? He turned to Jiangju and said, Mr. Jiang, perhaps we should. Jiangju casually cut him off. I know who this is, he said. He focused his magic power into his sword, and then slashed lightly from top to bottom. The magical items were knocked away one by one and exploded, causing a huge explosion. The gold boy stood on the pagoda. Jiangju pointed at him and said, So it really is you, alchemy boy Tang Jin Tong. You've got some nerve. The gold boy yelled angrily. Jiangju, why are you here? He thought to himself. I was originally the alchemy servant under the Grand Elder. I stole a Grand Elder's immortal pill for you and was suppressed to the bottom of the prison, suffering thousands of years of torture. Damn, I finally escaped. And in this mortal world, I don't have to be a slave anymore. I sleep with women serving me and wake up to wield power over the world, becoming a true superior. Tong Jin, he roared resentfully. Jiangju, why are you here? Tong Jin lit 3 incense sticks and prayed. Disciple Tong Jin is willing to offer a lifetime of incense. Please let the supreme Yiqian Wushang Zhengju manifest and save me. At that moment, a golden power appeared, forming a vortex in the sky. He shouted even louder. Disciple Tong Jin is willing to offer a lifetime of incense. Please let the supreme Yiqian Wushang Zhengju manifest and save me. The two watched as 5 golden lights appeared in front of Tong Jin. While holding the incense, he coughed up blood. His face pale, hair standing on end, eyes wide open. From mid-air, a wisp of his true form gradually appeared. A true immortal manifested before the two of them. The immortal attendant sat slumped against a pillar, totally helpless. He pointed his finger forward. Jiangju and that true immortal stood face to face. Jiangju's expression was full of confidence, but that true immortal cupped his hands in greeting. The old man exclaimed in surprise. Whoa! Shi Jintong gritted his teeth, gnashing as he looked at the scene before him. Jiangju also returned the greeting to that true immortal. Jiangju said with disdain, inviting 36 deities from the immortal realm to deal with me. What are you thinking? You're still wet behind the ears? The true immortal's wisp of form stood tall behind the tower. Jiangju and the old man weren't scared at all, standing coolly on the water dragon's head. Inside, the immortal attendant was squatting on the ground. He said gloomily, I still have treasures. I still have killer moves. With that, he took out a small pill cauldron. Seeing that treasure, Jiangju recognized it as his senior brother's pill cauldron, a congenital artifact. He warned the immortal attendant coldly. With your current cultivation, you dare to rashly control it. You're like a lamp running out of oil now. Don't waste your energy. With that, he flicked a yellow talisman straight at him. The talisman landed right in the middle of his forehead and stuck tight. It radiated golden spirit energy like fire. The immortal attendant's eyes widened, dazed, like he'd lost all vitality. Jiangju asked him, How did you escape Shenxiao Palace? He smirked and replied, Isn't little ancestral master able to guess everything? Why don't you guess it yourself? He asked him. What happened to Shenxiao Palace? He lowered his head and replied, I don't know. When he asked, Where is the Grand Hierarch? He answered, I don't know. When he asked, Who is Senior Jing? Still the same answer, I don't know. Suddenly he muttered, The Hall of Lasting Heaven has collapsed. These words shocked Jiangju. He couldn't believe his ears, loudly asking, The hell, what are you saying? He recalled the bloody scene, the piles of corpses, and recounted softly, A region of ruins, all dead. All the Daco attendants are dead. The Silver River is dead. The Grand Hierarch's Mount, Azure Lion, is dead too. All are dead. Jiangju couldn't believe this truth. He asked repeatedly, Impossible. How could anyone destroy the Lasting Heaven sect? Where is the Grand Hierarch? Where did he go? The immortal attendant hugged his head in fear and said, It was the Grand Hierarch. It was the Grand Hierarch who killed the Azure Lion. It was the Grand Elder who killed the attendants. Azure Lion was killed with one palm strike. It was precisely the Grand Sealing Hierarch's seal. He recalled that gigantic hand. It was indeed the Grand Sealing Hierarch's seal of the Grand Hierarch. After dealing with the immortal attendant, the two left. At this time, they were standing on a large, grassy field. Jiangju held the pill cauldron in his hand. The old man standing beside him said, Although these Dago artifacts aren't capable of killing, to act recklessly in this way seems to be beyond the reach of nascent soul-stage cultivators as well. After observing the pill cauldron for a long time, he muttered softly, The furnace fire inside doesn't seem to be out yet. Could it be that there's still alchemy being refined inside? And then he tried to open it, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open it. Looking at the pill cauldron, he figured that after returning, he should find Old Dragon God and ask him what kind of mystery was inside. Jiangju used his spiritual power to lift up the items he had collected. He thought to himself, These are just daily necessities that were randomly refined. It's just that after so many years, they've been infected with that old ghost's aura, and become such powerful datamyo artifacts. Even Tu Shanlan only has the karma-severing sword that can compare. Thinking of this, he grimaced. Whatever. I'm poor too, I shouldn't be picky. Before the bride even crosses the threshold. At the foot of the mountain there was a large army. The emperor asked the old man beside him. It's been a day already. Why haven't we seen Xuanxi bring back Mr. Jiang? He replied. Please don't worry, your majesty. Mr. Jiang has Xuanxi, and General Tu is with him. This time, they're sneaking in quietly, so the commotion won't be big. Even if the trip isn't smooth, the two of them will definitely be able to return safely. Suddenly, a soldier spoke up. Your majesty, the fog seems to have dissipated a lot. Indeed, the fog was gradually dissipating, and the scenery in front of them became clearer and clearer. Emperor Qin Xiao pointed forward and asked anxiously, he calls this sneaking in quietly, with no big commotion, huh? She shouted in a panic, no, we can't keep waiting. Then she gave an order, Taigu Qi, listen to my command. Just as she was about to give the order to her subordinates, a dragon appeared. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. A dragon, it's a dragon. There seemed to be someone standing on the dragon's head. The young man said to her, Your Majesty, they're back. A look of indescribable joy appeared in her eyes. Jiang Ju and the old man stood on the dragon's head and approached. Standing in front of her, the dragon's head slowly lowered to the ground. Jiang Ju stepped down and said to it, Now that your spirituality has been awakened, you can cultivate here in peace. When you become a river god one day, I will personally bestow the title upon you. Afterwards, the dragon turned around, rushed into the crowd of soldiers, admiringly exclaiming, Mr. Jiang is truly an immortal. An immortal? The old man also spoke up at this time, recounting what had just happened. You all don't know. That little demon kid burned his vital lifespan to summon Xuantian Zhengshen. But, unexpectedly, he came to pay respects to Mr. Jiang. Those paper crane formations and bone arrangements, Mr. Jiang just flicked his fingers, and they were all subdued. Then she walked up to him and asked, Immortal, are you injured? Jiangju replied softly, Thank you for your concern, your majesty. I have not failed my mission. The boy is dead. The rest is still for the Dacian kingdom to handle. A few days later, Jiangju and Jiannu stood in front of a carriage. Jiannu stood with her arms crossed in front of her chest and asked him, You took action against her? Aren't you afraid of the Daluo immortal sect taking revenge? Jiangju replied calmly, Of course I'm afraid. After a pause, he said, But being afraid is useless. The alarm bell of the world might come to kill me. Besides, if we wait for her to wake up, I won't have another alarm bell of the world to compensate her with. Suddenly, Jiannu raised her sword to the sky. Then she pointed her sword forward. The tip of the sword stopped right in front of the two spirit beasts. Not long after, they fell to the ground. Jiangju clasped his hands and said, I am Jiangju, here to request an audience with Jade Cheng Immortal. There was no reply from inside the building. He asked, She uses these two unlucky star beasts to pull her carriage. I'll take them, okay? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as you agree. This unusual silence made him thoughtful. It seems that this Jade Cheng Immortal is also suffering from the weakness of bone, one of the 5 signs of deterioration for immortals. He smiled and said to Jiannu, Sorry for the trouble. Jiannu continued wielding her sword, focusing her spiritual energy, preparing to strike. Then she slashed powerfully from left to right. The spiritual energy emitted from the sword directly clashed with the building's protective barrier, but it seemed completely unaffected. At this moment, a little servant was channeling spiritual energy into the unconscious Yu Qiong Xianzi on the chair. He gritted his teeth thinking, She can't break through. But he seemed to have miscalculated. Cracks started to appear on the protective barrier. He worried, how is this possible? That she, demon, isn't even a demon saint yet, and there's something wrong with that sword. Then he transformed into a gong and started ringing it incessantly. Xiao Yuzi, wake up, wake up. Just then, seemingly hearing the call, she slowly opened her eyes. Then she asked softly, Where am I? He explained. Xiao Yuzi, my power can only delay your bone rot for an incense stick's time. Yu Cheng curiously asked, Is that Jin Zhong? He loudly replied, Who else would it be? Xiao Yuzi, run away. Jiangju wants to kill me. Hurry and run. Hearing this, she lowered her head and muttered, Jiangju? How could he kill me? Just based on a puny, Conley 7th grade cultivator like him? As soon as she finished speaking, dust and rocks flew in from outside. Yu Cheng gaped in shock. She couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. Then Jiannu coldly raised her sword, emitting a powerful burst of spiritual energy. She screamed and swung her sword towards the building. Suddenly, before she could strike, a golden light burst out from the building, startling them both. After Yu Qiong Xianzi turned into a golden light and fled, She didn't forget to leave behind a venomous remark, "Damn you, Jiangju, I will definitely repay today's debt with interest in the future." Hearing this, Jiangju gaped in surprise and muttered to himself, "Whoa, I didn't even attack and I'm already making enemies? What did anyone even do?" Jian beside him explained, "That's the Shengguang shuttle of the Dailuo immortal sect. Once she wants to leave, I can't stop her." Jiangju acted like nothing happened. He nonchalantly replied, "After all, she's a saintess of the Dailuo immortal sect. It's normal for her to have life-saving treasures on her. Besides, I don't want to kill her. These kinds of characters probably have some powerful dharma decrees or jade pendants that can save their lives. If I kill her, she might summon the Taiching Dao master, which would be a huge pain." Hearing this, Jian curiously asked, "Then why did you let me attack? If you can't eliminate future troubles, then wouldn't you be provoking a never-ending Daonang level cultivator if she successfully passed the 5 signs of the decline of heaven and man?" Jiangju's eyes were extremely determined as he replied, "The Taiching lineage cultivates the path of ruthlessness. If she can really pass the 5 signs of the decline of heaven and man and become a first-grade Hadapio cultivator, then I'll definitely be fine." Looking at the abandoned building in front of him, he said, "Besides, she left this Daolun palace behind. Who says I'm wasting my time?" Not long after, at Jinsha River, 2 carriages followed each other. On the road, Jiangju and Qingyi stood blocking the Daolun palace. In front of them were carriages lined up in a row. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Xiao Yu, come here." The girl saw that he seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked him, "Little Shizu, what's wrong?" Jiangju replied, "It's nothing. A senior's calling me over there. Just continue following the team back to the previous area." She looked at him and replied, "Roger that." A little later, somewhere else, 3 incense sticks were pumping out smoke like nobody's business. Jiangju was chilling with 3 old-timers when one of them piped up, "Xiao Yu, you're too kind." Another chimed in, "Jiang, fellow Taoist, swing by more often." And the last one added, "Just come on over, no need to be so formal." He asked him, "Senior Tianlang Zi, did you need me for something?" The guy replied, "Xiao Yu, have you hit up the Daluo immortal sect yet? You straight up yoinked the entire Dao Wheel Palace. Did you at least meet the sect master?" Jiangju was keeping it real. "This time I bumped into the Dailuo immortal sect's holy maiden, Jade Chong Immortal. She was in a major rush and ditched even the Dao Wheel Palace, leaving it with me." Hearing that unfamiliar name, he's like, "Jade Chong Immortal, who's that?" He explained, "Jade Chong is Dailuo immortal sect's chick, a saintly Dao guardian." Another old dude asked him, "Isn't you the one guarding the Dao there, Jiang Xiao?" "You? How's there another Dao guardian?" Another senior continued, "Not just 1, but 3. The Daluo immortal sect, with its Taiching, Shangqing, and Yuqing styles, all think they're hot stuff." Then one of them quizzed Jiangju, "Why is the Dailuo immortal sect split into 3 factions? The sect master's the sect master, so how can they call themselves Dao guardians? Guardians of what, exactly?" Jiangje shrugged. "No clue, never even been to the Daluo immortal sect." One of the seniors mused, "The years roll on, the oceans turn to fields of mulberry trees, time flies, the world outside changes, there are so many weird things out there," another old-timer added. "I heard that Daluo immortal sect's founder, Luo Tian Merchant, once battled the godly Firmament Palace's Grand High Priest for the title of Dao Guardian. The human Luo Tian Merchant failed, but I bet he never got over it. He didn't respect the innate creation scripture, so he took his inheritance and just straight up called himself a Dao Guardian." The seniors started bickering all at once. Hong Yun Immortal said, "True, Allah witnessed that apocalyptic battle. The godly Firmament Palace's floating cloud island lost 3 islands thanks to those 2. This humble monk also knows of this. One of the 3 ruined islands fell into the eastern sea and became Penglai. Lala Luo Tian Merchant. Lala Great High Priest. The disciple coming from heaven beyond the heavens." Honored seniors, this is just a anecdote I heard from Envoy Ba. Listening to the squabble, Jiangju thought to himself, "These old geezers are seriously bored. If this keeps up, someone's going to die of boredom." So he decided, "I'll donate these 20,000 merits to all you seniors. That shut them up faster than you can say cultivation." After a long pause, one of them finally sputtered, "Thank you, Xiao Yu. This humble monk just remembered, I have a heavenly abode out in the world, and I was going to leave it for someone worthy, so I'll just give it to Xiao Yu then." And with that, a heavenly abode appeared in his hand. Jiangju stared at it, dumbfounded, and then the seniors started showering him with thank you gifts one after another. "Oh right, I have a karmic opportunity. I've got a karmic opportunity too. Me too, me too." Suddenly, the atmosphere was buzzing. Jiangju stuffed the magic items into his bag, grinning like a Cheshire cat. No need, don't be so formal, we're practically family. Just chuck them in my bag, all of them, don't let this happen again." After a while he dipped. Watching him go, one of the seniors sighed. No wonder he became a Dao guardian. Then they started arguing again. Could he be an even more ancient reincarnation than me? It can't be right at all. I can't deduce this Xiao Yun's origins. He's got a complex aroma. Incense, merit, national fortune, divine path, spiritual energy, demonic energy. But he's a good person. Yes, a good person. The next morning, the crew arrived at Tushan. The demons in the city were stoked to see him, cheering, "Jiang Senior's back! Jiang Senior, you've worked hard! Jiang Senior's the absolute best!" But Jiang Ju scanned the crowd and didn't spot Hua Nu, so he asked Gu, "Where are the rest of you? Where's Shi Hua Nu hiding?" Hearing his question, Gu Day replied, "The Hua goddess." As soon as she touched the dragon carriage, she immediately returned to the lone immortal palace. At that, he drooped, thinking, what the heck kind of reality is this? So, after receiving Tushan Lan, I'm getting left behind here? Inside the Hua goddess's room, she was hard at work practicing her calligraphy. When she was writing so serious, Jiang Ju appeared at the door. He casually sat down near the table and asked her, "Where's Tushan Lan?" Without even looking up, she replied calmly, "Feng Jian Nu took the master back to her cave." Hearing that, Jiang Jie was totally taken aback. "Didn't I dismantle the fiery star jade bed?" "Why'd she go back?" she replied softly. "What are you implying with that comment? That fiery star jade is so valuable, and you just chopped it into 3 pieces with one strike." He folded his arms, replied softly, "It doesn't affect the effect. Hua goddess, at least I'm a hero in this trip, do not need to always keep a serious face with me, right? Smile a little," she said coldly. "This was all you're doing. Even with someone else, you'd have found a way to get the new Danqian emperor to agree to cooperate. Is Jiang Senior asking for a reward from me? What do you want me to reward you with then? How about I give you a super awesome compliment?" Then she handed him a list and said, "This is the inventory list. After this time, Tushan will take at least 70 of the goods." She paused for a moment, continuing, "This time, you shouldn't return to Tushan so ostentatiously. Even though I've eliminated all the non-Tushan affiliated demon clans along the way, it's still hard to guarantee that the strategists of other clans won't notice." Jiang Ju carefully read the information on the list and said, "From the Jinsha River to Tushan, we won't follow the main roads. Once we reach Tushan territory, a group like ours can't hide even if they want to. Moreover, I think we need to let the Tushan clan know that these 2 trading trips will bring a lot of profit. Only in this way can we have everyone on the same page." Hua Shen closed her eyes and said, "It's better to be cautious. If other clans find out about this route, it's hard to say they won't get bad ideas. Even the Demon Saint might be tempted." "Are you sure you can stop the Demon Saint?" Jiang Ju quickly replied, "Of course." After finishing reading, he put the list on the table. I can't praise you enough. No wonder Lord Hua Shen is the best assistant to the Heavenly Demon Lord. This plan is great. I'll tell the deputy leader to follow this plan from now on." Hua Shen asked him, "Aren't you going to be in charge yourself?" He didn't answer her, but stood up and said, "I have to go to the Divine Firmament Palace now," and he explained to her, "Actually, I really don't want to go back. I'd rather go straight to the Divine Firmament Palace." She looked up and asked him, "Can you be back within a month?" Jiang Ju turned his back to her and answered, "Who knows?" He waved goodbye to her, saying as he left, "If I don't come back, just say I eloped." In a certain region, by the stream, the trees were lush and green, and a row of wooden houses by the stream looked so dreamy. In a village, a man was directing everyone to work. At this time, Jiang Ju and a bald man stood in front of the golden ingot pagoda. He sighed. What a waste of resources in chaos gold to refine a golden ingot pagoda, and inside it's even sealed a small scene. But it doesn't even have a bit of spatial magic, and it can't even drive itself. You still need something to pull it when you go out. The bald man angrily shouted, "Idiot! Utterly idiotic! If the person who refined this treasure was my student, I'd punch that beast to death." The next morning, in a city with clear skies, Jiang Ju sat opposite Kedli. Looking at the boy's depressed face, he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did practicing silent meditation give you the blues?" Then he rubbed Keeleman's head and smiled brightly. "Listen, things like the Great Truth Mantra can be learned later. The main thing is, for the little guy to have fun." Keliel picked up a pen and wrote some scribbled words. Then he held up the paper he had just written in front of him. On the paper it said, "Master, I broke a precept." Jiang Ju exclaimed in surprise. "What precept did you break?" Kedleflai continued to scribble the answer on paper. On the paper were the words, "Lust precept." Jiang Ju's mouth dropped open in surprise. Broke the lust precept? Precept? No way. You're studying in the Spirit-Tooth Blessed Land, and it's full of foxes there. Foxes? Kelly held the paper in front of him, leaving him speechless. On the paper it said, "It's true. There's a very cute little fox who said she likes me. She kissed me and said that I have to take responsibility when she transforms, and wants me to marry her. Master, I haven't dared to go to school these past few days. Jiangju's eyes lit up like he was listening to gossip, and he asked eagerly, Kelly Lei, is this a childhood sweetheart, my disciple? You're too young to understand, actually. You should cherish the time when girls express their feelings for you when you enter society. No, Master isn't teaching you to have puppy love. I'm just afraid you'll regret it later. Kekli lowered his head in frustration. Then the boy dashed away like the wind. Jiangju looked at his fleeing back and couldn't help but sigh. Hey, no way! You! Where are you running off to? I won't say anything if you don't talk. But you can't skip school forever. You definitely have to go to school tomorrow. Not long after, there were two intensely opposing forces. Ao Xuan Lao Er transformed into a dragon and shouted loudly, Tu Shanlan, you're going too far. Tu Shanlan held a sword in her hand and said coldly, Ao Xuan Lao Er, I think you're crazy. Hey everyone, welcome back to the next part of this story. Let's jump right in, shall we? Jiangju and Jianjun were chilling below, watching the fight. Jiangju pipes up, dude, comparing notes here, your illusion technique looks totally legit, like for real. Jianjun's like, it is real, my friend. This is my outer body double, Yao Saint level stuff. Hearing that, he gets curious and asks, so, can Jianjun de Ren keep this up for long? Watching the girl fighting like crazy, the old guy says, little friend, relax. She's been worshipping Tu Shanlan for years, so she totally gets Tu Shanlan's divine abilities. Plus, with my tricks added in, unless a real Yao Saint shows up in person, ain't nobody gonna figure it out. He pauses a bit, then keeps explaining. This Mr. Jing guy has been secretly spreading the great heavenly demon art in the Wanyao Kingdom and Sun Moon Lake area. This cultivation method is crazy powerful but also super tempting, like a drug. It just amps up people's greed, making them totally addicted. They can't stop. And in the end, their whole life's cultivation just turns into a demon seed for him to harvest. The old guy recounts, I actually tried cultivating it myself but got forced to cut off the connection. So, this fight, it's me using going demonic as an excuse to challenge Tu Shanlan. It's also a heads up to all the demons in Wanyao Kingdom. Jiangju's curious. Old man, after this fight, Sun Moon Lake is going to be part of Tianma territory. Right? Sun Moon Lake's overall power is already stronger than the Tushan clan. Isn't big bro Ao Xuan giving up on something he built up for so long? The old man closes his eyes and replies, little friend Jiang, I've been doing divination for thousands of years, okay? Sure, I don't control fate like you do, but I can still sense the future. And look, I've got this feeling, this trip with you might be a one-way ticket for me. Hearing that, Jiangju turns to him. Then don't go. Jianjun shakes his head. Little friend, you get it. Destiny's a pain to fight. Jiangju just calmly throws back. Others can't fight it, but I can. Jiangju states firmly. In this world, only I can defy destiny and change fate. The old man grins wide. Knew it. Asked you before. You always dodged it, but now you're admitting it. Jiangju puts his hands on his hips, casually explaining, because changing fate, the price is insane, dude. Change fate for good people, I get merit. Change fate for bad people, karma's gonna stick to me like glue, so how could I just say it? How could I just change it? Suddenly, the old man stands right in front of him, hands on his shoulders, praising. Little friend Jiang, you've got heart. I totally didn't misjudge you. He pauses, then says, but lifespan's up. Can't change that. This trip to the Divine Firmament Palace, if I fail, well, dying 'cause my time's up, or dying tragically in a few months. No difference, right? If I succeed and reach enlightenment, this world ain't gonna be big enough for me anyway. The old man looks at the clear lake in front of them. So this Sun Moon Lake isn't a gift to you, little friend. It's a trust. It's a peaceful place for the Yao beasts of Sun Moon Lake. They just want to cultivate quietly. I've left a little something in the Yin Yang cave. Consider it a thank you gift for you. Then he clasps his hands politely, asking, everything. I'm leaving it in your hands, little friend. Jiangju also clasps his hands in return. Got it, I'll take care of it. Soon after, the old man slings an arm around Jiangju's shoulder, curiously asking, you can decide all this? Why not ask your wife for her thoughts? Jiangju jokes back, I'm afraid if she knew, she'd be so happy she'd flip her tail. The next morning, a long line of carts loaded with food were moving down the road. Jiangju was riding on his pet, with a man walking beside him leading his own pet, waving to the people standing along the roadside, excitedly announcing, the Alliance Master has brought human food and spirit stones. Everyone can cultivate now. Hearing this, the people were super happy, shouting, long live the Alliance Master! The Alliance Master's merits will last forever. In Wanyao Kingdom, we were all treated like animals, like slaves. It's the Alliance Master who found a way for us to return to the human race. Do you guys want to go home or what? Zhang Jue asks, looking kinda awkward walking through the cheering crowd. Do you want to live a life with enough food and clothes, yes? Do you want to stop hiding and wandering, and live freely under the sun. Yes. The blue-haired man keeps hyping up the crowd. All this is thanks to who? Everyone around shouts in unison, Alliance Master, long live the Alliance Master. After a while, Jiangju can't help but ask the man, is this really necessary? He quickly replies, totally necessary, of course it is. Jiangju covers his blushing face, feeling super embarrassed. Going this slow, I'm dying of embarrassment. Hearing this, he immediately argues back. Can't go faster, gotta be this speed so everyone can clearly see your awesome self. Later, if you walk around the camp and anyone doesn't recognize you, it's all my fault. Well, after hearing that, what else could Jiangju say? Suddenly, the man hands him a stack of papers as tall as his head, making him super curious. What's this? The man explains. Little ancestral master on East Cliff Mountain has a piece of land. After your parade, please go there and give a speech to everyone, talk about our achievements, the problems we're facing, and plan the future path. Hearing this, Jiangju starts feeling uneasy, and just like that, Jiangju throws back the stack of papers and runs like the wind. While running, he yells, Tao Zi! The man urgently calls after him, Alliance Master. Not long after, Jiangju is lecturing to the people sitting in the courtyard, glancing back. So, since the establishment of the Different Immortal Alliance, we've achieved these 3 major accomplishments. But we can't forget our original goal. The Different Immortal Alliance is currently facing these 5 major problems. Dude was still yapping away even though half the audience was practically nodding off. Looking ahead, the future development of the Otherworldly Immortals Alliance will zoom in on these 7 key areas, yada yada yada. After a super long speech that was like, seriously, forever, he cleared his throat and boomed, grub time? The moment grub time hit their ears, everyone jolted awake, roaring with excitement. Long live the Alliance Master! A bit later, the two of them were standing in front of a cliff. Jiangju asked him, did Senior Feng Qingzi leave a message for me or something? He cupped his fist in salute and replied, a few days back, I sent out secret letters to all the Otherworldly Immortals Alliance branches, inviting them to Dongya Mountain to pay respects to the new Alliance Master. And forget about the 16 small branches for now, but out of the 4 major branches with Heavenly Passage Realm cultivators at the helm, only 1 alliance responded. The others are all giving us the wishy-washy treatment. I was hoping Little Grandmaster could do me a solid and personally lead a delegation to preach to them, maybe knock some sense into them. Jiangju waved his hand dismissively, replying, the Otherworldly Immortals Alliance is already a hot mess of loose sand. That can wait. I've got something way more important for you to handle. Hearing this, he immediately said, Little Grandmaster, just give the word. Jiangju turned to look at him and said, I need you to head over to Tuishan and hold down the fort for me. Oversee the 2 trade routes. Qingyi and Qingshan can handle things back at Dongya Mountain. Hearing this, he asked curiously, then what about you? Jiangju looked ahead and said, I'm heading back to Shenxiao Palace. The Grand Elder's gone missing, and one of Shenxiao's floating islands fell into Mr. Jing's hands. If I don't go back to Shenxiao Palace and check things out, I won't be able to chill. Plus, gotta visit and see how things are. With that decided, Jiangju hopped in the ride and zoomed off. He rode his pet, zipping along the road like crazy. Even then, he didn't forget to remind his pet, behave yourself, don't you dare spook the ladies in the carriage. Right after he said that, he controlled the ride to slow down. Inside the carriage, 2 ladies, one lying down, one sitting, were chilling with their eyes closed. Suddenly a voice rang out. Little buddy, this is the border of Qin Kingdom. We crossed the Jade Flower River up ahead and will be in Wei territory. The guy transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky. Jiangju looked at him and said, Feng Qingzi's token points this way. First, let's find Extreme Yangzi, Feng Qingzi's Shifu, and get the lowdown on the situation. Suddenly, the dragon dude noticed something weird. Why are there so many Qin troops gathered on the Jade Flower River? He wondered aloud. Jiangju asked, surprised. Huh, what's up? At this point, the dragon dude told him, Jiang, little buddy, check this out. Saying that, he conjured up something. Jiangju kept his eyes glued to it. You'd think Qin and Gan are duking it out big time in the south right now, so why would they pull such elite troops to the north? Jiangju guessed. Could they still have enough juice left to attack Wei? The dragon dude replied. No clue. This old dragon tried telepathic communication with my grandkids, but their spiritual intelligence is like wild beasts. Can't get anything clear out of them. Just know they're heading to Wei to collect seeds. How about I snag some Qin generals for you two? Like, deduce things. Jiangju's face turned serious. If this is really top secret intel, these guys might not know much. No need to make a big fuss. Let's just cross the river and steer clear of them. Jiangju sulked, thinking, this damn system's leveling up so slow, when the heck will it be done already? The carriage rolled along slowly. As dusk fell, they arrived at the Wei Kingdom border, Tiannan mountain range. Jiangju looked towards the secluded forest, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Inside the forest, tons of bright red eyes were glowing. Jianu was pissed, purple aura oozing all over, flew out of the carriage and yelled, fake gods, fake ghosts. Just then, An old dude came flying towards Jiangju, making him jump in surprise. The old man didn't give a damn, and just kept flying forward. Jian unsheathed her sword and chased after him, sword raised like she was going to chop him up. Seeing this, Jiangju yelled worriedly, "Don't attack, don't hurt them." Purple true ki aura spread all over the place. Jian stood watching the beasts running around. Just then, a tiger was being dragged on the ground. The old man dragged the passed-out tiger over and tossed it in front of Jiangju. He happily ran over to greet, "Ha ha, bro tiger, long time no see." Then he said to the old man, "Bro arrogant dog, this is one of us, bro tiger." Looking at the tiger lying on the ground, he asked worriedly, "What happened to you, bro?" Jiangju noticed something was off. A dignified 6th rank Yao tiger turned into a regular wild beast. Just then, Jian tossed a rabbit on the ground and said, "This one can talk." Jiangju sat down and asked the rabbit, "What happened here? Who turned you guys into this?" A boar, a snake, and a fox all hung their heads in silence. The rabbit looked at them, trembling. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. The rabbit's eyes widened, looking at him excitedly, and said loudly, "Mr. Jiang, it's Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang is back, and he recognized you," which made it feel safer, and it spilled the beans. 3 months ago, the sun and moon went AWOL over Tianan mountain range. Plants withered, rivers dried up, us wild beasts in the forest were starving so bad even herbivores started eating meat. It was eat or be eaten. Father eat son eat mother. After little mountain lord dipped, bro tiger became the mountain lord, leading us to hide in our dongfu to cultivate. Yao beasts in seclusion after getting smart usually just need to soak up sun and moon essence to live. But the sun and moon essence just vanished, and slowly their cultivation started to regress. And in the end they became no different from wild beasts. Lord Lu Jin couldn't take the hunger anymore and went down the mountain to slaughter villagers, but didn't know this mountain was just as bad. Famine everywhere, nothing growing. He even ripped open a dead woman's belly and ate the baby inside. Mountain Lord Toa Shan got pissed and bit him to death, but ended up swallowing Lord Lu Jin whole too. Saying this, the rabbit grabbed his pants leg, asking worriedly, "Boss, when's boss coming back? He's got the best ideas, Mr. Jiang. Boss is with you, right? You know, right? When's he coming back? If he was here, we definitely wouldn't be in this mess." After thinking for a bit, he said, "Little Mountain Lord's story is a long one. Let's fix the problem at hand first." Then, he conjured a book in his palm. Then he cast some magic, chanting, "Heaven's great, governs yin and yang, absorbs essence's ki, independently guards the divine mechanism. The weakest is the flesh." Right after he said that, the beasts instantly felt the thick sun and moon essence, and they started sucking it up like crazy. The old man next to him spoke up. "Wheat Nation's in deep shit. Vitality's cut off. But Wheat Nation's dragon vein ain't doing jack, which means it's busted. Plus, before we crossed the Jade Flower River, I peeped at Xin's capital from afar, and it's overflowing with dragon shi. Not like what little friend Jiang said about it losing its dragon vein." He glanced at him and asked, "Bro arrogant, you mean?" Pausing for a sec, he said his thoughts out loud. Xin Nation jacked Wait Nation's dragon vein, but Xin Nation's already struggling to deal with Xin Nation's attack. How could they have the juice to snatch Wait Nation's dragon vein? He just closed his eyes and was like, "Nah, taking a dragon vein ain't always about war. Remember when little Jiang helped Qinyan Kingdom snag Qin Kingdom's dragon vein? Didn't need a whole army then, did he?" He sighed, getting all nostalgic. Back before the Seven Kingdoms mess, humans were ruled by this super-duper powerful immortal dynasty like nobody could even touch them. Suddenly, Buddhism blew up in popularity, temples popping up everywhere, grabbing followers left and right. People were more into Buddha than the frickin' kingdom. So, the immortal dynasty emperor freaked and started a war with the Buddhist sect, but guess what? Buddhism was too massive to wipe out. Followers everywhere like a tidal wave. The dynasty ended up paying a huge price, and slowly went downhill. And boom. Split into the 7 kingdoms we got now. What a joke, right? Jiangju chuckled, cold as ice. If there's one thing Buddhist sects are good at, it's playing the religion game, trust me. Jiangju just dropped a name, Shen Zhao. Right then, Jiangju's carriage kept rolling, and the beasts were still tagging along behind. After a bit, Jian poked his head out the window and asked, "Hey, you gonna leave some grub for him? Or are you just gonna ditch him and let him figure it out?" Jiangju turned back. "Sword Lord, you got it wrong, I ain't taking him with me. Up ahead there's this awesome Dongfu, a blessed place, left by one of my elders. It's perfect for them to get their cultivation back on track. And if Wei Kingdom really loses its dragon vein, well, it's a good hideout for them too. Just for now though." He gave Jiangju a cold side eye like, "Don't go making more trouble than you gotta." Jiangju just nodded, like, yeah. Suddenly, ding, system notification, system upgrade successful. Jiangju's eyes went wide. Whoa! Jiangju yanked the reins, stopping the carriage. System screen pops up with messages. Merit points. 1 million. Heaven's blessing activated. Shendong himself is impressed. Congrats, host. You've leveled up in karma understanding and unlocked the divine ability. Heavenly human connection. Those who peep me, think of me. or know my name, I'll know him back. Heavenly mandate unlocked. See me, say my name, chant my name, know me, and bam! Heavenly mandate. Congrats, host, you can now see the river of heavenly mandate. Pick someone you're karmically linked with, and dive into that river of destiny, and feel the fate vibes. Suddenly, voices started buzzing in his head, like, Mr. Jiang, Taishu Zhenjun, of Zizhao Heaven. Master Jiang, Zizhao Heaven Taishu Zhenjun. These voices kept echoing, driving him nuts. He grabbed his head, totally freaked out. Golden threads started popping up behind him, slowly spreading out, wrapping around almost his whole body, and then, bam, cocoon time. The beasts just watched in silence. Tu Chanlan felt the threads too, eyes widening in surprise. Then she grabbed a thread, grinned, and went, heh, this is fun. Jian Nu's chest started glowing with the same threads. He frowned at them. Suddenly the old man chimed in, those are karma threads, dude. Don't even think about cutting your karmic link with little friend Jiang, he warned. Or you'll get some serious karma backlash. And trust me, even with your cultivation right now, you can't handle that crap. Jian Nu just crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and huffed. If I can't see it, mind ain't bothered. Jiangju's karma threads were making this glowing aura thingy, with golden orbs floating around. Inside those orbs, you could see glimpses of people he's linked to by karma. Jiangju reached out to poke an orb. Whoa, is this like a time-space portal or something? Jiangju stood in a 5-dimensional space filled with golden orbs, arms wide open. He softly spoke. What the heck? Is my sensory perception really this OP? Anyone with karma tied to me, even if they're thousands of miles away, I can sense them clearly. This is kinda mind-blowing, not gonna lie. Just then, his attention landed on an orb showing a girl. Jiangju reached out and touched it. The girl was kneeling on the ground, saying, From Zhao Heaven, Taishu Zhenjun, please bless the baby in my belly. It's gotta be a boy, please. Suddenly, the system notification popped up. Deduce Zhang Wangxi's destiny. This deduction will cost 1 fate point, yes or no. After pondering for a sec, he tapped yes. First, an image of a newborn baby appeared next to the woman. Then, it shifted to Zhang Wangxi, focused on embroidering a handkerchief. The system chimed. You have explored Zhang Wangxi's river of destiny. You have comprehended the sewing skill level increased. Next up, a wedding night scene. The two sat on the wedding bed. System notification. You have explored Zhang Wangxi's river of destiny. You have comprehended female bedroom art skill level increased. Finally, the scene of her giving birth. System notification. You have explored Zhang Wangxi's river of destiny. You have comprehended the feeling of childbirth. Skill level increased. Jiangju was utterly stunned. Just by peeking into someone's river of destiny, I can instantly grab their skills and insights. This system upgrade is seriously awesome, and it only costs a tiny bit of fate points. This ability is just straight up heaven-defying. He frowned, pondering. This Zhang Wangxi is just a regular farm woman, but what if I use this on a cultivator or a big shot? Jiangju selected a golden orb showing Hua Qingzi, which was also his river of destiny. The system popped up notifications. You have explored Hua Qingzi's river of destiny. You have comprehended the great Tao of alchemy. Skill level increased. You have explored Hua Qingzi's river of destiny. You have comprehended pharmacology knowledge. Skill level increased. You have explored Hua Qingzi's river of destiny. You have comprehended cultivation level. Skill level increased. Reading the text on the screen, his eyes lit up, tongue lolling out like a greedy puppy. Suddenly, a destiny thread yanked Jiangju's chest, startling him. Whoa! His hand grabbed the thread, and bam! He was pulled along by it. Jiangju was utterly horrified. Wait, hold on. Just like that, he was dragged right in front of Yucheng Xianzi. She glared at him, seething with anger. Jiangju, it's you. It's always you. She snapped at him furiously. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You guessed I was severing karma, so you deliberately strengthened the karma with me. Right, you ruined my lower Dabio, destroyed my cultivation, I'm gonna die with you. With that, she yanked the destiny thread hard. Jiangju's face paled in terror. He trembled as he explained. This is terrifying, I really didn't know. Immortal fairy, you were going through the final tribulation of karma. Who'd have thought of the 5 declines of heaven and man? This time it's totally unintentional. Coincidence, pure chance, he advised her, a bit defeated. Besides, if we're talking about who's hoping to sever karma with you, the great accomplishment of the emotionless Dabio, that's definitely me. And you, a dignified spirit-severing realm 2nd grade expert, wanting to trade your life for a chi-refining 7th grade shrimp like me, not worth it. Seriously, not worth it. Not long after, Jiangju rode on horseback, panting heavily. Phew. He looked into the distance, spotting many people gathered around a bonfire, and happily exclaimed, Finally, people in sight. Then, he addressed the beasts following him. Fellows, you've come all this way. but our paths diverge here. Even 1,000 miles farewell must come to an end. With that, Jiangju tossed a green jade token to the rabbit, explaining, "Here, this is a jade token of expanded heavenly blessing land." He sat down, gently stroking the rabbit's head, and said, "Brother Hu, although they are intelligent, their cultivation has regressed a lot. You should cultivate with them in the Dongfu, and don't wander out carelessly." The rabbit replied, "Mr. Jiang, rest assured, I will definitely protect the Dongfu for you. No one can sneak in and steal your treasures." After instructing the rabbit, he rode off on the tiger. He waved goodbye to it. "See ya." The rabbit also waved back. "Mr. Jiang, see you again." Grumbling sounds echoed around. The beasts slowly dispersed. Right then, the group was cooking a huge pot of soup. They stared eagerly at the boiling pot, mouths watering. Almost ready. "Where's the salt? Chuck some salt in." A guy fished something out from his chest. He held it in his hand, glanced at it for a sec, then gently dropped it into the soup. His ears twitched, catching a sound. "Hey, listen up. Anyone else hear beast noises?" One guy scoffed. "Beasts? Where are you gonna find beasts this year?" Another chimed in. "Damn it, even green veggies are rotting before they're ripe. My white pig rotted clean through before I even got a bite." Suddenly, someone got their mouth stuffed, face planting into the dirt. He was tightly bound, mouth gagged, managing a muffled pleading for help. Beside him, a kid, tied up just like him, was crying his eyes out in despair. Tears of despair streamed down his face. The kid sobbed, Papa, don't cry, don't cry." "Don't cry, please." The group by the pot sneered at them. "These two must be so hungry they're crying for food." "Hey, I ain't stingy. Besides, you guys brought us this meat, didn't ya?" Then, he ladled out a bowl of soup, red meat chunks bobbing on the surface, and said, come on, I'll be generous and give you a bowl." Watching him approach with the bowl, both father and son trembled in fear. He ripped the gag off the man's mouth, speaking excitedly. Here. The man didn't dare speak, tears silently streaming down his face. Then, the guy shoved the bowl in the man's face, spitting out words that were less than human. "Drink up. Your old lady, ugly as she was, sure had tender meat." The man wept uncontrollably in anguish. You could say his hatred was reaching its peak. Hatred surged, giving him immense strength. He headbutted the bowl of human meat soup, sending it flying, and roared. This action enraged the barbaric group. The guy gritted his teeth, glaring at the man. Then, he slapped him hard across the face, yelling, "You turtle bastard! Got no manners, huh? You think I won't toss this kid into the pot right now?" Hearing this, he kowtowed, begging them, "Sirs, sell him to those immortal folks in the cave. They'll give you chi abstinence pills. He's just a kid, no meat on him." As he spoke, he kept kowtowing, blood streaming from his forehead. Unmoved, the guy kicked the man, sneering, "Tui, immortals my ass? You really think there are good-hearted immortals out there, saving the common folk, ascending you to immortality? Let me tell you, step into that cave and you'll be raised as ghost fodder by those damned immortals." Saying this, he ripped open his shirt, revealing a huge red birthmark on his chest. He spat out venomously, "See this, I escaped from that hellhole." Finishing his sentence, he reached down, picked up a chunk of human meat that had fallen from the bowl, and shoved it in his mouth. Chewing, he mumbled, "I gotta eat meat, and the meat I eat grows back." Sensing the weird looks from everyone, he turned his head, asking, "Why you staring at me like that?" Silence met him, and he exploded, roaring, "You think I'm crazy? So what if I'm crazy? Is there anywhere in this world that isn't crazy anymore?" Suddenly, he grabbed a guy by the collar, staring him down with a ferocious look, and demanded, "You're not crazy, right? Then tell me, is this meat tasty or what?" The tied-up man lowered his head, kneeling at his feet. The guy stood silently, staring down at the kneeling man, his eyes full of malice. Dude grabbed the man's mouth, who was already bleeding from a head injury, then shoved the meat into his mouth, and spat out insults. "Playing all high and mighty, huh? Pretending to be human, huh?" The man couldn't take such humiliation. His mouth was stuffed with meat. He could only cry non-stop. Suddenly, dude stopped. Blood started flowing from the top of his head. His mouth gaped open. Eyes rolled back like he couldn't believe what was happening to him. A hand squeezed his head from above. Blood oozing out from between 5 fingers, looking totally gruesome. The one who struck was the old man traveling with Jiangju. He asked him, "Little friend Jiang, this guy seems to know some stuff. Should we just off him?" His hand pressed down on the dude's head, pinning him to the ground. Such an evil bastard, how could Jiangju let him live? So Jiangju yelled, "Kill!" and swiftly chopped off his head. His buddies saw Jiangju's blood-stained sword, and their legs turned to jelly. They collapsed onto the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Immortal, spare us, sir, have mercy. Immortal, spare us, mercy, please." The old man channeled spiritual energy into his palm and slammed it into the ground. A loud explosion erupted. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. He sincerely advised Jiangju, "It's rare to run into some survivors. We should ask them a few questions before killing." Jiangju wiped his sword with a cloth, casually explaining, Keeping them alive for even a second longer is just a waste of air. Interrogating their souls is the same thing anyway. Hearing that, the old man just glanced at him, didn't argue back. At this moment, the two of them stood in front of a father and son who were tied up. The little kid cried to his dad, "Dad, scared, scared." The father was also terrified. He quietly stared at Jiangju's sword, still dripping blood. Jiangju knew he was scared of him, so he explained, "No need to panic, we just arrived in Wei country, we mean you no harm." Then, he gently patted the kid's head, comforting him. "Don't be scared." The kid stared at him, tears still in the corners of his eyes. Untied, the man stumbled towards the pot of soup, calling out in pain, "Tu Ying, Tu Ying." The kid chased after his dad, miserably trying to comfort him. "Mommy's in the pot, don't cry." The kid's innocent words were heartbreaking. He didn't even understand his mom was gone. Jiangju watched the backs of the father and son, feeling sorry for them, filled with sadness. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. The corpses on the ground decomposed rapidly. You could even see bones already. Jiangju quickly bit his fingertip. He used his blood to cast 7-star soul shift. 100 ghost summons command. 100 ghosts, obey my command. Then, he put 2 fingers together, frowned and shouted loudly. "In the name of Sun Tzu Shao Tian, Tai Shu Zhen Jun, Yin Spirit Mysterious General, I command you to seize souls." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 burly men appeared behind him. One of the men shouted loudly, "You lowly ghosts, hurry up and show yourselves." Suddenly, 2 ghostly souls knelt down in front of Jiangju, begging for mercy. "Immortal, spare us, spare us." He kept begging him in fear. "I won't run anymore, Immortal, spare us. Don't feed me to ghosts. I'm useful, really useful." 2 men lifted him up and forcefully dragged him forward. He screamed in pain. Jiangju surprisingly realized, something's pulling, he thought, and continued to cast magic to see what kind of ghost was acting up. 2 hands covered his eyes at this moment. Even though his eyes were covered, his eyes were wide open, observing the 3 of them. Oh, there's a black aura coiling around his feet. No, not just a little, it's a lot. Out of nowhere, a blast of black Q shot right at him. Jiangju leaned back a bit to dodge. Seriously, this thing was fast. Like, in less than a second, it was practically in his face. Jiangju reacted instantly, unleashing his radiant glaze, making his whole body erupt with powerful golden spirit energy. When he raised both hands to shoulder level, the golden spirit energy formed a spinning circle around him, Jiangju, right in the center. The power it unleashed was insane, blasting away that dark, sinister Gui. He watched the black shards rain down, scoffing, the evil thing that could hurt yours truly ain't even been born yet. Then, he conjured a jade-green sword in his palm, raised it high, and yelled, "Haya!" He swung the sword down hard, his sheer power creating a massive boom, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Jiangju eyed the deep black gashes in the ground. Inside those gashes, a bunch of black, shadowy figures were reaching up, letting out these low growls, and then some seriously creepy shrieks. Checking out the situation in that rift, Jiangju realized things were way more serious than he first thought. No joke. At this point, the old dude decided to use his magic, conjuring a giant golden hand that slammed down. The hand squeezed the edges of the cracks together like it was patching them up. The evil stuff trapped underneath screamed like crazy, getting squished real quick. The giant hand finished the job, patching up those huge cracks. The old dude pulled back his magic, and it faded away like it was never there. Then he flew over to Jiangju and said, "Let's move." Right then, Jiangju was standing inside a golden bubble, totally spaced out, looking at the old dude and the 2 guys who were also in their own protective bubbles. The 3 of them in their bubbles started moving. The old dude waved his hand, and 2 streams of golden spirit energy came out. Then they just vanished. Poof, gone. Before long, they were out Vida there. Jiang Jue and the old dude were chatting, while Jian Nu and the 2 guys chilled by the fire. The old dude glanced at his hand, noticing the black taint of evil. "Key," he said, a little worried. "Looks like Wei State is even sketchier than I thought." Jiang Jue noticed his hand, and asked with concern, "Bro, you're hurt. Seriously, that thing underground could actually get to you." The old dude shook his head. "Nah, that little punk couldn't hurt me. It's the netherworld chi leaking out that messed me up when I sealed the netherworld gate." Hearing that, Jiangju's eyes widened in shock. He exclaimed, "The netherworld gate? No way, the netherworld gate opened up in the mortal realm." The old dude confirmed, "It's possible, netherworld gates can sometimes open in the mortal realm, but it's super rare, especially in the 7 human nations. These nations are blessed by the heavens, protected by national luck, and have dragon veins guarding the mountains, which can block the netherworld from getting too close." While they were talking, Jian Nu suddenly cut in, arms crossed, eyes closed. "Your junior martial brother to the great senior teacher of Divine Firmament sect, right? Didn't he ever tell you about this stuff?" Jiangju felt a little awkward, and explained, "Learning the ropes at Divine Firmament sect took up all my time, then I got kicked off the mountain right after. Guess he didn't have time to fill me in, maybe?" The old dude said seriously. If the mortal realm represents life, then the netherworld is the embodiment of death. Netherworld chi carries death energy leaking from the netherworld gate. No wonder the whole road was lifeless. Plants withered, creatures rotting, even souls getting sucked into the netherworld. And that's not all. I'm betting quite a few ghosts and demonic beings from the Huangquan realm have also busted out. Saying this, he looked a bit worried. The thing is, I just don't get it. Is the Huangquan realm landing in Wei because of human-caused disaster or natural disaster? Jiang Ju thought about it for a bit, then said, if we want to know the truth behind this, I guess we first need to find out who's helping Qin Kingdom swipe Wei's dragon vein. Then he asked Jiannu, Jianjun, you got the great Tian Ma Gong from Mr. Jing, and he planted a demon seed, right? Can you sense Mr. Jing? Jiannu replied softly, what's going on in Wei might have something to do with Mr. Jing, but I doubt he's pulling the strings. You sure about that? He thought of Tushan Lan, his master, and his voice got even softer. My master forced Mr. Jing's real body into the heavenly outer space. If he could get out, then my master's first primordial spirit should be back already. About what the old guy was guessing, this time the Huangquan gate opened, I thought a bunch of ghosts and demonic beings would pop out, but I looked around and only saw a few stragglers, like something was leading them somewhere. Jiang Ju chimed in. When Brother Ao closed the Huangquan gate this time, he made a pretty big scene. I bet the mastermind behind all this is already watching him. And he put his hands together and bowed respectfully. Hey, tell him your bro here needs a favor. The old man glanced at him and said, little friend Jiang, if you need something, this old man will definitely do my best. Getting his okay, he went on. I'm going to keep heading north in the carriage to Daliang City, Wei's capital. Brother Ahyo, you head east. And if you see the Huangquan gate, please close it up. And it'd be great if you could make a bit of noise. Oh, the old guy got it? You want me to draw their attention? While you sneak off to Daliang City all quiet like, one guy out in the open, one guy in the shadows. That's a good plan. Take care, little friend. I'm off. With that, the old guy zoomed off in a flash of blinding gold light, making the other two squint because it was too bright. After the old guy left, the two of them got back in the carriage. Jiang Ju said, now that old dragon god's gone, things are going to get seriously dangerous later on. How much power can Tushan Lan even use in her condition now? Jian Nun shot back, if you weren't using those shady demonic tricks, how much power could you even use? He shrugged and said, that's different. I'm a demonic cultivator, she's not. Jian Nu's eyes got serious when he talked about Tushan Lan. He said, my master is all about physical divine abilities. She's a pro at the law of heaven and earth, and even if she doesn't remember her original cultivation method, if she goes into her true form, she's got moves like a Yao race saint. Saying this, Jian Nu rolled his eyes at him, all scornful. She's just ditzy. Instead of worrying about my master's safety, why don't you figure out how to boost your own crappy 7th grade cultivation, so you don't become a pain in the butt for my master? Jiangju was so mad he could scream but couldn't argue back. He stammered, yo. But he couldn't get the words out, because the jerk was kinda right. Jiangju pouted and thought, does he have to blurt everything out like that? If he doesn't chill out a bit, I bet he won't make any friends. Suddenly, Tushan Lan popped her head out of the carriage window and yelled, ah! The two of them startled and turned to look at her, like they were asking what's up. Out of nowhere, she dove out of the carriage, throwing herself into his arms, wanting a hug. Jiangju jumped. Instinctively leaning back, he yelped in surprise. Whoa! Jiannu called out anxiously. Master Tushan Lan hugged him, totally happy, and Jiangju felt a rush of excitement in his chest too. The pot of soup on the stove bubbled and simmered. It went on bubbling for a while. The father ladled out a bowl of soup, blowing gently to cool it. The child watched him, eyes full of hope. Then he held the cooled soup to the boy and said, here you go. The boy beamed, happy. Looking at the soup, he picked up the bowl and took a sip. Then, he handed the bowl back to the man and said, Dad, it's so yummy, so fresh, Dad. You drink too. He gently stroked the boy's head, replying with a sad smile, Dad's not hungry, you drink it all. Jiangju walked over to the father and son, handing the man a flatbread and saying softly, here's a bread, tear off a bit, dip it in the soup and eat. The man looked at his benefactor, filled with gratitude. Thank you, brother, he mumbled. Sitting down beside his son, the man tore off a piece of the flatbread and put it in his mouth. He chewed, tears streaming down his face. After a bit, he calmed down a little, tears still falling as he started to tell his story. Kind sir, I was once the magistrate of Chengyang County, Jing Prefecture. One day, disaster struck our county out of nowhere. And get this, after the disaster, a freaky disease started spreading. People who caught it, their bodies would just rot away, turning into bloody goo that soaked into the earth. And especially animals and plants, they were totally wiped out. All the animals died, crops gone, then bam, famine hit. And to top it off, ghosts and demonic beings started popping up in the county in broad daylight. Listening to his story, Jiangju frowned, realizing that under Chengyang County, a Huangquan field must have opened up. Thinking about it, Jiangju asked him, With such a crazy disaster, wouldn't the Wei dynasty court send soldiers to help and take care of it? He lowered his head. The court didn't send anyone, but some immortals did show up to handle things. Whoa, now this is getting interesting. Immortals, you say? Jiangju asked, curious. Which immortals, and from what sect? He answered honestly, I'm not really sure about that. I just know they helped wipe out some ghosts and monsters, handed out some chi replenishing pills, and said they'd take the remaining folks to a safe place. Jiangju was a bit curious about this safe place, so he asked, Take them where? He replied, I have no clue. Just some followers traveling with those immortals. Qin soldiers, actually. Their horses' hooves were branded with the Qin Kingdom mark. I recognized it. Jiangju was a little puzzled. And you still let them take the people away. He chuckled, self-deprecatingly. Agree. What could I do if I didn't agree? Staying in the county was a dead end anyway. All I could do was rush to report everything to the imperial court. Speaking of this, he trembled all over, struggling to squeeze out each word. So I took my wife and kids, planning to go to Daliang City to rely on my big brother, who's currently serving as the vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Who knew we'd run into bandits on the way? He didn't even need to finish. Jiangju already knew what happened next. The scene flashed in Jiangju's mind. The strong man kicked him in the face and roared, Immortals? You really think there are good-hearted immortals like that? Saving people from disaster to ascend to immortality? Let me tell you, going into that cave is just being taken away by those damned immortals to raise ghosts. Jiangju guessed, that cave must be the Yellow Springs Gate. But are those immortals here to catch ghosts or raise them? Immortals saving the world? Yellow Springs realm? Qin soldiers secretly infiltrating? As long as they don't run into an opened Yellow Springs Gate on the road, even if they encounter ghosts and monsters, with their current cultivation, they should be able to handle it. At the same time, the group of beasts arrived at a mountain. The rabbit sitting on the tiger's back opened the paper. Observing it carefully for a while, it confirmed. No mistake, it's this place. The tiger spoke up. Are you sure we're not in the wrong place? This doesn't look like some blessed land, no matter how you look at it. The rabbit also couldn't believe its eyes. Staring wide-eyed again, here, in front of them, was a land contaminated by eerie black energy, without a trace of life. They wondered if this was really the place Master Jiang mentioned, with a pile of strange materials under their feet, looking like skulls and T-shaped objects. Tiger and Rabbit were chilling on a cliff. Rabbit held up a jade token, stating with certainty, This is the place, mister, Jiang said. This spot was left by the human race's immortal sage, Jingguang. The jade token to unlock the Dongfu is in my hands. Let me go down and check it out to find out. Tiger stepped forward, saying, Yo, stay back, guys. Let me go down and take a look. See. Saying that, it held the jade token in its mouth, and nimbly hopped down. Reaching the foot of the mountain, it slowly approached the area filled with red skulls. It saw a bunch of ghosts down there, but the freaky thing was, these skulls were seriously chubby, mouths wide open. Tiger's eyes widened in shock. Ghosts can even be fat. Couldn't figure out the reason, so it decided to just act. A second later, it released the jade token. The jade token suddenly flew into the air, radiating dazzling golden spiritual quists, rising higher and higher, swirling into a mystical circle. Below, black, demonic quists surged upwards. Tiger stood at a distance, eyes intently watching the strange phenomenon unfolding before it. The area where the jade token floated emitted a brilliant golden light, like a sparkling sun. Suddenly, the jade token flew super fast in the air, then accurately landed right into Tiger's mouth, catching it totally off guard. It lowered its head and clamped down tightly on the jade token. At the same moment, two figures appeared in the golden glow. The man surnamed An, holding a mirror, observed the anomaly and exclaimed in surprise, Weird, the restriction of this blessed cave is acting up. Could it be that the owner of this blessed cave has returned? The blue-haired man chuckled, advising him, Junior disciple An, don't be rash. The old man stroked his long beard and said, This place has been untouched for at least thousands of years. No one's been in here. How could it be such a coincidence that the owner of the Dongfu would return at such a crucial moment? In my opinion, it's because the gates of the Yellow Springs are expanding and affecting the Blessed Cave's restriction. At most, in half a month, this Blessed Cave will be swallowed by the Yellow Springs realm. The man surnamed An looked down and replied, If we had known there was a Blessed Cave here, we wouldn't have opened the gates of the Yellow Springs. What a waste of such rich, innate spirit spring. The blue-haired man continued, The Divine Firmament Palace's specialty is serving gods and ghosts. What use is this innate spirit spring to us? Right now, our most important task is to diligently take care of the gates of the Yellow Springs, and then hand these gates over to the evil bug ghosts. Our cultivation has at least increased by a major realm already. Having more of these other things is useless anyway. The man surnamed An bowed with clasped hands. Senior Uncle Lai's teachings are truly correct. The old man didn't want to say more, then instructed him, Alright, I see you've fed those little ghosts enough. It's time to gather them. As soon as he finished speaking, the man clasped his hands and shouted loudly. Disciple respectfully requests the presence of the Yellow Springs Impermanence Officer to descend. Very quickly after, a giant purple gourd flew out. The giant gourd pointed its mouth towards the group of little ghosts. As soon as the gourd stabilized in the air, the man shouted pleadingly, Please, officer, help me collect the ghosts. On Tiger's side, the jade token in its mouth suddenly moved. Then the jade token automatically flew out of its mouth, leaving Tiger totally clueless. A stream of golden spiritual qi flew into the gourd, and then the gourd flew down towards the group of little ghosts. It kept flying around searching, constantly asking, I am a subordinate of Taishu's 108 Impermanence Generals. Master, where is Master? Where is Master? Senior Uncle Lai exclaimed in shock. What's going on? And he tried to use his magic power to suppress the gourd. He drew a yellow talisman and tossed it up. With a whoosh sound, the talisman flew towards the giant gourd and stuck tightly to it. The old man closed his eyes, chanting an incantation to command the ghost to quickly return. As soon as he finished speaking, the chubby ghosts flew into the air. They were sucked into the gourd. Very quickly, the giant gourd swallowed all the little ghosts beneath it. After finishing up, the old dude capped the gourd. Then, he shrunk it down and slung it on his back. The man surnamed An pointed at the gourd, super curious, and asked, Shishu Li, just now. He didn't even finish his sentence before the old guy knew what he was getting at and jumped in. Never seen anything like that before, but no worries, the Godlord's seal is rock solid. Unless... He trailed off, making the man surnamed and even more curious. Unless what? He asked. The old dude replied. Unless it's used in front of Jiangju. The tiger strolled over real slow. The old guy heard footsteps and boom, he yelled, Who's there? Who's creeping around? Like lightning, he blasted out his magic, conjuring up a giant hand and sending it crashing towards the sound. The blue hand smashed through the rocks, almost snagging the tiger. Like, this close. The tiger freaked and scrambled back, but too late. The hand clamped down on it, bullseye. The old dude yanked the tiger closer, sneering, Turns out it's just a puny little tiger. Right then, the tiger started shaking like crazy. Its eyes flashed, and bam, its smaller form puffed up, back to its full, original size. The man surnamed An realized, Shishu Li, this ain't no ordinary Yao beast. It's a spirit monster cultivating virtue. The old dude cut him off. Not just this one. There's a whole bunch hiding over there. Hold up, I'm gonna round them all up. With that, he zoomed over to the nearby mountaintop. Meanwhile, Jiangju was still chillin', driving his carriage, and asked Jiannu, Is this that sleep-inducing magic you were talking about? Jiannu, lounging in the carriage, just nodded. Sort of. Jiangju's face scrunched up. What do you mean, sort of? He thought. Inside the carriage, Jiannu mumbled, It was supposed to be just like car sickness, but now... He then whacked the dad and kid, stars popped in their eyes, and they got mega bumps on their heads. The dad's eyes rolled back, and just like that, both of them were out cold. Suddenly, Jiangju felt that fate-link thingy. Tons of beasts were crying out, Mr. Jiang, save us! He was stunned by the cries for help. Then he whipped his head back to look. Back on the other side, the two guys had all the beasts tied up, grinning ear to ear. Jackpot. We hit the jackpot. The man surnamed An told Shishu Li, these spirit monsters are real tough nuts to crack. We've been torturing them non-stop, but they won't spill the beans. They all say they don't know Jiangju. Shishu Li didn't even flinch. No sweat, Jiangju's in Wei country, no way he'll make it here in time. He eyed the tiger, stoked. I'm keeping this tiger spirit, gonna skin it, yank out its spirit soul, and my 9 souls diagram will finally be complete. He unleashed his magic again, summoning a giant blue hand reaching for the tiger. Whosh. The hand ripped off a layer of the tiger's skin, blood splattering everywhere, gruesome as hell. Holding the tiger's spirit soul, the man surnamed An chuckled, Congrats, Shishu, congrats, Uncle Master. Let's each pick a beast as a mount, and the rest we can sacrifice to the spirits. Plus, incense offerings. No need to use blood and flesh to control ghosts, or lifespan to invoke spirits anymore. Then, he raised his hand, glowing with blue spirit energy, and smirked. My soul buddies are starving, let's feed 'em first. And just like that, tiny blue souls popped out of his fingertips, buzzing with hunger. He let them loose, and they swarmed towards the beasts, tearing into them without mercy. Jiangju felt it, gritting his teeth, brows furrowed, staring into the distance. Jiangju growled through clenched teeth. Li Shudao. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, the carriage lurching, throwing everyone inside off balance. Jiannu roared, pissed. What the hell are you doing? Jiangju whipped out his Dharma artifact, declaring, Time to go kill some people. Jiannu roared angrily. What the hell are you doing? He summoned a huge broadsword, his voice as cold as ice. Going to kill someone. Jiangju spurred his horse, driving the carriage swiftly along the path. Suddenly, a bridal sedan appeared ahead, blocking the way. with two men scattering paper money on either side. A cold glint flashed in Jiangju's eyes. His brows furrowed, and his lips pursed, showing extreme anger. A flirtatious voice came from inside the sedan. Whose immortal path is this? The road ahead leads to the Yellow Springs. Quickly turned back, Jiangju didn't say a word and swung his sword, unleashing a delicate strike. A dazzling golden force pierced deep into the ground. The force rushed forward, shattering the sedan into pieces. And then, Jiangju continued to spur his horse forward. His gaze was direct, unwavering. The horse-drawn carriage swept past the body of the man lying motionless on the road, dust swirling up, creating two blurred streaks along the path. At the same time, in a desolate forest devoid of life, the trees were bare, and the ground was marked with bloody footprints. These bloody footprints belonged to a rabbit, its entire body covered in wounds, its eyes gouged out, its chest constantly bleeding, looking very miserable. But it didn't stop, still struggling forward. But the man still had no intention of letting go. He chased after it relentlessly. As he approached the rabbit, he reached out to grab it, his voice full of triumph. Still running? Let's see where you can run. Hearing his voice, the rabbit looked extremely frightened. His hand was reaching for it. Suddenly, 5 fingers were severed by something. The man froze. Clutching his bloody stump of a hand, his face pale with pain, he roared, "Who's there?" Jiangju flew in from behind, wielding his sword and shouting, "It's your ancestor!" Just as he finished speaking, the man's eyes darted, quickly dodging the successive attacks. He looked at him, letting out a cold snort. "You're good at trash talk, but do you know who you're offending, Wu Qi Shen Qi? Heed my command." At this moment, the man's severed hand was bleeding continuously. A strange scene unfolded as soon as he issued the order. The severed finger joints on the ground began to sprout bizarre shapes. In an instant, they took shape in a cloud of black smoke, looking like creatures from hell. Jiangju just stood there silently watching, and after a while, they had transformed into 5 giant devils standing tall in front of him. Jiangju immediately clasped his hands together and chanted, "Mystic Heavenly Rain Spirit, Thunder Law Heavenly Lord, Crimson Firmament Devil Subduing Celestial, hear my command, eliminate evil, and exterminate wickedness." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of purple spiritual energy appeared in the sky. It formed a giant vortex, the center of which emitted a dazzling golden light, accompanied by lightning striking straight down to the ground. From within that circle, the manifestations of Mystic Heavenly Rain Spirit, Thunderlaw, Heavenly Lord, and Crimson Firmament Devil, Subduing Celestial gradually appeared. They stood right behind Jiangju. Mystic Heavenly Rain Spirit, Thunderlaw, Heavenly Lord, hammered a giant nail with a hammer, creating sharp lightning bolts with destructive power. The power of the lightning struck directly at the 5 devils, creating a deafening explosion that echoed through the mountains, shattering 2 of the newly summoned devils. At the same time, Crimson Firmament Devil Subduing Celestial used the power emanating from its eyes. The light beams shot out like sharp blades. Wherever it shone, it pierced through, neatly dealing with the remaining 3 devils. Watching his spiritual children being annihilated so quickly, the dude was totally shell-shocked. He screamed, his voice full of pain, "Ah, my son." He knelt on the ground, his face down as if he couldn't believe his defeat. He kept mumbling like a madman, "No, no way." Thinking of something, he looked up at him and asked, "You're Jiangju?" He didn't answer, just coldly swung his sword and chopped off his head. Jiangju confirmed once again, "Told ya? I'm your ancestor." Then, he gently hugged the wounded rabbit, his voice full of regret. "I'm late." The rabbit weakly opened its mouth and begged him, "Jiang Shansheng, the mountain spirits, Jiang Shansheng, please save them." Jiangju nodded, his voice extremely firm. "Yeah, leave it to me." So he continued to use the power of Xuan Tianlei Fa to break the earth veins, combined with the power from Qishao Dangmo, creating earth-shattering explosions. Old man Lai, wearing the gourd on his back, turned his head when he heard the loud explosion. He gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed because he felt the familiar power. Xuan Tianlei Fa, Qi Zhao Dangmo, it's Jiangju. Jiangju is nearby, but it was too late. Xuan Tianlei Fa began to strike directly at where he was standing. His eyes flashed, and he quickly jumped away from that spot. Just dodging a catastrophe, the lightning struck the ground, creating a massive explosion. At this moment, he landed on the ground, not far away. He propped his hands on the ground, looking up at the place where he had just stood, which was now completely destroyed. At this moment, Jiangju stood on the head of a dragon, appearing right in front of him. He immediately jumped off the dragon's head and swung his sword, showing no mercy. Faced with a life-or-death situation, the old Taoist immediately bit his finger hard until it bled. Not stopping there, he slashed a precise sword from above. He used blood and spiritual power to block it. He continued to swing a horizontal sword. He gritted his teeth and resisted, loudly begging, "Little martial ancestor, please have mercy." But Jiangju was determined not to let him go. He continued to slash down forcefully. His face was covered in sweat, his teeth clenched, showing immense anger. He held his sword and rushed towards him, then leaned over and kicked him straight in the chest. The power of the kick sent him flying tens of meters. At this time, he looked miserable after being dragged across the ground by Jiang Ju. He pointed his sword at his face, causing him to immediately beg for mercy. "Little martial ancestor, save me. You and I are fellow disciples after all. Back then, the great headmaster asked everyone in the sect to teach you the Dadeo. I even taught you the ghost-raising technique. Have you forgotten everything?" Jiang Ju was unmoved, his face cold as he replied, "I'll just ask one question. Have the spirits at Tianan Mountain ever committed evil deeds?" Jiang Ju stood tall, the tip of his sword still pointing straight ahead. Before Jiang Ju's cold gaze, Li Shudao trembled and began to justify himself, saying that he didn't know they were his friends. Ignoring the empty excuses, Jiang Ju swung his sword, a cold sword piercing straight through his body. Li Shudao clutched his chest, his whole body shaking like a leaf, stammering incoherently. "My cultivation base, my lifespan." The sword just now had stripped away all his cultivation base and lifespan, turning him into a nobody. Jiang Ju continued to slash with another sword, his voice hardening with anger. "Have they ever gone against the laws of heaven?" At this moment, Li Shudao desperately knelt on the ground, begging miserably, "Little martial ancestor, please don't force me anymore." He kept repeating the same meaningless sentence. Suddenly, a shocking phenomenon appeared behind the old geezer. With dark green spirit energy gathering and swelling rapidly, Jiang Ju couldn't help but be astonished by the breakneck speed at which this eerie spirit energy was growing. Numerous green ghost heads manifested behind the old man, multiplying at an alarming rate. Li Shudao muttered with a hint of regret. "This 9-ghost diagram is only 8 ghosts strong, but it'll do." Brimming with fervor, he roared, "Jiang Ju, I'll kill you!" The ghost heads also seethed with battle intent, seemingly itching for a fight. Jiang Ju raised his sword to the heavens. His eyes closed slightly, and began chanting incantations to condense spirit energy. The horde of ghouls pressed closer, their skeletal arms reaching out as if to seize him. Just then, Jiang Ju's eyes snapped open, his pupils flashing with a brilliant golden light, unleashing a slash carrying surging spirit energy, a shimmering gold enveloping the space. Li Shudao failed without understanding why, as he mumbled unconsciously. How can this be?" he curiously asked Jiang Ju. "Where did you get so much incense merit?" Jiang Ju didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Did Xinxiao Palace initiate the Yellow Springs realm? Who is in charge of Xinxiao Palace now?" The old man replied in terror. "I don't know. Little Grandmaster, I'm just acting under orders. I really don't know anything," Jiang Ju helpfully suggested. "Then tell me what you do know." Li Shudao obediently spilled the truth. "The Grand Headmaster has gone missing. Xinxiao Palace has collapsed. I really don't know who's in charge now. I'm not qualified to know. At least 1/3 of the 36 days were involved in the affairs of the Wei Kingdom, but there are still many in the sect who look forward to his return." Saying this, he continued to beg, "Little Grandmaster, spare my life. I'm still useful. Really useful." Jiang Ju remained unmoved, watching coldly, then decisively cleaved off the old man's head with a single strike. At this moment, the horse ran over, calling out to its master. Jiang Ju sheathed his weapon, murmuring, "The Daqian saber is originally a sword that doesn't kill, but to die under Daqian saber means that person deserves to die." He turned to leave, instructing it, "Bring that head, I'll need it." Obeying, the horse then went forward and bit onto Li Shudao's head. Jiang Ju looked sadly at the animals lying scattered before him. He circulated spirit energy, a solemn incantation echoing, "Respectfully invite the Azure Radiance Heavenly Medicine Sovereign to heal the sick and save lives, to resolve illness and relieve suffering." As he finished, a miracle truly occurred, a warm aura enveloping them, the wounds on the great tiger's body beginning to close miraculously. The rabbit's eyes were healed, and it gaped in astonishment. The wound on the fox's leg also emitted light, gradually healing. After a moment, all the beasts were healed. They stepped before Jiang Ju and respectfully said, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you for your divine powers." Mr. Jiang is truly a deity. Jiang Ju picked up the jade pendant, examining it for a while, then he tossed it into the air, a stream of golden spirit energy spreading out into a ribbon of light flowing down to the ground. He instructed them, "All right, you all stay here and cultivate well. Remember not to leave without permission." After that, he watched their figures enter inside. Jian Nu stood shoulder to shoulder and softly asked, "Azure Radiance Heavenly Medicine Sovereign, didn't you used to say that the god of Azure Radiance Heaven could not be invited?" He nonchalantly replied. Rivers meandered, people change. Jiang Ju looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, "I never expected the control of the Lord of the 36 Heavens to weaken so quickly." Jian Nu folded her arms across her chest, coldly saying, "You've caused such a ruckus here. How can you quietly enter Daliang City?" Jiang Ju confidently replied, "If we can't be stealthy, then there's no need to be stealthy." After that, he controlled the carriage and left. He rode the horse swiftly on the road, when suddenly the horse slowly flew up. Now, it has transformed into a dragon, pulling the carriage as it soared into the sky. Scene changes to Daliang City. Inside a grand hall, a furnace is emitting black gas. Wei Anjun is sitting in cultivation. He absorbs the gas emanating from the furnace. That person is none other than the ruler of the Wei kingdom. His head is filled with scolding that he can't forget for the rest of his life. When he was young, he was scolded as an ignorant brat, and when he grew up, he was scolded as a muddle-headed ruler about to lose the country. Then the concubine's plea, "Your Majesty, save me," or the affectionate call of his mother, "Nianir, my Nianir." These cries for help caused him great pain. Wei Anjun frowned, still feeling like something was missing. Just one last step. After his meditation, he entered the darkest prison, where resentful screams echoed. "Wei Anjun, you're a beast." Inside the prison cell, many men were bound by shackles, their hands hanging in the air. One person roared furiously, "Are you worthy of the teachings of the late emperor? Are you worthy of the 100 million common people who entrusted their families and lives to you?" Another shouted, "If you have the guts, release this old man, and I'll fight you to the death." Wei Anjun said nothing. Walking straight to an old man with white hair, he slowly knelt down before the shackled man, saying respectfully, "Greetings, teacher." The old man coughed up fresh blood, his eyes bloodshot as he spat out the crime of treason, word by word. Wei Anjun slowly stood up, his tone full of sarcasm. "Treason, country." He lowered his head. "You pushed me onto the throne, but did any of you ever ask me if I wanted to be a king?" He suddenly raised his head, raising his voice. "The emperor is the son of heaven, the one who receives the mandate of heaven, who should be immortal. But why can the emperor only live for 36 years? I was born with the Haoyang fate, destined to be the top-grade righteous cultivator, a celestial of this entire continent, but you said, the emperor bears the fate of the nation and cannot cultivate." Then, he questioned his teacher. "If that's the case, then what's the point of this fifth throne? I just want to live. Is that also a crime?" The old man softened his voice, calling his name. Nian. They're harming you, why can't you see it?" He pointed directly at the old man's face, saying sharply, "Teacher, have you forgotten, I once begged you, saying I didn't want to die. What did you say to me then? You said it was the mandate of heaven, and the mandate of heaven cannot be defied. You were the one who abandoned me first." Saying this, the corner of his mouth twitched into an extremely desolate smile. A moment later he stood up straight and said, "Respect to the esteemed teacher for passing on the secret technique of devouring. How could I not know he's harming me? But do I have a choice? I never had a choice. Now the national fortune of the Wei kingdom has been plundered, the Yellow Springs realm has descended, and the demonic seed has also been absorbed by me." He knelt down again, placing his hands on the old man's shoulders, and whispered, "Teacher, can I still turn back?" The old man cried out in pain. "Why did you come to this?" Wei Anjun channeled spiritual energy into his palms, a dark blue flame erupting. He gently persuaded, "Teacher, don't be sad. Look, I've reached the peak of supernatural powers, those methods of the immortals. How am I inferior to anyone?" Inside the flame were countless devils from the Yellow Springs struggling, screaming with bloodshot eyes. The old man painfully called his name, as if trying to awaken him. Nian. With tears in his eyes, Wei Anjun also teared up, grinning as he begged, "Teacher, I beg you for one last thing." He slowly stepped forward, sitting down next to the shackled old man. "Teacher, I have one last request. I beg you to help me become a part of my great Dao." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened, his face contorted, looking extremely ferocious. Immediately afterwards, the blue flame erupted violently, fresh blood splattering, staining a corner of the prison cell red. After that he returned to his private chamber, his robes stained with blood. He wearily collapsed onto the chair, not even having had time to change. Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed, "You shouldn't have devoured Yu Yang Zhenren's origin at this moment. You should have completely refined the demonic seed first, before considering the next step." He responded with a helpless expression, "I can't afford to wait any longer." Although Mr. Jing was forced out of the outer heavens by Tushanlan, he could return at any moment. "I must reach first grade before he returns, and also repair the back door he planted in my body." Yu Qiang Xianzi used her slender fingers to lift his chin, her tone indifferent. "Many people within Shengxiao Palace have secretly surrendered to Mr. Jing." Pausing for a moment, she continued coldly, "Even if Mr. Jing is no longer here, they won't just sit back and watch you attain first grade." Suddenly, he tightly grasped Yu Qiang's wrist. Then, he pulled her into his arms, gently whispering, "Don't I still have you? As long as I completely digest my old teacher's origin, and with your peak second grade origin to help, I can break through to first grade at any time. By then, it will be too late for them to stop me." Abruptly, Yu Qiang spoke. "Xiangju has arrived in Wei." As she said this, her expression became unusually serious. Wei Anjun gently squeezed Yu Qiang's chin, seemingly understanding the reason for her visit. "No wonder you took the initiative to come see me today." Seeing his indifferent attitude, Yu Qiang frowned in anger. "Aren't you surprised at all?" He lifted her beautiful face, replying casually, "What is there to be surprised about? Whether it's you or Mr. Jing, your purpose in cooperating with me is to use my hands to eliminate Jiangju, isn't it?" Wei Anjun then made his condition. "But if you want me to kill Jiangju, you must help me reach first grade." Hearing this, Yu Qiang glanced at him askance, her voice reproachful. "You don't trust me." Afterwards, her face suddenly flushed red, and she softly uttered, "I'll give it to you." His hand caressed her smooth cheek, then he burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Then the Xianzi must hurry up a bit. Not only can't I wait, but I'm afraid Mr. Jing is about to make a move as well." She nestled into his arms, her hand gently stroking his firm chest, and said, "As long as you help me kill Jiangju, I'll give you everything, whether it's cultivation or this entire body and soul." As for Jiangju, he was leisurely sitting on a flying carriage pulled by a genuine dragon. The father and son duo were excitedly leaning out of the carriage window. The child joyfully pointed. A huge flying dragon. Inside the carriage, Jiannu still sat motionless like an ice statue. While Jiangju and Tu Shanlan were as curious as two kids, he pressed his ear to the gourd, trying to listen for any sounds inside. Tu Shanlan even impatiently tapped the gourd, as if wanting to summon something out. After a long time, still hearing nothing, he turned to ask Jiannu, "Swordlord, can't you really hear any sound from this gourd?" Tu Shanlan looked at the gourd in surprise, then snorted softly. Jiannu crossed his arms, closing his eyes, and replied, "I can't hear anything. Besides your noise, I can't hear anything." He found it extremely strange, secretly pondering. 49 bolts of heavenly lightning descended. Even a ghost king would die, yet this thing is still unscathed, and there's even consciousness inside. It seems I have to wait for Old Dragon God to return. Moreover, I caused such a big commotion at Jingguang Dongxian. Old Dragon God should definitely be able to sense it. But several days have passed. Why hasn't he returned yet? Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the door. "Jiang Shan Sheng. Please take a look." As he stepped out, the father pointed downwards, where the silhouettes of inhabitants could be seen. "Wei is still there." The man exclaimed with joy, "Wei is still there, Jiang Engong. Our Wei is still there." Jiangju's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression hardening with solemnity. From high above, a massive yin-yang formation appeared, covering the ground below. Streams of bizarre black demonic energy billowed up from it. He signaled the dragon to descend to the ground. The dragon respectfully acknowledged its master's command and began to circle, gradually lowering its altitude. Before long, he stood before the gate of a majestic city. On the city walls, countless soldiers had entered Xinyang Palace. Cold, sharp arrows were all aimed straight at them. A general standing at the front shouted a warning, demanding that the newcomers stop. The father hurriedly presented his official seal, then loudly declared his identity. He identified himself as Zhao Pingyang, the magistrate of Changyang County in Jing Prefecture, with an official seal as proof, and hoped that the general would open the gate. The general flatly refused the request, using the excuse that Daliang City was under curfew. He declared that even if the magistrate, or even a prince came, the city gate would absolutely not be opened, and told them to leave quickly. Zhao Pingyang didn't give up, and continued to say that his elder brother was Zhao Xiang, a deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel, hoping the general would show him some respect and report his presence. Just then, an arrow suddenly came whistling through the air. Zhao Pingyang retreated in alarm, his face as white as a sheet of paper, the arrow narrowly missing his temple, almost taking his life. The general on the city wall then announced shocking news. He said that Zhao Xiang was guilty of treason and his entire family had been executed. He didn't expect there was still one remaining. He laughed gleefully, thinking that the merit of eliminating the traitor this time was about to fall into his hands. Hearing those insulting words, Zhao Pingyang trembled with anger, pointed directly at the general, and retorted loudly. He affirmed that the Zhao family had been loyal for generations, and a boor like him was not qualified to insult his family. Another arrow flew over, this time piercing straight through his hairbun. Zhao Pingyang was so frightened that his whole body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, Jiangju placed his hand on his shoulder, his tone still calm, advising him to take the child back behind the carriage. The man immediately turned around, begging earnestly that Jiang Engong would clear his elder brother's name. Jiangju only responded with a knowing statement. Then he stepped forward alone, standing opposite the closed city gate and raising his voice so that it echoed. He announced that Jiangju had arrived, asking why the king of the Wei kingdom did not come to greet him. The general burst into arrogant laughter, mocking a nobody Taoist priest who didn't know where he came from. He asked who he thought he was to deserve the king's welcome. Then he advised him to look at himself, then threw his head back and laughed loudly. Jiangju repeated his words once more, his voice resounding through the space, asking, "Jiangju has arrived. Why have the people of the Shenqiao Palace not come to pay their respects?" The general continued to sneer, thinking that this person must be crazy. He couldn't believe he dared to call the supreme immortals of the Shenqiao Palace to pay their respects, people who even His Majesty had to treat as honored guests. A soldier next to him quietly covered his mouth and reminded, "Report to the general. Look behind you." He turned back curiously and asked what was behind him. As soon as he turned his head, his whole body stiffened like a stone statue, his eyes horrified as he saw the supreme immortals who didn't know when they had appeared. All of them were intently looking towards Jiangju. Jiangju still stood in place, his cold eyes sweeping over them. He narrowed his eyes slightly. His 2 fingers quickly formed a hand seal, and a brilliant golden light sphere appeared in front of his chest. He began to chant ancient scriptures about the Dao, about names, about the origin of heaven and earth, and all things. His voice rose again clearly, announcing that Jiangju is here. Why have the people of the human race not paid their respects? At that moment, his whole body burst into a dazzling golden light, like a small sun. Countless mysterious ancient runes spreading out from it into the space. All the soldiers on the city wall were stunned in shock. Those who had just appeared in mid-air also consciously bowed their heads. A young man clasped his hands, intending to respectfully call him Little Shizu. Before the words could leave his mouth, someone next to him hurriedly stopped him, saying that he must not bow again, because he was no longer the Little Shizu but a traitor. Regardless of the dissuasion, the man named Li, he still clasped his hands, bowed deeply, his solemn voice resounding. He called himself Li He of the human race, requesting to pay respects to the Dao leader. Immediately afterwards, all the soldiers on the city wall clasped their hands and bowed, shouts echoing one after another. Someone called Li Shen of the human race, paying respects to the Dao leader of the human race. Then Wang Yangmu of the human race, paying respects to the Dao leader of the human race, and even Liu He paying respects to the Dao leader. A stream of pure, golden, true qi gradually spread across the city wall, then gathered into a pillar of light that flew straight into the sky. The master of the Qi Ming Heavenly Extreme Yang, true person, also respectfully bowed to him. He called himself the master of Qi Ming Heaven, pure Yang master, requesting to pay respects to Little Shizu, paying respects to the Dao leader of the human race. The others also bowed in turn, from disciple Jiang Tao of Liuli Heaven to disciple Qian Ling of Moyi Heaven, and even the disciples of Zhao Hua Heaven, all paid respects to Little Shizu and the Dao leader of the human race. After the bowing ceremony, Extreme Yang True Person immediately ordered, requesting the soldiers to open the city gate. They must quickly open the city gate. Jiangju only clasped his hands behind his back, his face calm as he watched the solid city gate slowly widen. He leisurely got on the carriage and slowly went inside. Inside a magnificent palace, many cries of surprise rang out, expressing disbelief that Jiangju had entered the city. One man spoke, asserting that the Great Liang City's protective formation was personally set up by him and could not be easily broken by Jiangju. Another said that he had only left the sect for less than 6 years, and his cultivation could not have reached a level comparable to theirs. A man with his hands behind his back added that he didn't break the formation, but someone had opened the city gate to welcome him. He hissed through his teeth, his voice sharp with resentment, asking who it was. He suddenly turned to look at the other two, interrogating them, wanting to know which of them had done this. A voice rang out in the silence. It was Jianyang. In his heart he still had some hope that Jiangju would return to Shenzhou Palace. Another angrily snapped, "Ridiculous! If Jiangju takes charge of Shenzhou Palace, where will we find refuge?" Hearing this, the man denied it. He glanced at the girl standing opposite him and said, "Jinyang isn't the only one who supports Jiangju. To fight external enemies you must first quell internal strife." The person he had just glanced at was the owner of Liuli Heaven, Mu Liuli. She frowned and replied, "Why are you looking at me? Things have come to this. Do you still think I'll side with Jiangju?" The man did not hold back in his denial. "That's hard to say. After all, if Jiangju hadn't rebelled against Shenzhou Palace back then, you would have married him already," Mu Liuli coldly said. "He stole my incense offerings, took my qi replenishing pill, and even wanted to seize my divine lord's power, so how could I ever forgive him? Moreover, he betrayed us and joined the demon clan, and even wants to marry the Tian Maju. I only regret that I can't kill him myself." Saying this, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and she asked, "Why are you provoking me like this? Do you have other intentions?" Accused of having ulterior motives, the man angrily wanted to rush towards her. He shouted at her, but before he could charge out, someone stopped him, constantly persuading him. All right, I believe you," Liu Lizi began. "Now is not the time for internal strife. What we need to do now is figure out how to deal with Jiangjue. That's the most important thing." Suddenly, a man in brown asked, "What about Wei Anjun? He's also refining the demon insects, right?" Indeed, Wei Anjun was refining demon insects. Myriad voices echoed in his head. "Wei Anjun, you won't die a good death. I'll be waiting for you in the Yellow Springs. Anren, I beg you to stop." The voices kept appearing in his head, making him feel like he was about to explode. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, and Yuqiang Xianzi gently approached, whispering in his ear, "Let me give you a hand." She gently blew a stream of pure spiritual energy onto Wei Anjun's face. Immediately, the furrow on his brows smoothed out, and his expression was no longer uncomfortable. Inside his divine sense, Wei Anjun saw himself sitting in the middle of a glittering space, the dome above dotted with brilliant stars. Suddenly, a giant door appeared towering behind him. The ancient door began to crack, and golden rays of light seeped through the cracks, becoming more and more numerous. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils as red as two burning coals in the night. The door behind him had shattered into pieces. Even sitting still, spiritual energy poured out from his body like surging tides. Wei Anjun couldn't hide his triumph, and laughed loudly. I did it! I finally succeeded. Returning to reality, he sat on the bed, looked up to the sky, and shouted, Yu Kyung Xianzi, sitting beside him, also smiled and congratulated him. Congratulations on reaching first grade Dao. At the same time, Jiang Ju had stepped into the city. He sensed a dark aura expanding and growing stronger. He looked towards the source of the aura, his eyebrows slightly raised. That thing is the aura of a first-grade Heidao Dao. It seems someone in the imperial palace has successfully broken through to this realm. Immediately afterwards, a golden stream of true energy appeared. A joyful call rang out. Little martial ancestor Chunyang appeared before Jiang Ju, his face radiant. I knew you would return one day. It seems like it sensed that dark aura too. Chunyang's eyes flashed. He looked into the distance and muttered, This is Shuanghuang aura? Could it be that Wei Anjun has achieved first grade? Thinking so, he turned to persuade Jiang Ju, little martial ancestor, you should leave Daliang quickly. I will stay and hold them back for a while. Jiang Ju just shook his head calmly. It's just initial entry into first grade, nothing to worry about. Hearing these words, Chunyang looked at Jiang Ju with a shocked expression. No way, how long has it been since little martial ancestor left Shenjiao Palace, and you already don't care about first grade anymore? Or is it that little martial ancestor's bragging habit hasn't changed at all? A moment later, Jiang Ju asked, After I left Shenxiao Palace, what happened there? Chunyang asked back. What does little martial ancestor want to ask about? Because too many incidents have happened in Shenxiao Palace recently. Answer briefly about the incident at Chengtian Hall and the reason why the grand senior teacher disappeared. Chunyang lowered his head and replied, I really don't know about this. Jiang Ju showed a look of disbelief and questioned, You don't know? With your status as the master of 36 heavens, you were also in Shenxiao Palace at that time. How could you not know? Chunyang truthfully narrated. Reporting to little martial ancestor, when I sensed the incident in Shenxiao Palace and rushed over, the grand senior teacher had disappeared without a trace. The only thing we know is that someone broke into Chengtian Hall and fought with the grand senior teacher, but for some reason, he didn't call for help from us. At this time, the dark aura had spread out to an even wider area. Chunyang continued his story. Later, we followed the traces of the grand senior teacher and discovered that he had gone to beyond the heavens, Tianwai. Hearing this, a flash of light flashed in Jiang Ju's eyes. Beyond the heavens. Could it be that the person who fought with the grand senior teacher was Mr. Jing? Chunyang couldn't help but be surprised. How do you know Mr. Jing? Jiang Ju rubbed his forehead. Just consider that I had a remote exchange with him, and I killed one of his ancient progenitor demon mothers. And that's not important. What's important is, what is Mr. Jing's background? Saying that, Jiang Ju glanced at Chunyang. Is he the master of one of your 36 heavens? Chunyang replied with a very serious expression. Mr. Jing's true identity is very likely to be the grand senior teacher. These words made Jiang Ju stunned. His eyes widened, and he cried out softly in surprise. A moment later, he pondered for a while and then waved his hand in denial. Impossible! Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Chunyang seemed to have anticipated his reaction, and patiently explained. Little martial ancestor, please don't rush, let me explain slowly. Shenxiao Palace was established at the end of the era of demon domination, when the human race began to prosper. At that time, the grand senior teacher was the strongest expert in the world. Therefore, he devoted all his efforts to searching for beyond the heavens, hoping to find a way for himself to go further. That strongest expert of the early days used his boundless cultivation to reach the vast region beyond the heavens, beginning the search. In those long years, the grand senior teacher captured some living beings that existed in beyond the heavens. They are called extraterrestrial demons, Tianma. But most of these extraterrestrial demons are just ignorant beings, with only a glimmer of primitive obsession left. If they were allowed to invade the current world, the consequences would be disastrous. Finally, the grand senior teacher discovered that the most effective method to eliminate these extraterrestrial demons was the power of aspiration of all living beings. For this reason, he established Shengxiao Palace, opened 36 levels of meditation, and the gods like us were created from the power of aspiration of all living beings. However, among those extraterrestrial demons, besides the ignorant beings, there was a very special exception. The grand senior teacher met an extraterrestrial demon who was erudite, gentle, and friendly. That guy called himself Tai Chu. The Grand Senior Teacher and Tai Chu became close as soon as they met. They often stayed together in Beyond the Heavens to watch the changing sea of stars and discuss the great Tao together. Tai Chu told the Grand Senior Teacher, "This world originally has no immortals. The so-called immortals are actually people who possess power that surpasses the limits of the world, enough to step out of their homeland and travel in the sea of stars." Tai Chu taught the Grand Senior Teacher the cultivation methods of other worlds, sharing everything he saw and heard in Beyond the Heavens. The Grand Senior Teacher also thought about breaking through his own limits and traveling the sea of stars with Tai Chu. But at the crucial moment, when the Grand Senior Teacher was about to break through, Tai Chu, who had always been kind and friendly, suddenly seized his body and threw his primordial spirit into the chaotic flow of Beyond the Heavens. Since then, Tai Chu has become the true ruler of Shengxiao Palace. Jiangju looked at Chunyang and said seriously, "Where did you hear these things?" Chunyang replied honestly, "Before, I only regarded them as secret rumors in Shengxiao Palace. But when Mr. Jing returned to this world, most of the older generation among the 36 celestial masters, those who had existed in Shengxiao Palace since the era of demons, turned to support Mr. Jing, while I joined Shengxiao Palace after the 7 kingdoms of the human race were established. If these rumors are true, so the sect leader I met was actually Tai Chu, the extraterrestrial Tian Ma, after he seized someone's body." Jiangju frowned in thought, then calmly said, "These days, people only know the Grand Luo immortal sect's 3 purities Tai Sheng, but few know the founder. When the founder was at Shengxiao Palace, he governed the upper 3 heavens alone. His wisdom was definitely no less than the grand sect leaders. Yet in the end, the founder tore through the 36 layers of heaven, taking the highest 3 layers with him and leaving Shengxiao Palace. People just think the founder left because he was angry about not getting the leader position from the grand sect leader. But the truth behind it is probably completely different." Chunyang looked at him, hesitatingly asking, "Actually, little martial ancestor, you probably already have the answer in your heart, right? When you left Shengxiao Palace, wasn't it because you saw through the grand sect leader's destiny? What exactly did you see?" Jiangju furrowed his brows. Could it be that the senior brother whom Yi Heng respected didn't actually belong to this world? Jiangju recalled the moment when the system issued a cold warning. Data exceeded system permissions. Unable to investigate this person's past lives, after a moment, he looked directly into Chunyang's eyes, his voice deepening. "You really want to hear my answer? I'm no longer a person of Shengxiao Palace." Chunyang lowered his head, clasping his hands respectfully. "But you will always be the head Taoist of the human race. Right now, the hearts of the people in Shengxiao Palace are in chaos. Some have submitted to Mr. Jing, some are patiently waiting for the grand sect leader to return, some are secretly joining the 3 purities Tao Lord. But there are also those like me who are hoping that little martial ancestor will step forward to take charge of the overall situation." A hint of doubt flashed in Jiangju's heart. If the rumors are true, when did Tai Chu seize the grand sect leader's body? Chunyang offered a guess. "Perhaps about 12,000 years ago." He nodded slightly. 12,000 years? Wasn't that the end of the era of demons, right before the human race's resurgence? He affirmed with certainty. "That's right." Jiangju spoke again, his voice even. "In other words, even if the rumors are true, my senior brother was the one who ended the era of demon dominance. It was my senior brother who protected the human race for 10,000 years, and it was also my senior brother who, in all those 10,000 years, never let a single extraterrestrial Tianma set foot in this world." These words made Chunyang hesitant. He avoided Jiangju's gaze, stammering, "This." After a period of internal struggle, he shook his head in admission. "That has never happened," Jiangju continued. "Has my senior brother ever killed people or harmed the mortal realm?" Chunyang replied, "No, that has never happened." "Has my senior brother ever sought personal gain?" As soon as the question was asked, Chunyang immediately answered, "When one's strength has reached the level of the grand sect leader, even Shengxiao Palace is just a burden to him." This mess of a situation made him think a lot. Then he spoke again. "If that's the case, then what is that extraterrestrial Tian Mayu doing in this world?" Pausing for a moment, he concluded, "I only know one thing. My senior brother has done me a favor, and Mr. Jing has wronged me. It's as simple as that." Hearing this, Chunyang clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, little martial ancestor. For resolving my doubts, I am willing to follow your instructions." Not long after, at the Imperial Palace, a loud shout rang out. "The Imperial Palace is a forbidden area. Unauthorized personnel, stay out." As Jiangju approached the gate, 2 guards raised their spears to block him, one even pointing directly at his face and roaring, "Who dares to be so audacious?" Jiangju said nothing, and began to activate his power. A dark, shadowy aura poured out, wrapping around him like a living creature. From within it, countless snakeheads emerged, their red eyes like blood-red jewels. The black aura slowly seeped in, entering the foreheads of the 2 guards. Before long, a loud explosion rang out, the black aura having shattered the entire gate of the Imperial Palace. Jiangju leisurely stepped inside, followed by the hovering snakeheads, creating an extremely terrifying scene. In front of him, rows of soldiers with shields and spears formed a battle formation, all ready to charge into battle. The commander shouted loudly, "Fall back!" Just then, Jiannu appeared beside Jiangzhu, and she softly spoke, "Lord Jianjun, it's a bit crowded here." Jiannu stared straight ahead, her aura as cold as ice. A few snake scales near her temples hadn't fully opened yet. Jiannu and the snakeheads slowly advanced. Before taking action, she turned to say, "Jiangzhu, you owe me another big favor." After speaking, she immediately activated her power, controlling countless snakeheads to charge into the army, scattering them in disarray. In the blink of an eye, she cleared a clean path for Jiangzhu to enter without any obstacles. When he reached the foot of the steps leading to the main hall, a golden barrier appeared, blocking his path. Jiangzhu's eyes shone brightly. My power surged non-stop, and I saw a shadowy figure lurking behind the barrier. I couldn't help but scoff. "You dare to show off your amateur tricks in front of an expert?" Then, Jiangzhu condensed the Daqian blade, pointing it straight ahead, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. From within the sword, mournful voices echoed incessantly. "Is the 10,000-year legacy of the Wei Kingdom to end like this? Your Majesty, the Celestial Court is full of treacherous villains. I am willing to sacrifice myself to eliminate evil. Your Majesty, I know my crime. I beg to go to the Yellow Springs to appease the wrath of heaven. Your Majesty, I beg to die." Several blurry figures appeared before him, pleading in unison. "We beseech the Taoist leader of the human race. The king is no longer a king. Please, Taoist leader, reclaim justice for the common people of the Wei Kingdom. Please, Taoist leader, enter the palace and execute the king." Jiangzhu raised the blade high, his spiritual energy condensing to its peak. He shouted, "Living beings! Its name is the Blade of Living Beings. Dao Zhongsheng." His eyes were as firm as iron, and he swore, "Since you trust me, I will avenge this grudge for you." With that, he unleashed a powerful strike straight at the barrier. Just a second later, cracks began to appear from the point of impact, and quickly spread out. Immediately afterward, the barrier shattered into countless glittering fragments. Jiangzhu looked at the green figure faintly visible inside, and stepped onto the first step, slowly ascending. In a grand hall of the Wei Kingdom's royal palace, a group of people were gathered, the atmosphere extremely tense. Jiangzhu has entered the royal palace. Damn it, that's Xuan Jianjun, a subordinate of Tushanlan. Jiangzhu colludes with the demon race. He is not worthy to be a Dao keeper of the human race. Didn't we hear that he angered Tushanlan and was captured to the Wanyao kingdom? Just then, Bei Dao spoke a sentence that made everyone lower their heads in silence. What's the use of arguing? Besides standing here and cursing, who among you dares to go out and stop Jiangzhu? The atmosphere of the room suddenly became eerily silent. Bei Dao offered another idea. Instead of arguing fruitlessly, why don't we think of a more practical way? Xuan Jianjun is currently blocking the Wei Kingdom's imperial guards in place of Jiangzhu. Fortunately, Tu Shanlan hasn't shown up yet. How about we request the true lords to manifest their dharma bodies to help? A sharp voice rang out. That's easy to say. It was the voice of a young girl. She jumped out to retort. We've spent so much effort refining our true body dharmas. What if Jiangzhu steals them? She loudly warned everyone. Our divine souls are still in the 36 heavens, so we are not afraid of Jiangzhu. But once the true body dharma manifests, if he restores his cultivation, he can immediately seize control of all 36 heavens. He can even seize control of our true body dharmas. A man with a shaggy beard pointed at Bei Dao, who had just made the suggestion, and loudly questioned, "If the true body dharma is stolen, will Bei Dao take responsibility for us?" Being criticized like this made Bei Dao tremble with anger, and he shouted, "Each of you is a godlord who has attained the Dao from countless kalpas. Your strength comparable to a first-grade Harmony Realm expert, yet facing a mere 7th-grade cultivator, do you not even have the courage to act?" Bei Dao immediately changed the subject to avoid being attacked. Now that things have come to this, why haven't we seen Wei Anjun take action yet? He has already broken through to the 1st grade, why hasn't he shown himself? At this time, one of them looked around, surprised, and said, "Strange, why isn't True Lord Liu Li here either?" Suddenly, a powerful and demonic Zenki swept into the room, causing everyone to turn their heads to look at the door in alarm, and the scene before them terrified them to the extreme. Tu Shanlan kicked down the door, her eyes burning red like two flames, entering with a cold and alluring demeanor. Seeing her, they were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat, and one person trembled and exclaimed, "Tu Shanlan." She slowly walked in front of them, flashing a bright smile. "Aya, it's so lively here, which makes me happy, but Jiang Jue doesn't." A soft tail wrapped around him and lifted him into the air. He coughed a few times and said, Can you put me down so we can talk?" Speak of the devil. They were still discussing how to deal with Jiangzhu when he appeared right before their eyes. The man with the shaggy beard stammered, Little Grandmaster," Bei Dao also exclaimed in surprise. Jiangzhu. He was gently placed on the ground, leisurely straightened his clothes and hair, and walked forward, gently blaming Tu Shanlan. You're such a mischievous kid, not willing to go through the front door properly, always liking to climb on roofs and scale walls. She just gently rubbed her head against his chest. Jiangju smiled and greeted, "Hello everyone, long time no see." As soon as he finished speaking, Bei Dao pointed directly at his face, loudly denouncing, "Jiangju, you betrayed the Shengxiao Palace in the past, and now you are secretly colluding with the demon race. You are the disgrace of the Shengxiao Palace." This move instantly pissed off Tu Shanlan. Without a word, her fluffy tail, just moments ago all soft and cuddly, turned razor sharp in a flash, swinging a sweet arc. In the blink of an eye, Bei Dao's pointing arm went flying, blood splattering everywhere. The bearded dude's face twisted in rage as he growled, "You've got some nerve, you demoness. So what if you're the queen of Wanyao Kingdom? We are the gods of the 36 heavens, people of Shengxiao Palace. How dare a demoness trample on the dignity of the divine palace?" The others all drew their weapons, their faces full of anger. One of them yelled that this was outrageous, and showed complete disrespect for Shengxiao Palace. In response to the threat, Tu Shanlan just smirked, her 9 massive foxtails suddenly lashing out, unleashing a furious counterattack like a storm. The crowd was caught completely off guard, getting wrecked left and right. Right after, she appeared in front of another guy, who was about to transform into his golden body Dharma. Unexpectedly, Jiangju raised his hand and pointed straight at his face, teasing, "Isn't this Zenren of the 7 stars? Long time no see to your Dharma body? Why don't you try a little harder and see if anything changes?" These words made the guy freeze up. His face changed color, and he stammered, bowing his head and calling him Little Grandmaster. Then Jiangju pointed at each of them one by one, from the guy he just called out to everyone else. He paused for a moment, crossed his arms, and casually said, "If you don't put away your weapons, don't blame me for not being polite." Meanwhile, Tu Shanlan, after swatting away some of the blockers, was approaching, her immense pressure causing the group to clutch their chests and vomit blood. She was burning with fighting spirit, her teeth clenched, when Jiangju suddenly raised his hand, signaling her to stop. He went over to comfort Tu Shanlan, gently coaxing her. "That's enough for today." The girl nodded in agreement. After calming his little wife, Jiangju turned to the group, cleared his throat, and said, "I heard that the gods of the 36 heavens from Shengxiao Palace have all gone missing, so you guys came to the Wei Kingdom's royal palace. As immortals, interfering in mortal affairs is a big no-no. Or have you all sided with Mr. Jing?" Saying this, his tone suddenly changed, losing all the playful banter and becoming unusually serious. He asked them if they gathered here, were they waiting to kill him? These words hit the nail on the head, causing everyone to hang their heads low, not daring to look up. At the same time, in another palace chamber of Wei'an's royal palace, Wei'an Jun was trembling, kneeling on the table, his head bowed, his eyes bloodshot, and a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. A voice echoed in his head, telling him not to struggle anymore. This body was its chosen vessel. Accept its power, and become the stepping stone for its return to the world. Wei'an Jun clutched his head, opened his mouth, and roared, telling it to get out! Get out of his body! He was Wei Wu Nian, the son of heaven of Wei. But before he could control his body, he was completely taken over by the other. The cold voice echoed, calling out the name of that damned Tu Shanlan. It wondered, was Jiangju really that attractive? Enough to make Wei'an Jun hunt it down for so long because of him? His eyes burned with hatred, the flames of hatred wanting to consume his entire mind. At this moment, Mu Liuli entered the room. The scattered black aura in the air shifted towards her. Wei'an Jun impatiently questioned her, asking what Liuli Zhenjun was still hesitating about. Did she really want to let Mr. Jing seize his body and return to the world? After a moment of internal struggle, Mu Liuli finally made a decision. She silently apologized to Jiangju, saying she had no other choice this time. Wei'an Jun sat cross-legged on the chair with his eyes closed. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and said coldly, "I didn't expect Jiang Jiansheng to be so young. He seems to be about the same age as an old friend." Jiangju put his hands on his hips, tilted his head up to the sky, and asked back in a mocking tone, "Who wants to be the same age as you?" Then he put his sword on his shoulder and coldly declared, "This humble one is only 18 years old this year." Hearing this, the guy laughed loudly, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Immediately, he waved his hand, and 4 crimson flags whizzed forward, each flag stuck into a point, and immediately a formation was activated. Wei'an Jun asked Jiangju, saying that he was indeed an interesting person, and he wanted to have a frank chat with him, wondering what he thought. Jiangju gently stroked his sword, and coldly asked if he was trying to stall for time. He guessed that he was having difficulty breaking through to the first rank. Then he pointed his sword at him, asking a question as if affirming it. Or did Jing Xiansheng leave a hidden danger in his body, so he still needed time to recover? These words made the guy seethe with anger, and he loudly scolded, "Recover what?" He said that, even if he didn't know what Mu Liuli had said to Jiangju just now, His strength had never been damaged from beginning to end. Jiang Zhu glanced at the formation, and he saw through his intentions. He asked if he was setting up this formation because he was afraid that Jiang Xiansheng would peak, but it seemed that there was nothing happy for them to talk about. Wei Anjun stepped down from the chair, walking as he spoke. That's not for sure. Maybe they can still cooperate. Jiang Zhu smiled faintly, softly repeating the two words cooperate. Wei Anjun continued, talking about how they could work together to deal with Jing Xiansheng. Jiang Zhu just grunted in response. Then Wei Anjun began to recount. 3 years ago, Jing Xiansheng came to him, taught him the great demonic art of the heavens, Datian Ma Gong, and helped him devour countless demonic seeds. Every time he refined a demonic seed, it was like experiencing their entire path of cultivation, and his cultivation increased at a speed that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Jiang Zhu pouted, putting on a face that said he didn't care. Despite what he said, he shamelessly continued to tell his story, saying that 3 years ago, he was just a mortal. 3 years later, he had entered the first rank. He asked Jiang Xiansheng, had there ever been a first-rank true lord, Zhen Jun, younger than him? Speaking of this, he became serious. He asked Jiang Zhu, before Jing Xiansheng helped him cultivate, did he know what request he made? Jiang Zhu replied with certainty. It was to kill me. He nodded in agreement. That's right, but why would he kill you? Speaking of this, he couldn't restrain his anger. After all, he was just a bigger demonic seed to Jing Xiansheng. Everything that Jing Xiansheng did for him was just nurturing a body for him to return to the world. There was no real hatred between him and Jiang Zhu. On the contrary, they had a common enemy. He paused for a moment, then loudly said, therefore, in dealing with Jiang Xiansheng, their alliance is the best choice. After all, who else besides him would go all out, regardless of the consequences, to stand on Jiang Zhu's side? Jiang Zhu didn't think so, he retorted, saying that it made sense, but it seemed that he had misunderstood something. Today he didn't come for himself, nor did he come for Jing Xiansheng. These words made Wei Anjun not understand. He frowned, and looked at him suspiciously. Then Jiang Zhu pointed his sword at him and coldly declared, he came to demand justice for the common people of the Wei Kingdom. At this time, there were many wrong souls in his sword who resented Wei Anjun. He coldly continued, today I am here to slay you. As soon as the words fell, he quickly slashed a precise sword strike. Wei Anjun was shocked for a moment, and he immediately took action to block his sword. Wei Anjun roared angrily as he attacked. Many wronged souls resented Wei Anjun. They just wanted to rush in and bite him to take revenge. Now he could no longer remain calm, and he loudly cursed, madman. Just as the wronged souls rushed to attack Wei Anjun, he turned into a stream of black gas to avoid them. Soon Jiang Zhu identified the location of his opponent. Wei Anjun pops up behind him, voice all butthurt. He tries to sway Jiang Zhu with a sob story about how evil people are and how totes nice he is. He's like, yo, how many peeps want to mess you up, and how many are actually trying to help? Figure it out, dude, and don't diss my good intentions. Jiang Zhu ain't having it, and just straight up lunges at him, without a second thought. He roars, Transam. And at the same time, Wei Anjun barfs out a cloud of dark energy. This stuff turns into a giant black spiderweb hanging right over Jiang Zhu's head. He glances up, uses his magic to blast the web to shreds, sees the dark web is useless. Wei Anjun then summons a freaking huge cauldron. He yells, throwing all his magic behind, shoving that thing at Jiang Zhu. Dude stays chill and busts out his divine power, conjuring up a massive, imposing divine form to block the incoming cauldron. Wei Anjun still smirking like taking down Jiang Zhu is a joke. He throws out some weird move. His giant arms get surrounded by thick, dark energy. Trying to snatch Jiang Zhu up, those giant hands slam together, making a huge bang like they're gonna crush him right there. Thinking he's won, Wei Anjun gloats, figuring Jiang Zhu's just a chump. Suddenly, a burst of glowing golden Q slips through the crushing grip. Wei Anjun's eyes bug out. WTF? Not believing what's going on. The key explodes, shooting into the sky, and forces those giant hands apart. Jiang Zhu stands tall in mid-air, with a huge divine idol radiating infinite power behind him. He shouts, borrowing strength from his future self. As soon as he says it, the golden key around him goes Super Saiyan. Wei Anjun feels like something's wrong, muttering about the 3 lifetimes body, a divine power even a top-tier Buddha couldn't grasp. A thought flashes in his mind. Maybe they're wrong. Jiang Zhu isn't a past immortal, but the embodiment of the future. He reassures himself that this kind of power-up's gotta have limits, it won't last long. Thinking that, he uses his spiritual power to make a skull with blazing red eyes. Jiang Zhu puts all his power into one single punch. The punch is packed with crazy power. Heading straight forward, the two energies collide in an earth-shattering explosion. The skull Wei Anjun made gets smashed to bits by his fist. Not stopping there, the unstoppable punch keeps going straight for Wei Anjun's face. The power is so insane, it sends him flying out of the palace, crashing across the ground. He sits up, admitting that Jiang Zhu was right about one thing, he was stalling for time. But before he can finish, Jiangju stabs him straight in the chest with his sword. He coldly cuts him off, asking if he really thinks he's stalled long enough to turn the tables and win. Wei Anjun finally looks down. Admitting the rumors are true, Jiangju is one tough cookie. He raises his bloody face, his red eyes burning with hate, snarling that Jiangju forced him into this. A wicked smile spreads across his lips like he's got everything under control. As fresh blood slowly trickles from the corner of his mouth, he suddenly tossed a purple gourd into the air. Immediately, earth-shattering explosions erupted, like thundering in a storm, shaking the earth and mountains, filling the air with killing intent. Jiangju's eyes widened as he looked at the streak of light in the sky, realizing with shock that it was the deathly aura from the Yellow Springs realm. Following the explosion, a stream of golden light suddenly poured out, swirling into a fierce tornado, as if a god had descended. The tornado carried a power that overturned heaven and earth. Wei Anjun laughed loudly, declaring that the Yellow Springs realm had arrived. The gates of Yellow Springs were open. He said that no one could escape, all must descend to Yellow Springs. As soon as he finished speaking, the tornado from the Yellow Springs realm surged even more violently. It roared like a resurrected demon, sweeping away earth, rocks, dust, and all things scattered. In that moment of booming thunder, purple lightning bolts descended as if wanting to tear the sky apart. The aura of death enveloped the entire region. The people fled in terror and chaos. Jiangju gritted his teeth and looked up at the sky, trying to figure out how to deal with it. Just then, Wei Anjun transformed into a stream of black gas and soared upwards. From within the black gas, his gloomy voice echoed. He questioned Jiangju. You claim to be the guardian of the human race? You want to demand justice for the people of Wei. He suddenly paused, and then loudly proclaimed, Jiangju, remember this well, the remaining people of Wei will all die because of you. Jiangju frowned as he looked at him, thinking that he wasn't the only one stalling for time. Suddenly, a giant dragon head appeared right in front of the black gas. Wei Anjun's eyes widened, horrified at the scene before him. The opportunity Jiangju was waiting for had arrived. He was waiting for old dragon god to appear. Seeing him, he shouted, Let Ao Xuan Bro take action and stop him. Hearing Jiangju's words, the old dragon immediately opened his mouth, the huge mouth like a bottomless abyss, as if wanting to swallow Wei Anjun whole. Wei Anjun was now powerless to resist, only able to scream in despair, calling for Yuanzu to save him. The old dragon closed his mouth, just like that, swallowing the entire vast land, then turned and plunged straight into the gate of Yellow Springs. The old dragon god flew down to an empty area in the Yellow Springs realm. He circled once, and then transformed back into human form. Jiangju also immediately appeared beside him. Seeing Jiangju's pale face, the old dragon god curiously inquired about his condition. He shook his head slightly, replying, It's nothing, it's just that I forcefully performed a divine sacrifice earlier, so now I'm suffering from divine backlash, but I won't die. After speaking, Jiangju suppressed the discomfort in his body, observed the surroundings, and asked the old dragon god about this place, whether it was the Yellow Springs realm or not. The two stood still, observing the land of death. Suddenly, a Dharma image appeared in front of Jiangju. That person knelt down and bowed, calling himself, This humble General Bifeng pays respects to our Lord. Jiangju was somewhat stunned at this moment, pointing at his face, his expression full of doubt. Seeing Jiangju's naive appearance, the old dragon god couldn't help but tease him, saying, Could it be that Jiang Xiaoyu doesn't even recognize the divine general under his command, even though you've been bossing this guy around for years? Jiangju asked the other person about the name Bifeng with some doubt. He replied, Please don't blame me, Lord, because in the real world this general cannot reveal his true form. Only in the Yellow Springs realm can I restore my strength and manifest to pay respects. At this moment, the old dragon god tossed out the purple gourds. When the gourd lids opened, many generals appeared inside, standing in a row. All of them knelt down to pay respects to Jiangju and introduced themselves. Ma General Niu Tao greets our Lord. Ma General Ma Mian greets our Lord. Ma General Luo Cha greets our Lord. Ma General A. Luojia greets our Lord. Looking at these unfamiliar subordinates he couldn't recall, Jiangju stuttered, asking what was going on. Bifeng spoke up to explain. Reporting to our Lord, the day you arrived in the mortal realm was predestined for you to rule the 9 heavens above and control the Yellow Springs below. They were originally evil spirits in the Yellow Springs, moved by the heavenly Tao and summoned to serve as officials under you, obeying Zizhao heaven. They have shed their demonic aura and transformed into yin gods, and should have come to the real world to protect you. But a traitor humiliated them, sealing 108 generals of the Yellow Springs within gourds. Fortunately, one Mei general was skilled at concealment and escaped. He found you in the real world and hid by your side. Hearing this, Jiangju frowned, thinking, Moved by the heavenly Tao and summoned, no wonder these ghosts and gods are surrounded by the aura of incense, so they are orthodox deities with official positions. He thought that they were supposed to be part of his power when he transmigrated, but someone else had gotten there first and stolen them. Thinking this, he asked Bifeng about the traitor who had done this. Bifeng replied clearly, This subordinate does not know, but it is definitely related to the Shengxiao Palace. Jiangju looked doubtful. Aren't the 7 yin gods and the purple gourd supposed to be the key for Wei Anjun to open the gates of the Yellow Springs? How do I know if what you're saying is true or false? Bi Feng immediately lowered his head, loudly proclaiming, Our lord need not doubt, for they bear the mark of Zizhao heaven, and their life and death are within your control. Jiang Zhu continued to ask. Of the 108 generals, only you few are left, he said. Then you guys just follow me. Now I have a task for you. Wei Anjun's whereabouts are unknown. Go investigate. The group chorused their thanks to their lord, and asked him to rest assured. With that, they quickly disappeared. A moment later, the two arrived at the 9 gates of the Yellow Springs. Jiang Zhu turned to ask Old Dragon God, I don't know why Ao Xuan is in the Yellow Springs realm. Isn't he supposed to be at the border of the Wei Kingdom, sealing the gates of the Yellow Springs? Old Dragon God glanced at him, sighed, and said, This is a rather complicated matter. Old Dragon asks Jiang Xiaoyu, Do you remember why we came to the Wei Kingdom? Jiang Zhu nodded, replying, Of course, it was to go to the Shengxiao Palace. Old Dragon continued to ask. Then, Xiaoyu, you have been on the border of the Wei Kingdom for so long, have you ever seen the Shengxiao floating isles? Then Old Dragon nodded forward, softly telling Jiang Xiaoyu to look over there. Before Jiang Zhu now were lush green islands with crystal clear water. He asked in surprise, Are those the Shengxiao floating isles? Jiang Zhu thought about the Shengxiao 9 isles, never expecting that 3 isles would appear in the Yellow Springs realm. Where are the other 6 isles? Have they been hidden away, or have they collapsed? Old Dragon God continued to provide Jiang Zhu with more information. Right now those godlords are making a ruckus in my stomach. It seems I must quickly release them. The matters of the common people in the city of Daliang, I will also arrange properly, Xiaoyu, rest assured. In addition, I have a concubine to visit. I fear I cannot accompany Jiang Xiaoyu for the time being. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Dragon channeled his power. A radiant stream of spiritual light immediately surged from his sleeve, condensing into a dazzling golden halo, like the sun and moon gathering in the palm of his hand. Within that blinding halo, the figures of Du Chunnan, Jian Nu, and several other acquaintances of Jiang Shu gradually appeared. Old Dragon clasped his hands slightly in a salute to Jiang Shu, then spoke gently. I entrust the remaining matters to Xiaoyu's discretion. With those words his body trembled slightly, and his Dharmakaya suddenly blazed in a sea of dazzling golden light, transforming in the blink of an eye into a majestic and awe-inspiring dragon. On Old Dragon God's back, Jiang Zhu and Sui Kong descended onto the floating isle. Chunyang clasped his hands, his voice respectful. Little martial ancestor, Old Dragon God has just escorted the island lords away. This is a golden opportunity for you to refine the core of the floating isle. He began to explain in detail. Each floating isle of the Shengxiao Palace is not only a cultivation holy land comparable to a top-tier blessed land, but also a supreme magic treasure that is both offensive and defensive. As long as you refine the 3 cores of the 3 main islands, you will have absolute control. Later, subduing the remaining islands and unifying the Shengxiao Palace will be as easy as water flowing into a canal. Jiang Zhu's expression did not change, he only nodded slightly. All right, lead the way. When the two arrived, the scene before them caused Chunyang to exclaim in shock. Before the palace gate are scattered corpses lying in disarray. What is this? He ran closer in a panic, placing a hand on a corpse's forehead, using his spiritual energy to trace it. A faint glow appeared, and quickly vanished. The body was empty. Chunyang looked up at Jiang Zhu, his voice heavy. His core origin has been seized, and his 3 souls and 7 ethereal souls have been completely devoured. Jiang Zhu narrowed his eyes slightly, making hand seals and beginning to circulate his spiritual energy. His voice deepened, echoing from a distant realm. Respect the Tao of divine beings, purple heavens, Tai Shu Zhenjun, the netherworld's Bifeng, and all of you. Come here quickly. Not long after, a wispy blue smoke suddenly appeared before him. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Binfeng's tall figure. He knelt on one knee, respectfully saluting. Your humble servant, Binfeng, pays his respects to the master. Jiang Zhu didn't reply, but asked directly. Where is Wei Anjun? Biofeng truthfully replied. Reporting to the master, Wei Anjun is inside. I just recently found his whereabouts. He is currently below the main hall. Right at that moment, a stream of milky white mist poured out from the crack in the door. Chunyang frowned, shouting loudly. This is bad. He must have broken into the core island array's location. At the same time, in a room, the golden spirit jade stones were floating above the censer. Wei Anjun was in deep meditation when he was suddenly startled. He felt countless strange auras approaching, and he gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, how did these netherworld soldiers find me? Just as he lifted his head, 5 blurry figures of netherworld soldiers broke down the door and rushed in to attack. One soldier lightly raised his hand, his ghost-like body gliding through the air, reaching Wei Anjun in the blink of an eye. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he roared, You're courting death. He then unleashed a palm strike. sending the attacker flying and forcing one more to retreat. Another soldier, holding a hammer, charged forward. A flash of light appeared in Wei Anjun's eyes as his body stopped right in front of the enemy. He then used his spiritual energy to conjure a giant hand from thin air, gripping the figure as if to crush it. The hand squeezed tightly, and space seemed to shatter. But what it crushed was only a wisp of blue smoke. The real figure had disappeared. The Netherworld soldiers, who had been scattered by Wei Anjun's demonic claw, slowly reformed into their complete shapes. Without a moment's hesitation, they joined forces and continued their assault. Wei Anjun then amplified his spiritual energy, creating a protective barrier of light around himself. He let out an arrogant roar, claiming that as long as he finished refining the core of this array island, these netherworld specters would be nothing more than annoying flies. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he watched the spirit stones gradually disappear, their spiritual energy completely absorbed by him. He knew that he was only one small step away from success, and so, Wei Anjun poured all his strength into the final cultivation phase, the one that would decide everything. A long shriek echoed. The power in his body surged to its peak. Wei Anjun felt the immense energy flowing through him, knowing he had successfully broken through. Right at that moment of triumph, a blue blade suddenly tore through the air, stabbing directly into his chest, catching Wei Anjun completely off guard. He painfully looked down at the azure blade, then growled each word through gritted teeth. Jiangju, Jiangju, decisively yanked the azure blade from his opponent's chest, and a stream of pure white energy gushed out from Wei Anjun's wound. He let out a final, desperate roar of unwillingness. Jiangju's hand gripped the large butcher knife tightly. Coldly striding past the Huangquanyin soldiers who were prostrating respectfully at his feet, Wei Anjun couldn't believe what he was seeing. Why were the Huangquanyin soldiers bowing to Jiangju? He suddenly realized, maybe Jiangju had sent them here to hunt him down. Thinking this, he lowered his head and muttered bitterly, saying that the guy was sticking to him like a lingering ghost. Suddenly, Wei Anjun raised his head and laughed maniacally. He held out his hand, revealing a ball of radiant gold, and confidently declared, "Jiangju, you're too late." With that, Wei Anjun slowly raised the ball in his hand. Immediately, streams of golden spirit energy poured out like a surging tide. That incredible energy swirled into mystical vortexes in mid-air, carrying a suffocating pressure. Chun Yang, watching from afar, widened his eyes in horror, a premonition of disaster rising in his heart. At the same time, the small floating islands around them began to shake violently. Streams of green gas poured out of them like springs. Without warning, one of the islands suddenly accelerated forward, tearing through the thick layer of clouds, carrying a whistling wind with the momentum of a divine dragon. Now, the massive island was right in front of the majestic palace gate. A pair of snow-white fox ears twitched slightly from behind the gate. They fluttered gently, as if sensing the chaotic spiritual energy outside. In an instant, Tu Shanlan transformed into her true fox form. She unleashed a powerful kick, shattering the sturdy gate. The terrifying power from the kick continued to spread, directly shattering the oncoming island. She floated lightly like a leaf, leaping over the fragments of the island and using her power to completely suppress the raging energy. Before long, Tu Shanlan had calmed everything down. She stood there silently, her deep eyes looking into the distance. Only then did Chun Yang clasp his hands and bow deeply to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Fox Immortal, for saving my life." Jiangju then gently approached her, his eyes softly examining whether she was injured when breaking the barrier. He admitted that he owed her a big favor this time, and he would definitely repay her in the future. She just glanced at him. Jiangju looked at the ruins in front of him, muttering about Wei Anjun's suicidal act, wondering what good it would do him for the Shenqiao Palace to collapse. He suddenly realized that if the Huangquan 9 gates collapsed, that would truly be the end of the world. He knew that he had to find a way to repair it as soon as possible. His expression became extremely serious. His eyes locked onto the dark crack, tearing through the sky of Huangquan. Suddenly, a giant hand reached out from within the crack. Jiangju's eyes widened, large and small stones constantly falling from the sky. Wherever the hand reached, the earth and rocks collapsed. He frowned as he observed the anomaly, judging in his mind that this was definitely not the kind of power that Wei Anjun could create.